Chapter 15. Change of Plans. Reyna.
Jay, are you there?
The notification woke Jay from deep sleep, and he subconsciously navigated to his chat menu to answer before realizing that Reyna had sent him a message. Jay. I'm here, Reyna. How are you? He pushed himself up, rolling out from under Molly and Lyra to get out of bed and pull his clothes on. Upstairs on the second level of the temporary safe zone, he could hear the sound of someone cooking. Dahlia must be up then, he realized, since the other two were still totally passed out. He'd been asleep when Molly had returned from her chat with the hair-blood woman, and she hadn't bothered to wake him up, so he assumed it hadn't gone too badly. But it could be that the conversation had gone sideways and Molly just wanted to deal with it in the morning. He wasn't sure if he should go up on his own in case Dahlia was upset. Or if she was upset, maybe that was a good reason for him to go upstairs. Maybe she would need comforting. He probably wasn't the best person to do it if she was feeling out of place in the party, but he didn't like to leave her alone. Jay rubbed his eyes, grateful for the distraction of Reyna's messages. If nothing else, he could talk to Dahlia about them, and they could pretend the awkwardness yesterday hadn't happened. Reyna.
I think I'm better. Maybe. I remember a bit more about how I came here.
Jay. Are you still trapped? Reyna.
Yes. I think I'm supposed to be dead, actually. I remember Runoff sent the king's paladins to attack me. I just barely made it back to my tent, and I pulled everything I could into the party inventory before they arrived.
Jay. If you're dead, how are you talking to me still? He pulled on the rest of his clothes and hesitated at the bottom of the stairs, waiting to see if she'd answer. Reyna.
I don't know. I don't remember anything after I was attacked until I woke up here, but I wonder if they took my body into the dungeon to hide me, not realizing I wasn't completely dead. The dungeon absorbs dead bodies, you know, so it would have hidden the evidence of their crime.
He didn't want to tell her that her profile in their party menu made her look dead in case it freaked her out, but he didn't really know how to figure out what had happened to her if they didn't share all their information. Jay. Maybe, but your profile says you have 0 hit points, Reyna. Reyna.
I know. Maybe I am dead. Maybe the dungeon did absorb me, and for some reason my mind has persisted in the system.
Jay. I haven't been able to ask Nova about your situation, but maybe she's keeping you alive somehow? Or conscious, at least? I think this is what happened to her back when the dungeon was first formed. Jay quickly told Reyna everything he knew that Dahlia had told him about Queen Xenovara and how King Wensher killed her and hid her body in the dungeon, along with their suspicions that this is how Nova evolved separate from the dungeon mind but connected. Reyna.
Interesting. Thank you for this information, Jay. You've given me something to think of while I rest again. I'm growing tired again.
Jay. You seem to be getting stronger, though. Next time we speak, I'm sure it will be for longer. Reyna.
One hopes.
She didn't finish her message. Jay took a deep breath and went up the stairs. The staircase opened into a small room with a stove, a campfire, and a refrigerated chest. Dahlia was at the counter, chopping some vegetables with a big chef's knife that must have been part of the kitchen's supplies. Jay was pretty sure he'd never seen her use one before. Good morning, he said. What are you making? Dahlia jumped at the sound of his voice, but didn't turn around.
Breakfast. Are you hungry?
Starving, Jay said. Leveling up always makes me hungry, don't you find?
Yes.
She didn't seem much like she wanted to talk, so Jay took a seat by the fire. But he sat where he could watch her work, hoping she'd turn around and make conversation. Dahlia was wearing a strapless black dress that cinched at her waist and flared out at the knees. Ruffles of dark gray fabric poked out beneath the lacy skirt. Her fluffy black tail poked out just below the fitted bodice. Fishnet stockings darkened the pale skin of her legs, and her feet were tucked inside black leather shoes with rounded toes, square heels, and a little strap over the top that made them look cute rather than elegant. Jay wondered if she always dressed this way under her cloak and he just hadn't noticed, or if this was a new outfit. He also wondered if it was safe to ask. She might get mad that he hadn't noticed before, or she might get mad that he had noticed now. There was no telling with some women, and Dahlia seemed harder to understand than most. Molly had always hidden her feelings about Jay, but she'd never been very good at hiding any of her other feelings. Dahlia hid everything. "I'm level 15 now," Jay said, just for something to talk about. "Have I caught up to you yet? I have some unfair leveling advantages thanks to my class."
I've reached level 17.
She said, still not turning around.
Is it all right if I use that nutrient supplement I used at Felicity's caravan? It's the most convenient way to make food for everyone without having to do separate dishes.
"Of course," Jay said, "but you don't have to cook for all of us. I promised Molly I'd make breakfast, actually." Dahlia shrugged.
You can tell her you made it then.
Jay thought she looked like a doll, dressed up to go to a funeral. The only color on her was her bright pink hair. The stark black ears looked like part of a costume rather than really a part of her. It was strange because Lyra's ears and tail felt so much a part of her. Jay wondered if it had to do with the fact that Dahlia hadn't been raised by her own people. Maybe she had more human mannerisms, and that made her Fenari aspects seem discordant somehow. "I'm not going to steal your thunder," Jay said. "I'll just have to owe her one. You're probably a better cook than me anyway." Dahlia scraped the vegetables into a big metal pot, then brought it over to the fire.
I prefer cooking on the fire to the stove,
she said.
I'm glad this tent of yours has both.
She hung the pot from a stand so that the blackened bottom was licked by the flames. Then she sat opposite Jay with her hands clasped in her lap and skirts puffed up around her. She didn't look at him, preferring to stare at the cauldron. "They say a watched pot never boils," he said.
That's foolish,
Dahlia replied.
Of course it makes no difference to the pot whether or not someone is watching it.
"No," Jay said, "but it feels like it takes longer when you're waiting, I think." "So, level 17, he prompted. "Did you get any interesting new spells or abilities?" Dahlia sighed, picking at her skirts like they made her uncomfortable.
Yes, but I don't know what good they'll be. I have many spells already, and I already seem to use a few of the ones I got early on. I suppose I'm a creature of habit.
"There's something to be said for knowing the basics," Jay said. "I've been feeling a bit overwhelmed with all the skills and abilities I have, too. But I think I've found a solution to that, for myself at least." He explained about the Dark Horse spellbook. Dahlia's yellow eyes widened as she listened. Jay realized she had put makeup on to darken the area around her eyes. It made them stand out against her skin, but he could imagine that when she cast spells and her eyes went black, that it would make her quite formidable.
Something like that would be extremely useful,
she said.
Have you tried it yet?
Jay laughed. "I've been nervous about sacrificing any of my skills, even though I was just complaining about them. I feel a little bit like as soon as I decided to give one up, the next puzzle room we enter, I'll wish I'd kept it. What if I sacrifice something we end up needing and I get us all killed?"
Do you have so little faith in the rest of us?
Dahlia scowled and reached for her wooden spoon to stir the pot.
There's always more than one way to solve a puzzle or defeat a monster. None of your spells are so important that we'd be lost without them. We are a party, are we not? It's not just Jay Morgan and his hapless hangers-on, is it? Just because you're powerful doesn't mean we're useless without you.
Jay sat back, stunned by her outburst. "Is that what you think?" he said. "Is that how I come across?"
You know, I've been alone for a long time, so maybe I'm not the best judge.
Dahlia said, stirring irritably.
But when one is given a powerful support role like you have, it's easy to start seeing oneself as the orchestrator of all victories. Yes, your skills often put you in the center of the action, and we all benefit from your ability to strategize and use our skills effectively. but sometimes I see how those other two rely on you, and it makes me mad.
Why mad? Jay asked. I don't understand. I thought it was a good thing for me to get better at using my class. Dahlia dropped the spoon and crossed her arms, staring furiously into the flames.
What happens to the rest of us if you get injured or killed? It is a good thing for you to be an effective leader, but part of being an effective leader is letting your teammates grow and challenge themselves too, isn't it?
You think I'm holding the others back?
No, I think they hold themselves back because they think of themselves as supports for you.
Jay thought about this. Being partied with him had allowed Lyra to break through the level plateau she'd been stuck with since she'd started delving alone. Molly had also leveled faster than any normal delver should. He'd assumed these were good things. But maybe they each needed opportunities to lead as well, in case he was ever incapacitated. Or if they had to split up at some point. He'd been extremely worried about Lyra and Molly when they were separated in the night market, in part, he realized, because as much as he trusted them in battle, a lot of that trust was built on the fact that they were good at following direction.
I was very upset when you got hurt by those mercenary knights,
Dahlia said, and he was surprised to see there were tears in her eyes. She continued, speaking quickly, like she was afraid if she stopped, she might lose the nerve to say what she wanted to say.
I haven't relied on anyone else in a very long time, and I was angry with myself for coming to rely on you so quickly. Then almost right away, it was snatched away from me again. I think I know why I don't feel like I fit in with your party, Jay. It's because they are happy with this dynamic, and I am not. I find it frightening to rely on you so much. I want to continue to level in a way that I will be strong on my own. But then I worry that makes me a poor teammate, and I feel like I don't belong. But I've been alone for so long, I can't not think that way.
The pot was boiling, but Dahlia wasn't looking at it anymore. She seemed lost in some private thought, scowling into the flames. Dahlia?
I know what you're going to say. You think I should leave if I feel that way, and if that's how you feel...
I think our breakfast is burning. Her eyes shot back to the pot and widened.
Black gods! Oh, blasted darkness!
Careful, Jay said, standing to help her lift the heavy cauldron. That looks hot. Dahlia pushed him aside and snatched the pot from the flames.
Unholy shadows, for the love of... Ouch!
She continued to curse until she got it back to the counter, where she set the cauldron down with a crash, flapping her hands like she'd burned them. Are you all right? He asked.
I'm fine.
She blew on her fingers. Let me look. Dahlia snatched her hands behind her back and gave him a menacing look.
I said I'm fine. I don't need your help.
Can you heal yourself then? He asked. I didn't notice a healing spell in your list, but maybe it's new? She continued to glower at him.
Siphon life. I could heal myself just fine if I drained some of your life force.
You can if you'd like, Jay said. I should have taken the pot. I have a high enough constitution that it wouldn't have burned me. You can have one of my potions if you'd like.
It would be a waste,
she said.
My HP will regenerate shortly. My hands will be just a little tender, that's all.
Even if you use my life force?
I won't siphon you.
She grumbled.
It was my fault. I pushed you away when you were trying to help.
Please, just let me look at them. Reluctantly, Dahlia held out her hands. 2 angry red stripes of raw skin had blistered on her palms. The burns were deep enough to bleed. Jay winced to see them. He reached for her, but she snatched her hands back again. For God's sake, stop being so stubborn, he snapped. I can help. Dahlia took a deep breath and held her hands out again, frowning uncertainly at him.
Do not waste a potion on this, Jay. I'll be so angry. We might need those later on, and this is a stupid injury. I will never forgive myself for using it if someone ends up needing one after a real fight.
Be quiet, Jay said, flipping through his menu until he found what he was looking for. Hold still. Jay lowered his face to inspect the wounds, holding her forearms so she couldn't jerk away unexpectedly. Then he placed a kiss on each of her wrists. Dahlia gasped at the first touch. Her breath hitched at the second. She was frozen and trembling in his grip. Jay held her tightly, watching to see the spell take effect. Lyra's soothing kisses began to work immediately, closing up the open wounds on her palms. Once the blisters had healed, Jay kissed each hand again, directly on the freshly healed skin of her palms.
"What are you doing?"
She whispered. "Making you feel better," he said. "I borrowed Lyra's spell. She thinks it's silly, but it works very well for minor injuries like this." Satisfied that the burns were gone, Jay straightened and let go of Dahlia's hands. Her face was bright red and her chin was quivering. Instead of thanking him, she blurted,
"I'm sorry I yelled at you."
"That's all right. I did tell you it was okay to talk to people about your feelings, didn't I? Sometimes feelings come out more forcefully than we intend them to."
"I meant what I said, though.
"Of course you did,"
I'm going to continue to level as if I were on my own.
she said.
I'm not a team player."
"That's fine, Dahlia. You have to take care of yourself."
"If you want me to leave the party, I will."
"That's not what I want," Jay said. "In fact, I think you've brought up a good point."
"I have?"
"Yes. I've been so focused on optimizing us as a team, I've neglected to encourage Lyra and Molly to develop their independence. Lyra is a great support with her ranged attacks, but she doesn't have any real power moves if she's on her own. Molly is quite powerful, and she has her ghost ability if she gets overwhelmed, but she doesn't really have a workable strategy for how to use it. Even me. My best skills rely on me being partied with other powerful delvers, though I just got a couple of new ones that I think will be helpful." Dahlia glanced at the burned breakfast stew, biting her lip.
"So, you don't want me to leave?"
She whispered.
"Even though I burned breakfast."
"I want you to stay. You are a good team player, even if you don't think you are. Sometimes being a good team player means standing up to your teammates when you think they're making a mistake." Dahlia looked so stunned that Jay couldn't help laughing. "Besides," he added, "it's probably only the bottom of the pot that's burned anyway. If you'd ruined the whole breakfast, I might have to reconsider." Her eyes widened before she caught his teasing smile.
"You jerk! I thought you meant that for a second."
"I'll eat the burned parts as penance then," Jay said. "Come on, dish us up. Give me the worst of it." Dahlia pulled 4 bowls out of the cupboard and started scooping stew into them.
"You know, I think I will. That was a mean trick."
She shoved him a bowl.
"Are you going to wake your lazy girlfriends up now? Or should I?" "Hey! Who are you calling lazy?"
Molly's voice rang out. Jay and Dahlia turned to see the barbarian and the archer, dressed and ready for the day, sitting at the top of the stairs as if they'd been there for a while. Both of them wore the shit-eating grins of eavesdroppers with a new piece of gossip.
"I'm impressed, Dahlia,"
Molly said.
"That was quite a speech you gave. Not bad for a girl who didn't know how she felt last night."
Dahlia crossed her arms and leaned back against the counter, glaring at the barbarian.
"I stayed up all night thinking about it." "No wonder you're so grumpy,"
Lyra said, launching herself up the last couple of stairs and skipping her way over to the counter.
"I slept all night and I feel wonderful." "Is that all you were thinking about?"
Molly's grin widened and she gave a big, obvious wink. Dahlia flushed so pink it was bordering on purple.
"First things first. Now, shut up and come eat breakfast."
Jay wondered what that was about, but figured, based on the look on Dahlia's face, that it was best to leave it alone for now. As they ate breakfast, which wasn't badly burned at all in the end, they went over their new skills and abilities, and Jay got them caught up on his most recent conversation with Reyna. Molly had gotten something called Berserker Frenzy, which was basically what it sounded like, along with her Colossus form. Lyra had gotten her new arrow types, as well as the passive agility boost. Dahlia had gotten something called Dark Harvest, which allowed her to draw dark energy from recently fallen enemies in order to give herself a temporary mana boost, as well as an agility-based skill called Spider Reflexes that would allow her to climb on walls and ceilings. Along with Jay's new hostile takeover and leverage spells, they had a lot of new skills to play with.
I really hate that this entire floor is puzzle-themed.
Molly groaned when they'd finished eating and were getting ready to go.
I'd much rather run in and smash stuff.
I know, Jay said, squeezing her shoulder. And I think Dahlia is right. That's a bit of a problem. Molly's eyes widened.
I'm a problem? That sneaky little... I've got a thing or two I could say about her, too, but I'm a better person than that.
On the other side of the room, Dahlia looked panicked. No, Jay said hurriedly. Geez, I thought you were eavesdropping on our conversation. Weren't you paying attention? Speaking of sneaks...
I was paying attention to the fact that you kissed her.
Molly shoved Jay in the chest, playfully but powerfully. Jay felt his cheeks heat. To heal her! Don't try to twist things.
We've gotten too specialized.
Lyra said, her ears perked up.
That's what he means, Molly, and it's true. While it works well when we're all together, it could be dangerous if we get separated. You're not always going to be able to run into any situation and smash your way through, you know.
Molly scoffed, reaching up to pat one of her ghost weasels on top of the head. The weasel was glaring at Lyra as if she had made a personal attack on its mother.
There, Rachel,
Molly whispered.
She's our archer. She needs her eyes. Her toes, on the other hand.
Lyra yipped in alarm.
Jay! Molly's threatening to set her rodents on me!
Enough, both of you, Jay said, rolling his eyes. Dahlia is the one who pointed it out, but I think she's right. In fact, the Mad King's castle presents us with a unique opportunity to test our individual problem-solving abilities, and I think we should take it. We need to take turns leading the solving of these puzzle rooms. I kind of took over the first one, so who's going to be next?
Don't we need to see the next room before we decide?
Molly asked.
I can do it.
Dahlia said.
If no one else wants to. No, I will.
Lyra said, shooting her a slightly jealous look.
Just because it was your idea doesn't automatically mean you get to go first. What is it with you and your obsession with being first?
The hairblood woman asked, throwing her cloak on.
Go ahead. I was just trying to be helpful.
All right, Jay said, holding his hands up for peace. We'll check out the room first, and if no one has any objections once we see what we're up against, Lyra will be our leader. Deal? The others muttered agreement before Jay ushered them out of the tent. He collapsed it back into its gift box form and returned it to his inventory. Immediately, the ghost weasels jumped off Molly's shoulders and ran for the door on the left, under the spray-painted sign that read Catacombs. They began scratching at it excitedly, glancing over their shoulders at the barbarian woman as if to ask for permission to go through. We still need to decide which direction to go, he said. The catacombs or the jail?
I vote jail,
Lyra said.
It's more likely to connect to the rest of the castle in a direct route, don't you think? I don't like the sound of the catacombs. There could be an entire labyrinth of tunnels beneath the castle with no connection to the rest.
Makes sense to me, Jay said. Any other opinions?
Doesn't matter to me,
Molly said, taking out her wild call maul and slinging it over her shoulder as she strode across the room to inspect the door her pets were so interested in.
But Ross and Rachel are really interested in what's behind door number 1, Pet Sajak.
Dahlia frowned.
Your treasure map doesn't show anything connecting to the throne room, does it? Hey, there's something else over here,
Molly said.
In little scribbled letters inside the word catacombs, it says, "This is the way to the laboratory." And then a bunch of ha-ha-ha laughter like the dialogue of a comic book villain. Another reason to go to the jail first.
Lyra pressed.
Hang on, though,
Dahlia said.
The laboratory is what King Wenshire calls the room behind the castle he uses for torturing people. 3 strikes, laboratory is out,
Lyra said, moving toward the door to the jail.
I'm group leader this time, right? So let's go.
Wait! Jay ran forward and stood in front of the door, not wanting the fox girl to open it before they'd decided. What are you suggesting, Dahlia?
Well...
She looked a bit pale as she brushed her pink hair from her face.
Only that If this is a replica of the real Castle Wenshire, that would be the room where he killed his wife, if the rumors are to be believed.
Jay pulled Treasure Map 2 out of his inventory and looked at the messy drawing. It didn't look like a lab of any kind to him. The words scrawled, seemingly in blood at the bottom of the page, still gave him pause.
I don't like to play his games.
You think that's our best bet for finding another corporeal artifact? He asked.
Other than the throne room?
Dahlia said.
That's where I'd put my money.
Lyra crossed her arms and scowled, her silver ears flattened into her hair.
Really?
She said.
Did I just get outvoted by a couple of weasels and a creepy piece of paper?
Looks like it, Jay said, stepping forward to ruffle the fox girl's ears. Don't be mad, though. You can still be our leader. Why don't you open the door? Chapter 16. Rattlers and Catacombs. They emerged onto an elevated platform at the end of a long, narrow hallway. Far off, at the opposite end of the tunnel, was another elevated platform with a second door, their destination. Between the 2 points was a pit teeming with a sea of rats and snakes. At first, Jay thought the rats might be bleeding. Flashes of red could be seen in the mass of bodies, but when he looked closer, he realized the truth. Clown noses? He said incredulously. You've got to be fucking kidding me with this place.
I think those snakes are part of the rats,
Dahlia said, scanning the creatures with her dungeon sight.
I can only see one monster type down there. Rattlers.
Jay followed her lead, focusing on the nearest monster and activating his scan.
Rattler. Imagine a rat. Now imagine a tiny clown. Now imagine the tiny clown is stuck in the rat's mouth, and all of the sudden, bam! There's a fucking snake coming out of its ass. What? You didn't lick one of the slime molds growing in the corrupted courtyard, did you? Is this for real? Unfortunately for you, yes, it is. These twisted little nightmares of nature are equal parts disturbing and ridiculous. It's true. It's like a traveling circus had a love child with your favorite reptile rescue, and then it got infested with disease-carrying rodents, and everyone died, or was transformed into one of these clown-nose-wearing mutant motherfuckers. Face it, you can either laugh, or you'll probably devolve into a sniveling pile of sobbing weak sauce, because even when they're rats, clowns are fucking terrifying.
Jay closed the window in disgust. I'm starting to hate this place just a little bit.
A 3-for-1 deal. Great.
Molly stood at the edge of the platform, looking down into the pit, Ross and Rachel perched on her shoulders. The weasels no longer seemed quite as enthusiastic as they had on the other side of the door.
What's the matter, guys?
She asked, keeping her voice low so as not to disturb the monsters below.
Rats no longer on the menu? They aren't very big.
Lyra said.
Probably more of a vermin class mob. Individually, they won't be so tough, but rat-like monsters usually swarm, and I don't like the looks of those teeth on the snake ends. Definitely poisonous,
Dahlia confirmed.
And the fact that the description mentioned disease makes me wonder if they've got other, uglier debuffs. They aren't as high level as the last room, though, level 25 to 30 with a few elites. That would be great news if there weren't literally hundreds of the disgusting little creatures,
Lyra said, curling her lip as she peered over the ledge.
But there's no way we can get through them.
The rattlers scurried and swarmed, showing off just how repulsive and ridiculous they were, as if they knew they had an audience. Then, to everyone's surprise, they broke into lines and filed out of the hole between the platforms into barely visible openings in the wall that looked like cartoon mouse holes. The corridor felt suddenly quiet.
Where did they go?
Molly whispered.
What's the deal?
It's a puzzle room, Jay said. We aren't supposed to fight them. We're supposed to find a way past them. We've got to analyze the room and come up with a plan. You ready, team lead? Above them, a slithering sound made everyone jump. Jay looked up, expecting more monsters. Instead, what he saw were vines of various lengths and thicknesses hanging from the ceiling over the pit. Obviously, that was meant to be one way across the rattler's den. Lyra's ears had flattened into her hair, and she worried her bottom lip between her teeth as she gazed into the pit.
Whose idea was this again? Dahlia's.
Molly slapped the fox girl on the shoulder.
Didn't you hear all her very well-reasoned arguments for why we need to grow and evolve as delvers? What's the point of eavesdropping if you aren't going to pay attention, Lyra? Why do you say it like that?
Dahlia asked, her bright eyes flaming as she turned to the barbarian.
It's a good idea for all of us to practice our leadership and problem-solving skills. Jay agreed with me. Uh-huh.
Molly grinned.
Jay will agree to anything that makes us stronger, but I would have gotten an extra 15 minutes of sleep if I'd known that was what you were going to talk to him about this morning.
Dahlia blushed, one ear drooping uncertainly.
You told me to share my feelings. Those weren't the feelings we were talking about, and you know it.
Molly snatched one of the ghost weasels off her shoulder and stuffed it into the pouch at her side. The second one followed, having decided it didn't want anything to do with these particular rats after all. Come on, leave her alone, Jay said, seeing Dahlia was becoming more flustered, and Lyra was still gazing nervously down at the pit of monsters. We aren't getting anywhere with this discussion.
I'm just saying,
Molly said with a shrug.
It's almost like we're doing this because someone got too scared to talk about what she really wanted to talk about, and then covered up her discomfort by being prickly and unapproachable because that's her safe space. And now we're all going to die because apparently Lyra can't plan her way out of a paper bag. Shut up, you muscle-brained lunatic.
Lyra snapped, lifting a clawed finger and shoving it roughly against Molly's mouth.
I do have a plan, and as a matter of fact, the only one who's in any danger of dying because of it is going to be you. It's going to require stealth and agility.
Molly's eyes widened. She looked like she was ready to clobber the fox girl, almost as hard as Dahlia looked like she wanted to hit Molly. Jay stepped in the middle of the group and gave everyone a warning look. Molly, if you're scared, just say so. But I'm sure you'll be able to come up with a plan just fine when it's your turn. And I'm sure Lyra and Dahlia will too. Stop deflecting.
Sure.
Molly grumbled.
He recognizes deflecting when I do it.
Lyra, tell us what you're thinking, Jay said. The dungeon seems to be giving us time to strategize, so we might as well talk it through.
All right.
Lyra said, her cheeks pinking slightly at being the center of attention.
Do you see down there how there are plain tiles and pattern tiles down the length of the pit?
Jay stood at the edge of the platform and looked down, surprised to see that the fox girl was right. He hadn't noticed before, but there were definitely some different-looking tiles mixed in with the regular gray stones. You figure they're trapped? He asked.
On the contrary,
Lyra said.
I'm betting those are the safe tiles and the rest are trapped, but I'd like to shoot a couple of arrows down there to test.
Won't that stir up the rats again? Jay asked.
Yes.
Lyra said.
But I think after a time they'll go back into their holes again. I came across a similar setup with regular rat mobs on the 5th floor when I was with Dax's party, just before they abandoned me, I guess. It was a little different, though, where we had to use air currents to keep our scent away from them. They weren't anywhere near as high level as this, though. It's like the dungeon is leveling with us. Anyway, I'm guessing those red balls on the rattlers' faces inhibit their sense of smell, so it's just sight and sound we need to worry about. If they're hiding in their holes...
Then it's just sound, Jay said, nodding. It's a solid theory. How are you going to test it? Lyra pulled her bow out of her inventory and nocked an impact arrow. She drew back, aimed into the pit, and released. The arrow hit one of the patterned tiles with a soft shush, completely unlike the clatter Jay had expected. The rattlers didn't stir. Lyra grinned, her sharp teeth flashing. She drew and released a second arrow, this one aimed at one of the regular tiles. The strike was like the crack of a snare drum echoing through the pit. Jay held his breath, his eyes on the oversized mouse holes. A fraction of a second after the sound had died away, the rattlers swarmed from the holes, shrieking with high-pitched squeaks, their venomous snake tails thrashing. Then, as Lyra had predicted, they scurried back into their holes. There was no sign of the arrows. 30 seconds, Jay said. If they don't find anything in 30 seconds, they go back to their hiding places.
So we just need to jump from pattern tile to pattern tile without falling,
Lyra said.
Once we get to the other side, it looks like we can climb the stones up to the next platform.
Molly came to look over the edge.
Those are big jumps. I don't know if I can do that.
I should be able to, Jay said. Lyra, I'm assuming since you suggested it that you can do it too. Dahlia?
I don't need to.
The hairblood woman said with a shrug.
I can spider crawl with my new skill. I can almost shadow step to the other platform, but it's just out of my range. Maybe I should use ghost instead.
Molly said, looking worried.
Just sneak across that way?
Jay frowned. You could, but you aren't completely silent in ghost mode, are you? Just invisible. You might still trigger their search.
I wouldn't risk it,
Lyra said.
Their hearing will be very sensitive to make up for the lack of other senses if my past experience is any indication. My feet would be too big in Colossus form. Even on tiptoe, the tiles are probably too small. Could I swing from the vines?
Molly looked up at the ceiling.
That must be why they're there, right? Swing from the vines takes strength and agility,
Lyra said.
I can pretty much guarantee that some of those vines will fall when you grab them. Even if you don't fall, the vines could trigger the rattlers. So you'd have to wait until the rest of us were safe or go first. But if you fall, then there's no one there to help you. I get it,
Molly said with a scowl.
I have to do this the hard way.
Lyra looked genuinely worried.
I'm sorry, Molly. That's the best plan I could come up with. Maybe you should cross with Jay. I can wait here and keep my moss arrows handy. If either of you slips, I might be able to create a new quiet tile for you to land on. I think my lightning strike upgrade will make me fast enough. You think?
Molly grumbled. It's a good plan, Jay said. We'll make it work. Dahlia, do you want to go first and go check out the other side? Let us know if there's anything else we can't see from here. Dahlia bit her lip, contemplating the rest of the group.
I can do it the way Lyra is suggesting. This whole thing was my idea, after all.
Lyra, what do you think? Jay said. What's the best approach?
If you can get there safely using a different skill, you should.
Lyra answered immediately.
Then you can scout out what the wall at the end looks like before we start out. You might have to lower a rope for us or something. Or maybe when you touch the door, all the rattlers will die, like what happened with the Goo Goo Horror.
Molly added hopefully.
All right, I'll check it out.
Dahlia nodded, then approached the wall. Her form shimmered with dark energy as she applied the skill, climbing onto the stones as if her hands and feet were covered in sticky glue. She hesitated at first, moving slowly in the area above the platform. Then, once she had the hang of it, she scrambled sideways out over the pit, her arms and legs spread wide. About halfway across the gap, one of the stones on the wall crumbled, sending a shower of gravel cascading into the pit. But Dahlia continued on, not glancing down at the swarming monsters that came to check on the noise. Once she made it to the other side, they watched her inspect the platform, the wall, and the door. She was so far away, she was almost indistinguishable from the shadows. She sent a message to the group chat. Dahlia.
Nothing happened when I touched the door. It's locked. We'd probably all have to be on the platform for the level to clear. But I think the wall at the end is climbable. There are even 2 quiet stones here to stand on. Do you want me to tie a rope to the door handle as a backup plan?
Jay. Maybe just in case. Thanks for checking it out. Dahlia.
Good luck. It feels longer than it looks.
Molly snorted.
That's what she said.
She added, a little half-heartedly. Lyra shook her head.
I still don't understand half the things you say. Sorry I'm such a pain in the ass.
Molly said, staring into the pit with a haunted expression on her face.
I'm going to try really hard not to die down there, and if I survive, I'll probably be even worse. I'm not going to let you die,
Lyra said, squeezing her shoulder.
And neither will Jay. Dahlia, on the other hand, seemed kind of pissed.
Molly held up her Wild Call Maul and frowned, then stuffed it into her inventory.
We had such a good talk last night. I thought for sure she was going to tell Jay how she really feels about him.
She insisted.
I didn't realize she was such a chicken shit.
Jay pulled the long rope out of his inventory and cut off a piece, tying one end to the doorknob and letting the rest fall over the edge of the platform, where it swung over one of the patterned, quiet stones, perfectly aligned. Speaking of chicken shits, Jay said, motioning to the rope, less bitching, more climbing. You've got no right to complain about Dahlia when you're so obviously avoiding the thing you're afraid of.
But I gave her such good advice. I lived these mistakes so she didn't have to. She should listen to me. And don't look at me like that. You're going first. I need you to catch me if I fall.
Jay gave Molly and Lyra each a reassuring hug. It's going to be fine. Don't worry, both of you. You've got those moss arrows ready, right? Lyra nodded and stepped up to the ledge.
Ready when you are.
Jay took a deep breath and grabbed the rope in both hands, then slowly lowered himself into the pit. His heart pounded in his chest as he dropped, eyes locked on the first marked tile ahead. As he got closer to the patterned tile, he could see that it shimmered faintly in the dim light, obviously enchanted somehow to absorb the noise. That made him feel a bit better, knowing the promised quiet was magical rather than just being a softer material than the hard stones. But the rest of the floor was a death trap. A single misstep on the unmarked tiles would be enough to wake the rattlers lurking in the walls. As he stepped on the enchanted tile, he glanced at the first of the black mouse holes. Nothing stirred. It was bigger than he'd realized. The rattlers were probably the size of large dogs. Not exactly the kind of creature he wanted to fight one-on-one, even if they did look more like circus sideshows than proper monsters. Above him, Molly was watching carefully. There was enough room on the tile for both of them, so he motioned for her to follow. She gave him a determined nod, but he could see the tension in her eyes. She bit her lip and lowered herself down the rope. Lyra watched, bow drawn. As Molly landed on the tile next to him, she let out a slow, silent breath, sweat already beading her forehead. Jay stared at the path ahead. The first leap didn't look too difficult. He'd made longer jumps without breaking a sweat. But this wasn't just about him. Molly had the strength, but agility, that was going to be the test. He was relieved to see that, like the mouse holes, the tiles were bigger than they'd seemed from the platform. Jay was pretty sure they could both fit on each one, which meant he could jump ahead, then help catch Molly if she stumbled. He squeezed her arm and motioned to the first tile he was going to jump to, indicating he was going to go. She nodded, opening and closing her hands rapidly at her side.
Ready,
she mouthed, not wanting to risk speaking now that they were in the pit. There were 2 tiles they could jump to next, but one looked closer than the other. It was difficult to say whether the second jump was comparable from each spot, but they looked close enough that Jay decided to take the nearer leap first. He took a deep breath and launched from the starting tile with barely a sound. He landed silently on the quiet stone to the right of the rope. The tile absorbed the slight shock of his impact, and he kept his balance. Exhaling slowly, he turned to face Molly, indicating that she should jump when she was ready. Above, Lyra seemed tense. She didn't say anything to distract the barbarian, but Jay could tell she expected Molly to fall. She didn't. Molly's landing wasn't quite as graceful. She thudded down hard, her weight shaking the stone. Jay winced, casting a quick glance toward the walls. But no sound of her landing cut through the intense silence at the bottom of the pit. The rattlers remained hidden in their holes. Jay immediately looked for their next step. Again, there were 2 choices. This time, one of the stones was much closer, but the leap they would have to make after that was twice as long as the first one, and Jay didn't think Molly would be able to make it. The other option was a little more difficult, but the next step after that would be easier. After that, it was difficult to tell, as the angle of his vision foreshortened the distances between enchanted stones so much that they all looked about the same. He indicated the slightly longer jump to Molly. She puffed out her cheeks and closed her eyes a moment. But when she opened them again, she seemed resolved. She nodded that she was ready. Jay jumped and landed without issue. Molly waited for him to signal that he was ready, then she jumped too. This time Jay could tell she'd pushed some of her strength attribute into the jump, launching herself higher into the air in order to make the distance. She got a panicked look on her face on her way down, her arms and legs pinwheeled as she tried to control her fall. Jay caught her, stumbling backward a step, but managing to keep his balance on the stone. They both let out relieved breaths, then completed the third hop, a shorter one which Jay and Molly managed with no trouble. Molly wrinkled her nose, turning toward the nearest rat hole. The stench of the rattlers burned Jay's eyes, and he could hear them moving inside the walls, the squeaks and hisses of their mismatched parts making for a nightmarish soundtrack. Jay pointed out their next jump. It was going to be longer, but there was no helping it. He glanced back at Lyra to make sure she was ready, just in case. Molly stared at it, looking nervous. Jay eyed the gap, calculating the distance. He could make it no problem, but Molly, her newly muscular frame wasn't really built for agility, and she'd grown bigger quickly, which might make her feel more awkward than usual. Still, the dungeon magic seemed to help delvers adjust to their changing bodies, so Jay could only hope that she was ready. He took a steadying breath, then launched himself forward, feet landing perfectly in the center of the next tile. Silence. Molly followed, her boots leaving the edge of the tile with a grunt of effort. She cleared the distance, barely. Her foot slammed into the tile with a thud that echoed more than it should have. She must have caught a corner of the neighboring tile. Jay's heart skipped. He shot a panicked glance at the holes in the walls. There was movement, a faint rustling noise that made his skin crawl. One of the rattlers, a beady-eyed rat with a bright red clown nose and a snake tail, poked its head out, sniffing the air. Molly froze mid-step, her eyes wide as she balanced precariously on the edge of the tile, afraid to move in case her boots scraped the stones. But her muscles were trembling, and she was off balance. Jay's heart leapt into his throat as she began to fall. From the corner of his eye, Jay saw Lyra on the platform. Her bow rose, and she loosed a moss arrow with calculated precision. The arrow sailed silently through the air and landed at Molly's feet, cushioning her weight with a layer of enchanted moss. The thud of her landing was instantly absorbed. The rattler sniffed the air one more time, then retreated back into its hole. Jay exhaled, his chest shuddering. Molly looked pale, her sea-blue eyes wide and terrified. Neither of them dared to make a sound. Even the ghost weasels in her pouch were wide-eyed and silent. By then, they were in the middle of the pit. That had been the hardest jump, and as far as Jay could see ahead, the rest would be easier. They progressed in focused silence, neither wanting to drag the experience out longer than they needed to. After her stumble, Molly seemed to have renewed concentration, fear helping her hone her attention. She made her jumps, if not with ease, then at least with determination. But that determination wavered when they made it to the final jump. Jay's stomach soured as he calculated the distance. It was going to require a diagonal leap to the last tile, farther than the others. Jay braced himself for the jump, but Molly grabbed his hand. She had tears in her eyes. She shook her head, lip quivering, and mouthed,
I can't.
"You can," he replied soundlessly, squeezing her fingers. "I believe in you." She took a deep, shuddering breath and nodded, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. Jay took the jump, his body stretching over the gap and landing in a perfect crouch. A rope hung down, ready to be climbed to safety, but the wall here was crumbling, and Jay worried that if he attempted to climb the rope, he would send loose stones falling like Dahlia had when she'd spider-crawled across the pit. They needed another way up, but they'd have to figure that out once Molly had made it across, if she could make it across. He turned to her, beckoning, wishing he could shout some words of encouragement to bolster her spirits. He tried to look as confident in her as he could, though inside he was terrified. It was too big a jump. She wasn't going to make it. Molly inhaled slowly, filling her lungs, her eyes intent on the tile she had to land on, right next to the wall up to the second platform. Dahlia stood on the ledge above, watching them nervously. The barbarian glanced up at her, then back at the tile. She set her lips in a thin line, took a deep breath, and launched herself into the air. This time, miraculously, she cleared the distance, but she landed awkwardly, her feet skidding on the edge of the tile, half of her boots scraping over the plain stone tile beside. Jay lunged, grabbing her arm to steady her before she slipped, and pulled her onto the enchanted tile. A second moss arrow hit, a fraction of a second too late to muffle the sound of Molly's misstep. The noise from the stumble was louder than anything before, a heavy echoing scrape of leather against stone. A dozen heads popped out of the holes in the walls. Clown-nosed rats, their snake tails writhing, started to spill out, their beady eyes darting toward the sound.
Oh, fuck!
Molly cursed. Then she grabbed Jay around the waist, and before he could protest, she hurled him straight up in the air and onto the platform. Rattlers swarmed out of their holes, their beady black eyes locked on Molly, their red noses twitching, their snake tails hissing. Molly didn't even bother looking at them. She crouched into a low squat, then launched herself up in a massive leap, pushing all of her strength into the move. It was powerful, but uncontrollable, and the barbarian flew through the air with her arms and legs flailing as she prepared to land. Jay and Dahlia had to scramble to get out of her way. When she hit the platform, stones shot out around her feet in a fountain of debris.
I made it?
She said, her voice shaking. She stared down in confusion at her feet, standing knee-deep in a crater.
Holy shit! I made it! I thought I was dead for sure!
Down in the pit, the rattlers were in a frenzy, snarling and hissing at each other as they attempted to find the source of the sounds that had lured them from their holes. But, as before, they returned to their hiding places after 30 seconds of searching. Only Lyra was left. Jay got a notification from the group chat. Lyra.
On my way. Wish me luck.
Jay. You'll be fine, I know you will. He'd hardly finished sending the message before Lyra leaped off the far platform, then launched herself across the pit in a series of graceful leaps, her silver hair flying behind her. Jay, Dahlia, and Molly came to stand on the edge of the platform, watching her run the gauntlet like a dancer pirouetting off each enchanted stone. At the end of the pit, she scaled the rope effortlessly, not sending a single stone to the ground below.
You bitch!
Molly gasped.
You made that look so easy! Nice work, everyone,
Dahlia said.
I have to admit, I was a little nervous for a second.
She glanced sidelong at Molly. The barbarian's face went red, and she crossed her arms stubbornly. The ghost weasels popped up from their hiding place, scampered up her torso, and jumped from her shoulder up to the vines hanging overhead.
You're right,
Molly said, looking up at them.
I think the vines would have been easier. You're welcome to go back that way,
Lyra said.
If you'd like another run at it. Maybe next time.
Molly grumbled.
Let's get out of here. I'd better get to smash something in the next room or I'm going to be really annoyed.
Dahlia tugged on one of her ears and glanced at Jay.
You probably could have just borrowed my spider reflexes and carried Molly across too, couldn't you?
Jay shrugged. Yes, but then you wouldn't have the skill available until we take another rest. And also, the whole point of this exercise was to come up with other ways through the puzzles without relying on me so much, right? I wanted us to try Lyra's plan, and it turns out it worked just fine.
So it's your fault.
Molly glared at Lyra.
If you'd told him to do that, I wouldn't have almost died. We wouldn't have let you die, Molly, and now you've learned a valuable lesson in attribute point distribution. Strength has gotten you this far, but maybe it's time to start expanding your repertoire a bit.
The other girls were silent as the barbarian sulked, glowering at Jay. Eventually, Dahlia spoke up.
So, who wants to try the door? It was locked when I tried it.
They all turned to look at the door, which still had a rope tied to the handle. I think Molly should do the honors this time, Jay said, pulling the freckly redhead into a ferocious hug. And if it won't open, she can just smash it down for us.
Deal.
Molly said, brightening at the prospect of violence. She pulled the Wild Call Maul out of her inventory and lunged forward to pull open the door. She looked slightly disappointed when it opened without a fuss. But that changed as soon as the flood of experience points hit their HUDs and the system announced their second challenge room victory. Chapter 17. Games in the Laboratory. With the Rattler run under their belts, the next challenge rooms in the catacombs proved to be much less of a challenge, partly because they were learning how the puzzle rooms were designed, and partly because they were gaining levels so quickly. They traversed a room with a river of sludgy water, which they had to cross by hopping over lily pads that occasionally turned into carnivorous plant monsters. Another with clockwork monkeys that dropped exploding bananas on their heads as they dodged enormous spiked balls rolling down a narrow hallway, and one that looked like an oversized broom closet, but which was booby-trapped with more mimics. But the average level of the enemies in the puzzle rooms wasn't increasing, and after 5 of them, including 2 that had no enemies at all, they were getting less experience than before. Lyra and Molly had evened out, both achieving level 18, while Jay had caught up to Dahlia at level 20. Strangely, while they continued to increase their base stats and attribute points, they had stopped getting new skills, though Lyra and Molly each got an upgrade to existing skills once they reached level 20 in agility and strength respectively, and Dahlia when she reached level 20 in intelligence. Jay, since he was attempting to keep his attributes as even as possible, hadn't reached that next benchmark yet. He was beginning to wonder if it was time to sacrifice a couple of skills to the Dark Horse spellbook after all. Despite Molly's accusations that Dahlia's critique of his leadership skills had come from a place of avoidance, Jay had to admit that having the girls take the lead in the puzzle rooms had given them more confidence in their own abilities and forced each of them to think more deeply about the skills of their teammates. They were working more smoothly as a result, and they were proud of themselves for coming up with some creative solutions to the puzzles. Molly held the mouths of the carnivorous plants open so that it was safe for the others to pass, and then Dahlia had used Siphon Life to weaken the monsters enough that they couldn't injure the barbarian once she let them go. Dahlia used her Veil of Shadows to obscure the group from the monkey's view, while Molly had used her Colossus form to halt the rolling spike balls. Lyra destroyed the mimics with a relentless volley of fire arrows after Molly's ghost weasels ran through the storeroom and triggered them to reveal their hiding places. While Jay might have chosen to do things differently in each scenario, probably taking a more central role himself, he was happy to take a back seat in the name of progress and team growth. And the result was that, as Dahlia had suggested, he was much more confident in the girls' ability to handle themselves. So he probably could afford to sacrifice a few of his skills. The trouble was, he still couldn't decide which ones to get rid of. He was considering this problem when they came to the end of an empty corridor, finding their way blocked by a new door, this one looking distinctly more menacing than the plain iron and wood doors they'd been encountering throughout the catacombs. A pair of massive, reinforced security doors stretched across the wall at the end of the hallway, the cold metal gleaming under a row of dim, flickering lights that hung suspended from the ceiling. They reminded Jay of something out of a long-abandoned asylum, thick, industrial, and unsettlingly clean despite the age of everything else around them, and completely incongruous in the damp, eroded stone passageways they'd been traveling through. The doors loomed like guards standing in their path, designed to keep trespassers out, or, a more unsettling thought to Jay, to keep something inside. Either way, they creeped him out. The stone passageway changed around them as they neared the doors, as if the dungeon was sensing their presence. The ancient catacombs of the Mad King's castle became more like the corridors of a hospital. Dull yellow paint cracked and peeled from the walls. Rust-stained concrete floors absorbed the sound of their steps. Neither did anything to ease the growing sense of dread gnawing at him. There was something about these doors that felt wrong. Above the door, a similar scrawl to the one he'd discovered on Treasure Map 2 spelled out the word laboratory. This, too, appeared to be written in blood. But instead of the note on the map, these words looked like they'd been written recently, with fresh blood dripping onto the doors. Jay glanced at Molly, who was standing next to him. Not exactly inviting, is it?
Are you kidding?
Molly said, wrinkling her nose at the dripping letters.
I'd say the dungeon's practically begging us to come inside.
It's like that weird girl in high school that was obsessed with serial killers, Jay said. She knew criminal stats like other kids knew baseball cards and couldn't figure out why the rest of us were creeped out by her.
I remember her,
Molly said with a laugh.
Right? Learn to read the room, girl. I think she became a lawyer, though, not like a cannibal or something.
The two aren't mutually exclusive, Jay said.
You think the dungeon's just misunderstood?
Jay shook his head. No, it's definitely trying to kill us. But I kind of feel like it's trying to impress us, too.
Like, hey, here's my neurospicy hyperfixation with creative ways to die. Wanna see my scrapbook?
Something like that, Jay said.
So, let's make a bet. How many headless corpses are we going to find in there?
Molly said, elbowing Jay in the ribs.
10? 20? At least one.
Dahlia said, gazing up at the doors, her eyes black with the shadow of her dark magic.
If I'm correct, this room will be a recreation of King Wenshire's personal torture chamber. I suspect it will be disturbing.
Lyra cleared her throat behind them.
You know, you're not really making it any easier to walk through those doors. I'm voting Jay takes the charge on solving this room.
I don't mind doing that, Jay said. But if you guys have any ideas, don't hesitate to say something. I'm going to open the door now, okay? Molly and Dahlia stepped back next to Lyra, letting him take the lead. He shrugged and gave the door a push, the creak of ancient hinges echoing louder than seemed possible. The air shifted, cold and stale, as they stepped forward, the doors swinging wide to reveal a playroom? Jay blinked. Of all the things he had been expecting, this was not it. The room was massive, its contents even more so. Oversized toys filled every corner, casting long, warped shadows in the low light. An enormous rocking horse, the size of a real war horse, sat in the center of the room, its wooden frame dark and polished to an eerie shine. Ropes dangled loosely from its saddle, as if waiting to drag something or someone behind it. It swayed gently, creaking in the silence. Broken dolls were scattered across the room as well, lifelike, life-sized, and far too real for his comfort. Most were female, all of them were naked. They slumped against the walls, their glassy eyes staring blankly ahead. Others were carelessly draped over enormous wooden blocks, their arms and legs bent at odd angles like they had been tossed aside after a game no one wanted to finish. There was something off about their stillness, as if they might spring to life at any moment. But even as the others stepped into the room behind them, the dolls stayed still.
I don't know about your theory, Jay.
Molly said.
Pretty sure it's just fucking with us. This is messed up. The dolls don't appear to be monsters.
Dahlia said, scanning the room.
In fact, I detect no monsters in this room at all. Maybe it's just an environmental puzzle, like the room with all the levers.
A jack-in-the-box, easily the size of a small car, sat ominously in one corner, its crank turning ever so slowly. It played a discordant, broken tune like the calliope of a distant cursed circus. It made the hair on the back of Jay's neck stand up. Every so often, the crank would catch, grinding to a halt, before jerking back into motion, as if it were struggling to wind itself. The melody it emitted seemed to clash with itself, each note slightly off from the last. Jay swallowed, taking a step inside. The contrast between the asylum-like doors and the twisted playroom was jarring. He wondered if it was meant to represent something about the king, a childlike nature or a madness rooted in his childhood. Behind them, the doors slammed closed, and the atmosphere instantly felt heavier, as if the air itself was laced with an uneasy anticipation. The room would be a puzzle, like all the others, but Jay sensed a trap. Okay, we're obviously meant to believe nothing in here is going to attack us, Jay said, but the room is designed to make us feel unsettled. That probably means there will be some kind of surprise attack once we start feeling comfortable, so don't let your guards down. Unfortunately, I think we're going to have to search the room for clues as to how to escape. Does anyone see another door?
No.
Dahlia scanned the room a second time.
We probably have to solve the puzzle before it will be revealed. But Jay, do you notice anything familiar about this room?
Jay frowned, his eyes darting over the playroom. It didn't take him long to figure out what she was talking about. The rocking horse, huge menacing monster that it was attached to a black metal track that circled the room. It reminded him immediately of the hatched train track design he'd seen on the second treasure map. The writing above the door had been similar to the writing on the map, too. "I don't like to play his games," he repeated. Didn't think it would be referencing a literal playroom. But this must be where the next corporeal artifact is.
That's what I'm thinking.
The hair-blood woman said.
But that means we're going to have to try to be very careful in here. The only other room in the castle that we know of to contain a corporeal artifact is the Mad King's throne room.
If that's a boss fight, Jay said, this is, what, a mini-boss room?
Maybe not,
Dahlia said.
But it would be safest to proceed as if it were. Be ready for anything.
Jay could feel the weight upon him as if the room had eyes. Or, more likely, the dungeon itself was watching them.
As far as scrapbooks go, dungeon, this is definitely the creepiest one I've seen.
Molly muttered under her breath, eyeing the warhorse-sized rocking horse.
But at least it looks like whatever fun was happening here before we arrived has been over for a while. I'm not sure I want to meet the Mad King just yet, if he's the one plucking the heads off his life-sized playthings and dragging them behind his toy horse.
Jay wasn't so sure. The eerie, unnatural stillness of the oversized toys made it clear. Whatever game had been played here before, it wasn't over yet. Jay took a tentative step forward, eyes sweeping over the strange, oversized toys. Wooden building blocks, rubber balls, stuffed animals. There were lots of places to hide in the playroom. Only Jay wasn't sure if they were supposed to be the hiders or the seekers. The air contained a palpable sense of eagerness, almost, like a kid hiding in the closet while their friend gets closer and closer. Something was about to happen, but for now, everything remained disturbingly still. No traps had sprung, no monsters had lunged at them from the shadows. They had no choice but to join in the game. "All right," he said. "Everyone spread out and start looking for clues. Keep your weapons ready and be prepared for anything. It's not going to stay quiet for long." Molly stepped out into the room first, making a beeline for the gigantic rocking horse. She circled it slowly, glancing over her shoulder at Jay and giving him a small shrug. Her wild call maul rested on her shoulder, but Jay could see her muscles were taut and ready if the thing decided to move. Dahlia broke from the group, making her way along the edges of the room. Her small form had almost disappeared behind one of the enormous wooden blocks. The soft click of her bone staff against the floor was the only sound as they began to explore the room. Lyra was the first to break the silence.
There's got to be something here. I don't like how quiet it is.
"No kidding," Jay muttered, his eyes scanning the creepily lifelike dolls slumped against the walls and corners. They hadn't moved an inch, but their stillness was unsettling, as their blank, glassy stares seemed to follow him as he moved deeper into the room. Dahlia's soft voice drifted from the far side of the room.
I found something.
Jay turned and saw her standing by a large table near the back wall. It was out of place, surrounded by toys and children's things, yet it looked exactly like an operating table from some ancient hospital, cold and sterile in the midst of the oversized clutter. The table wasn't empty. Resting on it was the torso of a wax doll, unnervingly detailed with pale, waxy skin, but missing its arms, legs, and head.
Remind you of anything?
Dahlia said, leaning in closer.
Where do you think the rest of the pieces are?
Jay immediately thought of the 2 corporeal artifacts they had in their inventory, pieces of the dismembered statue that supposedly depicted Queen Xenovara. Was this some kind of replica of King Wensher's violent treatment of his wife, or were the missing doll parts supposed to represent the statue? The artifacts aren't made of wax, he said, but how much do you want to bet that finding the rest of these parts is the way we're going to find the missing artifact in this room?
I haven't looked at it recently,
Dahlia said.
But is this table at the right position to be the X on your map?
Jay withdrew the map and inspected it. He nodded. It's rough, so it's hard to tell for sure, but I think you're right.
Let's see if we can find the other parts then,
Dahlia said.
The sooner we're done with this room, the better, as far as I'm concerned.
Agreed, Jay said. He stepped forward, a chill creeping down his spine as he examined the doll. It was so lifelike that he could almost convince himself that it was not wax, but flesh and blood, preserved somehow for the sake of the dungeon's twisted games. His hand brushed over the table, and as he did, something caught his eye. An open drawer at the center of the table, just a crack of darkness, all that was visible of the interior. He reached down and tugged the small round handle, pulling the drawer open the rest of the way. There, in the middle of the drawer, a leather-bound book had been tucked under a bunch of crumpled papers, as though it had been hidden in haste. The papers were covered, front and back, in tight, cramped writing just like he'd seen on the map, one sentence repeated over and over again, every page covered in the same thing. I don't like to play his games. Other than the handwriting, the only marks were the dark brown smudges of bloody fingerprints, as if whoever had last handled the pages had been covered in blood. Frowning, he pulled the book out and flipped it open. The pages were yellowed with age, and the handwriting inside was neat, deliberate. Nothing like the scrawl on the other pages. But it was the name that stopped him cold. Good King Wencelas Wensher. Only good had been crossed out by another hand, and the bloody scrawl read mad. It's his journal, Jay whispered, thumbing through the brittle pages. It's the Mad King's. He skimmed a few lines, his pulse quickening. The entries detailed grotesque practices, horrific executions, twisted rituals. The final pages described a particularly brutal method of drawing and quartering prisoners, using horses to drag bodies over spikes. Jay's gaze flicked to the rocking horse that loomed behind them, which Molly had left in order to investigate the jack-in-the-box. As Jay absorbed the disturbing details, Lyra's voice cut through his thoughts.
Jay, there's something off about this.
She crouched by the tracks that ran beneath the rocking horse, her hand tracing the worn grooves in the floor. Before he could answer, there was a sharp click, followed by the sudden rise of spikes from the floor, mere inches from where Lyra stood. She jerked her hand back just in time, eyes wide.
Spikes. They're hidden under the tracks,
she muttered, stepping away carefully.
It's rigged like a trap. Probably not the only one in this room. Be careful.
Jay exchanged a glance with Molly, who stood warily next to the slowly cranking box, emitting the only sound in the room. She tilted her head toward the giant toy, her brow furrowed. You hear something? Jay asked, noticing the way she kept tilting her head.
Yeah.
She said slowly, her hammer still in hand.
There's something moving in there.
Jay left the Mad King's journal on the operating table and went to meet Molly at the Jack-in-the-Box. She was eyeing the crank with a bemused look on her face. You want to turn it, don't you? Jay asked, guessing at her expression.
No.
Molly said slowly. Then she gave him a crooked smile, wiping a strand of copper hair out of her eyes.
I want you to turn it, so I can smash whatever jumps out. Are you game?
Jay suppressed a shudder. He could hear the sound she'd heard, like something thumping against the side. It reminded him of a heartbeat, slow and regular. All right, he said, but be careful, it might be tough.
I can use frenzy if I need to,
Molly said.
That should give me a little extra power, at least long enough for you to jump in and save my ass. Don't worry, I trust you.
Ross and Rachel jumped out of her pouch, bouncing at her feet and pouncing playfully at each other, like they were enacting the upcoming battle. They seem to have faith in you too, Jay said with a laugh. He gripped the slowly moving crank in both hands. Ready when you are. Molly gave her hammer an experimental swing.
Go for it.
Jay shoved the crank, forcing the Calliope song to increase its tempo. The result was a creepy waltz that had Jay counting in his head, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. As the music sped up, so did the thrashing inside the box, as if whatever was inside was suddenly dying to get out. Molly was tense, her eyes fixed on the lid, waiting for it to shudder or jolt before it sprang open. Her ghost weasels ran in frantic circles around her feet. As the song drew near its end, Jay began to wonder if it was going to pop at all. Maybe it was broken. The song finished and started anew, higher pitched this time, like something inside it was being wound up, testing its breaking point. He continued to crank all the way through a second iteration of the song, feeling the tension inside him vibrating like a plucked guitar string. They were almost through the third iteration of the song, the music box now strained and tinny. Dahlia and Lyra had paused what they were doing to watch, as if they couldn't look away from the thing that was making such a horrible racket. Molly still stared fixedly at her target, never losing focus. Jay cranked the handle and felt something inside resist, then clunk into place. He started to warn her, but Molly was ready. The thing inside the box thumped against the side violently, and the lid lifted a crack. There was a heavy pause as everyone awaited what they knew was coming next. Then everything exploded. The Jack-in-the-Box split open along every corner, flattening like a shipping box stripped of its packing tape. A horrific, ear-splitting scream tore through the playroom, making Jay jump back, covering his ears. An enormous spring bounced in the center of the box, a human head impaled on its jagged metal tip. Molly roared and drove her hammer down, not on the head, but on the spring itself, flattening the metal coil into a useless tangled disc. The head flew off the spring and landed with a wet thud in the middle of the tracks. The rocking horse, which had been still and silent until then, reared back on its rocker and let out a belch of black smoke from its nostrils, then started to chug along the tracks like an oversized toy train. As it pulled forward, the ropes tied to its harness unraveled behind it, revealing a human leg tied to the leather straps.
Get that leg!
Dahlia shouted to Lyra, pointing frantically.
Take it to the operating table!
Molly, Jay said, pointing at the head near the barbarian's feet. Take that to the table, too. We still need to find the arms and one more leg. The drawing in the Mad King's journal showed the body drawn and quartered.
2 arms, 2 legs, a head, and a torso,
Molly said, curling her lip in disgust as she inspected the waxy flesh at her feet.
Sounds like 6 pieces to me. He really must be mad if he couldn't stop himself at 4.
Lyra leapt nimbly onto the back of the rocking horse and pulled the harness hand over hand until she had the leg in her hands. Using a dagger to cut the straps, she leaped down.
Where's this table?
Dahlia motioned for her to follow while Jay surveyed the rest of the room. He wasn't sure what would happen once they'd done it, but he was certain finding the rest of the body parts was the first step in solving the puzzle.
The torso just reattached to the head.
Dahlia called out from where she was overseeing the operating table project. Lyra lifted the leg onto the table with the other pieces, and the shadow worker added,
The leg, too. This is definitely something we're supposed to do.
Jay wondered where the other pieces might be. He pulled the Mad King's journal out of his inventory again and flipped through the pages, grimacing at the gruesome details that had been added with gleeful excess. If this was how Queen Xenovara had been killed, it was no wonder she wanted revenge. One illustration featured a painted toy chest next to the operating table, which was no longer there in the room they stood in now. This made Jay wonder where it had gone. "Hey, Molly," he said, "if you're done over there, can you help me find a chest? It looks like it's painted with a sun, moon, and stars motif, but the illustration is in pencil, so I can't tell what color it is."
Think something will jump out at me again if I find it?
She asked, her voice muffled as she peeked behind an enormous stuffed bear with button eyes. "Maybe," Jay said. "Actually, if you do find it, you should probably have your pets check if it's a mimic first. That seems to be a common theme on this floor."
You've got it, boss,
she said, and she disappeared behind a stack of blocks. Jay continued flipping through the pages, looking for another clue. One page gave him pause, not because it would guide him toward the missing pieces, but because it was so horrifying. A naked woman bound by ropes hanging from the ceiling. A man wearing a lab coat and a crown approached, wielding a huge knife. It was drawn with disgustingly loving detail, the work of someone who wanted to remember the moment for the rest of his life. But one thing surprised Jay more than the violence of the image. It was the expression on the woman's face. She should have been terrified given the circumstances. Instead, she looked indignant and wrathful. It was the face of a queen who refused to be brought low no matter what happened to her. She was beautiful, Jay realized. Was this Nova? The wax figure on the operating table bore a face so blank and slack it could have belonged to anyone, but this was something else. No wonder King Wencher had been afraid of his queen if the prophecy had predicted that she would bring his downfall. She looked every inch like she was capable of it, and he had no doubt that Wencher deserved her wrath and vengeance in whatever form it came in.
Found it!
Molly said, appearing at his side suddenly and brandishing the second leg. Jay jumped, startled from his thoughts. "Great. Take it to the table. Just the arms, then."
Hey, what's that?
She asked, pointing to the book. At the back of the journal, a page had come loose. Molly tugged it out, unfolding it with one hand. Jay's HUD immediately identified it as Treasure Map 2B. He pulled his other Treasure Map 2 out and matched up the torn edges of the paper. Treasure Map 2B was just a thin strip that had been torn off the original page. It contained a dozen tiny drawings of what looked like animals, though they were so small it was hard to tell. Jay squinted at them. A lynx, a fox, a rabbit, a swallow, a spider, a moth, an eagle, a snake, a rat, along with some others that were harder to make out. "These are like the charms Al-Shahar told me about," he mused to himself, wrinkling his forehead. "The ones Wencher is looking for." Molly leaned over his shoulder to look. She tensed.
Oh, well, that's weird.
"Do you know something about these?" Jay asked, turning to look at the barbarian woman, who had suddenly flushed bright red. Molly nodded slowly, looking reluctant.
Sort of. I meant to tell you.
Dahlia came up to them and took the leg from Molly's hand.
Just the arms left.
She said, turning back to the table.
Keep looking.
Molly and Jay stared at each other rather than responding to the shadow worker. Jay narrowed his eyes. "Molly?" The barbarian woman sighed and pulled her cloak aside, revealing the horn-shaped pouch she kept her pets in. She reached a hand inside and pulled out 3 golden animal pins, holding them in her palm.
Sorry,
She said.
I really did mean to tell you. I got the eagle after I went back to teach that Captain Candisham bitch a lesson when we first arrived on the 3rd floor. It made me feel odd when I picked it up. Powerful, but also secretive, and I had the strangest urge not to put it in my inventory.
It's a good thing you didn't, Jay said. There's some kind of enchantment on them. Once they go in your inventory, you can't use them. Though I haven't figured out what it is they do. What about the others?
One Ross and Rachel stole from Arno.
She said.
That's the snake. And the rat was given to me by a merchant woman named Zara Embervale, who Alphonse Howler took us to for resupply before dropping us off at the gates to the castle. We told you about Alphonse.
And you didn't tell me about the pins, Jay said. I wonder why.
I wanted to when we got them.
Molly said, her eyes growing wide.
I don't know why I didn't. I'm sorry, Jay. I didn't mean to.
It's fine, Molly, he interrupted her. It probably has something to do with the enchantment on them. I'm more curious about what it has to do with the treasure map and finding the corporeal artifacts. Al-Shahar's said King Wencher is looking for them. Whatever they are, they're obviously important.
The merchant woman,
Molly said, biting her lip.
She had the rat in her inventory. Does that mean it's ruined?
I don't think so, Jay said. Merchants must be exempt from the enchantment. Either that or it resets for each holder. Al-Shahar's had all 3 of these ones in his inventory before mercenaries roughed him up and stole the eagle and the snake. The rat he sent to Zara Embervale along with the spider. He hadn't seen any of the others yet. Molly's eyes went wide.
But the snake! One of Lyra's ex-party members had it. He's not a mercenary. Oh, but Zara told Alphonse something before we left. She warned him that there was a traitor operating within the Black Howl. Do you think it could be Arno? Maybe she clued in when I told her where I'd found them?
It's very likely, Jay said. We'll have to find a way to contact him once we're off this floor. Though Zara will have filled him in if she's a friend. Hopefully they'll be all right, even if this Arno is a traitor.
But what are they?
Molly asked, looking at the scrap of paper with an intensity in her gaze.
Maybe you should keep them, Jay. I don't like that they made me hide them from you.
She pushed the charms into his hand like they were suddenly repulsive to her. The moment he had them, she breathed a sigh of relief.
Ah, that's better,
She said.
I feel so much better now, like a weight has been lifted. I can't believe I wanted those things. Yuck.
Jay stared at the charms, not feeling any different. Then he stared at the map. In minuscule writing along the torn side of the paper, the scrawled handwriting from the first had left another mark. It read, 3 keys to start a clockwork heart. 3 keys to spark the mind. 3 keys to open power's gates and burdened soul unbind. Another puzzle, he muttered. How unexpected. But he felt a flush of something in his chest, excitement, as if they were getting closer to something he could almost see but could not yet understand. Jay sighed, stuffing the golden pins into the pocket of his beetle-black scarab armor suit. First things first, they had to solve the puzzle of the wax doll before they could do anything else or explore the rest of the Mad King's castle. The clues must be hidden in the journal, he thought, but as he flipped through the book, he couldn't find any other hints as to where the arms might be. Unless...
Jay?
Molly asked, looking at him with concern. Of course, he said, dragging his fingers over his face. He strode toward the operating table where Lyra and Dahlia were waiting. We have the arms already.
Oh, darkness.
Cursed the shadow worker.
Why didn't I think of that?
They looked at the wax doll on the operating table, whole now except its missing arms. It still looked nothing like the woman from the journal drawing, and it looked nothing like the body Jay would have imagined for the corporeal artifacts they had found. But if the doll was connected to their search for Queen Xenovara's parts, it made a kind of sense. He opened the party warehouse inventory where they'd stored both soul-charged corporeal artifacts back on the second floor. "All right," he said. "If I'm right, when I add these to the body, something's going to happen. And I doubt very much that it's going to be good." The girls stood back, Lyra with her bow drawn, Molly with her hammer, and Dahlia with her hands pulsing black magic. Jay pulled the arms out of his inventory and laid them carefully on the operating table. Then he stepped back too, drawing his etched bolo sword. They watched with a sense of horror as fingers of wax seeped from the shoulders of the doll's form, as if reaching for the arms. Slowly, the body pulled the soul-charged corporeal artifacts toward the empty sockets of the wax torso. When they connected, the entire party was holding their breath. For a moment, nothing happened. No door opened on the far side of the room to allow them to escape their playroom prison. The oversized toys didn't suddenly come to life, bearing fangs, claws, or rusty blades. Then the wax doll twitched once, twice, like it had been jolted with an electric shock. It sat up, hinging at its hips, as if dragged by an invisible wire, lurching awkwardly until it was hunched over its legs, arms and head drooping. There it sat, immobile, like a robotic toy with dead batteries. Molly breathed a sigh of relief.
Whew. Okay, that was creepy, but not as bad as I thought.
"Moll," Jay warned. He took another step back, just as the doll twitched again. Its neck made a cracking sound as the horribly black face rose to look straight at him, mouth agape, eyes closed. Lyra gasped, drawing her bowstring to her cheek, an arrow pointed directly at the monstrous doll's blank face. Matted blonde hair made a halo around its head, and there appeared to be blood oozing from the seams where its body had been put back together. The effect was bone-chilling. Suddenly, the eyes opened, blazing with a searing white light, and it began to smile. Lyra yipped in surprise.
It's playtime, Daddy!
It said in a high-pitched, childish voice that sent chills down Jay's spine.
Oh, fuck no!
Molly groaned.
I shouldn't have said anything. This is definitely your fault,
Hissed Dahlia, narrowing her eyes at the barbarian.
That's twice today you should have kept your big mouth shut.
The doll lurched again, and all of them shouted in alarm, jumping backward. It was crouched on the operating table, its head lolling grotesquely sideways. Jay attempted to sidestep, to break the thing's line of sight, but everywhere he went, its blazing white eyes moved with him like heat-seeking missiles.
What's the matter, Daddy?
It asked, twisting its head awkwardly to watch him as he retreated.
Don't you want to play? That's bad!
It juddered for a second, like it was having trouble maintaining power.
Too bad! So sad!
Its voice went from a playful sing-song tune before deepening to a demonic pitch.
You always make me play when I don't like your games, Daddy. I guess it's your turn to cry.
The doll laughed evilly as it launched itself off the operating table in a powerful spiraling flip, landing in the middle of the room with its back to them. Like a dancer, it bent slowly, arching its spine until the glowing eyes were facing Jay once more. The doll stretched its hands down to the floor, the arms Jay had just given it, then began rotating its head until it was facing upright. It grinned, exposing rows of sharpened teeth.
Hey, remember when you refused to watch The Exorcist with me last Halloween?
Molly said, her voice small and nervous.
Turns out you didn't need to. We're watching it right now.
Then the doll lunged, and all the girls started to scream. Chapter 18. Playtime with Dolly. Jay dropped and rolled, grateful for the extra points he'd put into agility with his last couple of level-ups. The doll moved with terrifying speed as it launched itself toward him. Instinctively, Jay drew his sword and slashed at the wax body as it hurtled past him, arms and legs twitching insect-like at odd angles to its body. The etched bolo sword nicked the creature's waxy flesh, opening a wound that seemed to pool with blood, before quickly stitching itself back together again. "Oh shit," Jay muttered. "It heals itself. This isn't good." His HUD enthusiastically announced the monster's details without him needing to run a dungeon sense scan.
Dolly Wally, level 55, elite. Uh-oh. Now look what you've done. You've gone and reassembled one of the Mad King's favorite playthings. Never mind that our local demented demagogue has a rather unhinged idea of the word play. It's best not to ask too many questions about why he's dismembering his toys in the first place. What could possibly go wrong? I'm sure Dolly Wally isn't half as delulu as her batty daddy, right? Yeah, right. Meet Wax Doll number 237, new and improved, now with enhanced nightmare fuel. With lifelike human features and an unsettling ability to scamper like an overcaffeinated spider, this doll has it all. Demonic eyes. All the better to fixate upon you with, my dear, self-healing wax body. Who doesn't love a toy that fixes itself? Limbs that move in every direction. Yes, we mean every. And that beautiful golden hair all matted with God knows what. Actually, God does know, and he doesn't want to talk about it. But don't worry, I'm sure it's just happy to be alive, and definitely not hell-bent on destroying its creator like that Frankenstein guy's monster did. I don't mean to alarm you, Delver, but I think it's looking at you, and it looks a little hungry.
The moment the description finished, the doll grinned at Jay, flashing its razor-sharp teeth. Jay tensed, ready for it to charge him again. A blood-curdling roar ripped through the air of the playroom, and both he and the doll monster froze. Molly charged, hammer lifted overhead, before she smashed it into the creature's body. Or at least, she smashed it into the ground where the creature had just been standing. But by the time the barbarian's blow had landed, Dolly Wally was long gone.
Where'd it go?
Molly snarled, her blue eyes darting around the room.
I'm gonna smash the shit out of that little creep. Molly?
Lyra had her bow drawn and her head tilted up toward the ceiling.
You might want to ghost! Now!
The fox girl fired a volley of arrows into the shadows above them. Molly and Jay looked up in the same moment, just in time to see the doll's pale, naked body drop from the ceiling. It would have landed directly on Molly's head if Dahlia hadn't hit it with a blast of dark magic, knocking it sideways, arms and legs flailing, before it caught itself on the toy chest and crouched there, grinning at them. "New fear unlocked," Jay muttered. "Thanks, Nova." From Molly's pouch, Ross and Rachel squeaked in outrage. Then 2 white bolts of furry fury rushed the animated doll. They came at the thing from 2 different directions, shrieking at the top of their tiny lungs. The doll cocked its head to the side, watching one curiously with its blazing eyes. It snapped an arm backward, sending the incoming weasel flying across the room. The second managed to bite the doll on the toe before she flung it aside too. Molly roared again, then remembered her ghost ability and popped out of sight. The doll rose and stretched, its artificial joints crackling like fat spitting over a fire. Something in the air shifted, a buzzing tension that made Jay's skin crawl. For a long, eerie second, the doll stood perfectly still, its empty, glowing eyes fixing again on Jay. He felt his throat tighten, a wave of revulsion rolling through him, as the doll's head twisted slowly to one side, the neck jerking at an unnatural angle. Thick lines of blood seeped from the seams where they had put it back together, pooling along the edges of the trunk, staining the waxy skin with streaks of red. The thing's blonde hair was stuck to its head in disheveled tangles, wet strands clinging to its scalp. Jay's mind whirred as he tried to come up with a plan of attack. It was fast, faster than any of them, that much was obvious. And it seemed to be able to move anywhere in the room it needed to, floor, walls, ceiling. It could heal itself even if they injured it, but surely it couldn't do so forever. They had to find a way to fight back. With a sickening crack, the doll's limbs snapped backward, bending in directions that belied its human form. Its arms twisted, elbows inverted, as it scuttled off the trunk in a grotesque imitation of a crab, its head flopping backward and upside down, glowing eyes never leaving Jay. For a moment, he was frozen in horror, watching it approach. It lunged, so fast Jay barely had time to process the movement. 1 second it was on the trunk, the next it was crawling toward him with inhuman speed, its galloping limbs propelling it forward with frightening focus. It scuttled on all fours backwards, head hanging unnervingly to the side, mouth slightly open in a silent snarl. The way it moved made Jay's stomach churn.
Jay, move!
Molly's voice snapped him back to reality just as the doll leaped toward him. She had appeared at his side just in time for Jay to throw himself sideways, out of the path of the oncoming monster. He barely dodged the waxen claws that scraped across the floor where he had been standing. "Hit it!" he shouted, his voice coming out harsher than he intended. Lyra fired off an impact arrow aimed straight for the doll's head. The arrow flew true, hitting it square between the eyes, but the moment it struck, the wax absorbed the hit, the glowing eyes flickering only slightly before the wound sealed up again as though nothing had happened. "Dahlia, now!" Jay called out. A black wave of shadowy rabbits swarmed the doll, but Doom Bunnies did little more than slow it for a brief second before it shook them off, its waxy limbs bending in impossible directions as it continued to scramble toward him. Molly swung her wild call maul, the hammer connecting with a sickening crack against the doll's side. The impact sent it skidding across the floor, but as it hit the wall, the doll's body twisted and reformed, limbs snapping back into place as if nothing had happened. Blood oozed from the cracks, but the wounds sealed almost immediately, as though the thing had never been touched.
Nothing's working!
Lyra shouted, firing another arrow, this time piercing through the doll's arm. But again, the wound simply mended itself in moments, the arm reforming as if the injury had been nothing more than an inconvenience. The doll's head twisted again, the glowing eyes locking onto Jay. He could feel it, the unrelenting stare, no matter where it scuttled. The thing was fixated on him. It lunged once more, its limbs flailing as it climbed up the walls and crawled across the ceiling, its joints creaking as it bent unnaturally to dodge their attacks. Jay could feel his heart racing. The doll was too fast, too agile, and worse, every hit they landed did nothing. It healed almost instantly, the wax sealing over every crack and break like the damage had never been done.
What the hell are we supposed to do?
Molly panted, bracing herself for the next strike. Jay's mind raced, panic gnawing at the edges of his thoughts as he watched the doll scramble toward him again, its head flopping loosely on its shoulders, eyes locked on him, never blinking. Whatever this thing was, it wasn't going down easily. Jay thought of his newest skills, untested in battle. First, he attempted authoritative voice, hoping he could command the thing to freeze or stop attacking, but his head wouldn't even allow him to target the doll with the skill.
Error. This skill is ineffective on enemies more than 20 levels above the casters.
Shit, he muttered. Then he selected leverage and tried again.
Dolly Wally. Known weaknesses? None. Maybe you should have paid more attention to your reading materials.
Very fucking helpful, he cursed. I know which skills I'm sacrificing to the Dark Horse now. Jay's breathing was ragged as the doll scuttled across the ceiling, limbs twisting and contorting, every hit they landed mending as though the thing were made of something more than just wax. He gritted his teeth, frustration mounting with each futile attack. Molly dropped her hammer with a heavy crack, sending a shock wave through the room that shook the doll from its roost on the ceiling. It hit the ground with a sickening thud, limbs bending unnaturally, but it sprang back up in an instant, completely unharmed. Dahlia blasted it in the chest with a bolt of dark energy, the same kind that had destroyed the revenant on the second floor. It seemed to have no effect at all on the doll.
It's wax,
Lyra said, her arrows flickering as she switched through her inventory.
Let's heat it up!
She launched an explosive fire arrow at the doll. Flames engulfed it, crackling hungrily. The monster's skin sagged like it was melting. For a moment, Jay's hopes soared, but as the flames died, the wax restored itself almost instantaneously. We can't keep doing this, Jay muttered. It's like it's feeding off the damage, healing faster every time. The doll's glowing eyes flickered as it turned toward him again, and Jay could feel the weight of its stare. It was fixated on him for some reason. Every movement, every lunge was aimed directly at him. Was that because he was the only man in the room, and the doll thought that he was the Mad King? He still had the Mad King's journal in his inventory. Could that be setting it off? You should have paid more attention to your reading material, the system said. He had assumed it was the Dark Horse spellbook being referred to. But what if it was the journal? His mind went immediately to the illustration of Queen Xenovara bound and hanging from the ceiling. If we can't hurt it, we need to restrain it, he shouted, the idea sparking in his mind like a light bulb. He turned toward Lyra. You have those sticky arrows, right? With the rope? Lyra's eyes widened.
You think we can slow it down?
We have to try. It's too fast. If we can slow it down, maybe, just maybe... Jay trailed off. He didn't really have a plan for what came after, but for now, restraining the doll was better than nothing. Lyra nodded, knocking a sticky arrow.
On it!
The doll lunged again, scuttling across the floor like a grotesque spider, its head twisted backward, its eyes glowing white as it zeroed in on Jay. Lyra loosed the arrow, and a lasso of rope wrapped perfectly around the doll's legs, binding them tightly. The thing jerked and thrashed, but the lasso held, pinning its legs to the ground for a moment.
Yes!
The fox girl shouted, her fluffy silver tail wagging excitedly.
Got it!
But with a sickening crack, the doll twisted violently, the ropes snapping as if they were made of thread. It shot across the room again, faster than before, scrambling toward the walls. This time, however, it didn't seem as quick. Jay noticed it. There was a brief moment where the doll's movements were slower, almost sluggish. The wounds left by the ropes and the waxen flesh lingered on its body, as if the self-healing had faltered. That was better, Jay said. Slowed it down for a second at least. I think it's weaker after it breaks free for a little while.
That's great, Jay, but it's still trying to kill us!
Molly yelled, swinging her hammer again and landing another heavy blow. The doll slammed into the wall, limbs flailing as it struggled to get back on its feet. The healing was slower this time, but it was still healing too fast for them to make any real progress. We just need to bind it again, Jay shouted, refusing to lose heart. Lyra, try it one more time! Lyra fired off another lasso arrow, the enchanted rope wrapping around the doll's torso this time. It thrashed violently, the wax skin splitting as it tried to free itself, but for a few seconds it was bound. Hold it steady, Jay called out, his mind racing. He knew they were close. If they could keep it tied down just a little longer, they could finish it off. But the doll's joints twisted, its body contorting unnaturally once again. With a loud snap, it broke the ropes a second time. The moment it was free, Jay noticed it again, that momentary weakness. The doll's movements slowed, its eyes flickering as the wax struggled to pull itself together. It was wearing down, but not fast enough. They needed something stronger, something unbreakable. "Keep it busy," Jay said, backing away from the center of the room. "I've got an idea, I think." Jay opened his HUD, trusting the girls to keep the doll away from him while he sorted through his new abilities. It wasn't a skill he was looking for this time, but an item he'd received and put away, not knowing what it could be used for. The recipe for disenchantment was a handwritten note on aged paper. It required a combination of mimic teeth and mimic blood, which they had plenty of thanks to the mimic-infested storage room that had been one of their previous puzzles. Jay opened his research and development menu to combine the ingredients and was rewarded with a pouch of powder of disenchantment and a sarcastic message from the dungeon.
Achievement unlocked. Slow and steady. Or just fucking slow. Congratulations. You took an inordinate amount of time to make use of an item that could have made your life easier, like 100 times by now. We've heard that slow and steady wins the race, but that only holds true if you aren't that kind of slow. You know, the kind we have euphemisms for, and then the euphemisms just become a newly revitalized dictionary of derogatory words used to persecute the people we're trying to protect. I'm not going to say any of those words, because that would be rude. But just so you know, I'm thinking them, Delver. I'm thinking them really hard in your direction. Reward? Get the fuck out of here, you slacker. You don't think I give rewards to Delvers who put in the bare minimum effort. Oh, actually, I guess maybe I do. Study notes, XP 750.
Jay gritted his teeth at the dungeon's chastisement. He would have been angry, except it was basically giving him shit for the same thing he'd been thinking himself. He opened the study notes and was surprised to find the item more useful than he'd expected, given how annoyed the dungeon seemed to be. The study notes were an alphabetized list of all the enchanted items in the party warehouse inventory, including some of the enchantments on those items. Not all of the enchantments were listed for every item, but Jay figured the study notes would fill in as he studied them in research and development. Fortunately, the one item he'd been planning to disenchant was one of the ones the study notes were completed for, his etched bolo sword. He shouldn't have been surprised by that, since it was in the description attached to the sword.
Etched bolo sword, gold. This rare sword has been etched with runes of durability, making it nearly impossible to break or damage, even with the roughest use. This item will bond to its wielder and cannot be traded or sold once equipped.
He'd had the sword since the very first days of his delving, and he would be sad to see it go. But he needed to learn the enchantment those runes of durability created. In any case, the dungeon seemed to be pushing him toward a more managerial role within the party, leaning on the charisma-based skills he didn't know how to learn. Maybe it was time to take that plunge. Taking a deep breath, he put the sword in his research and development menu and added the powder of disenchantment.
Are you sure you wish to use powder of disenchantment on etched bolo sword? This action is irreversible and will destroy the item. Powder of disenchantment is not guaranteed to reveal all enchantments on an item. Do you wish to continue? Yes or no?
Not giving himself a chance to second-guess himself, Jay selected yes. The sword shattered, and a pang of regret stabbed Jay's chest. Immediately, he was rewarded with a chime from his HUD.
You have learned Enchanting 1, XP 500. You have learned Rune of Durability, XP 1500.
Thank fuck, he muttered, hoping the enchanting menu was relatively straightforward. He glanced up to see the girls were successfully fending off the doll's attacks, though the monster didn't seem to be getting any closer to defeat. Jay opened the new enchanting menu, which looked almost identical to research and development. "Hang on!" Jay shouted, his heart racing. "I can make a rope it can't break, but I need time to work on the enchantment." Molly grunted, barely dodging the doll's next lunge.
Then we'll buy you time! Just hurry up, will you?
Jay found the long rope in his inventory and brought it into the enchanting menu. Then he moved the rune of durability onto the rope.
Are you sure you want to enchant long rope? I mean really, really long rope, With the rune of durability, this action cannot be undone. Yes or no?
Jay exhaled slowly and selected yes.
You have created Endless Unbreakable Rope, XP 1500.
Hands shaking with excitement, Jay pulled the newly enchanted rope out of his inventory, holding it loosely in both hands. "All right, Lyra," he said. "One last time. Hit it with the lasso spell, then I'll try to get this rope around it."
It's about time!
Molly said, swiping her hammer at the doll as it darted for Lyra.
Why don't you add that rope to my lasso arrows?
Lyra asked, dodging as the doll skittered toward her, only to be knocked aside by Dahlia's doom bunnies. She panted, her eyes locked on the terrifyingly fast monster.
Wouldn't that be easier and safer?
Jay considered, ready to leap aside if the doll got its glowing eyes locked on him next. "I have to take your lasso arrows as my own skill in order to work with it in the research and development menu. That's what I did when I made your necrotic poison arrows. But then you don't have access to them until we rest again, and we don't know when we'll be able to rest again. I'd prefer not to borrow anyone's main skills in here. Besides, you're a better shot than I am."
You take the shot, Lyra.
Dahlia said.
I'll help Jay tie this creepy bitch up. My agility is probably the best in the group, and Jay's is right up there.
The shadow worker floated toward Jay on a cloud of black mist, holding out her hands. Her long black ears and rabbit skull headdress made her look like an enormous undead bunny, not unlike her shadowy familiars. Jay nodded. "All right. Once it's pinned, you go left and I'll go right. We'll cross behind it and repeat on the other side. If the rope really is unbreakable, that should be enough to hold it until we figure out what to do to finish it." Magic pulsed through the rope, a faint blue glow wrapping around the fibers. It felt solid in his hands, impossibly strong. Technically, the rope was endless, but that seemed to mean it adjusted itself to whatever his needs were, because he was able to pass one end to Dahlia and take one for himself. Molly grinned, barely dodging another of the doll's lunges.
Now things are about to get interesting!
The wax doll, despite its weakening state, still moved with that terrifying insect-like agility, limbs twisting and contorting in unnatural ways as it came for Jay again. But this time, they were ready. "Lyra, now!" Jay called out, holding the rope taut. Lyra knocked her lasso arrow, her hands steady despite the chaos around her. With a deep breath, she loosed the arrow, and it hit the doll square in the torso. The lasso wrapped around it tightly, pinning its arms to its sides. The doll thrashed, screeching in eerie silence, as its head twisted to glare at Jay, eyes glowing fiercely, but this time it couldn't break free.
Ah! Got you, you creepy little...
Dahlia screamed as she and Jay ran toward the doll, the rope stretched between them. "Cross behind!" Jay shouted, though the shadow worker was already completing the movement. They ran around the doll, which thrashed angrily, screeching with its sharpened teeth bared and eyes blazing a hellish white fire. And again! The thing hit the ground with a sickening thud, limbs flailing uselessly as the enchanted rope bound tighter and tighter around it. The wax body cracked at the seams, oozing thick, dark blood as it struggled. But no matter how violently it twisted, it couldn't break the bonds.
It's working!
Dahlia cried out, her eyes wide as she watched the creature slow down, the glowing light in its eyes flickering. Jay shared her excitement, but he knew they couldn't stop here. Restraining it wasn't enough. How were they supposed to finish this fight? The journal had held the clue about how to stop the doll. Did it also have a solution for ending it? He searched his memory of the Mad King's journal as his eyes darted around the grotesque playroom. Everything here seemed to be a recreation of the murder of his wife, as if he wanted to relive the memory of her death over and over. "I don't like the games he plays," the note on the second treasure map had stated, and the doll had referenced playing games it didn't enjoy with the Mad King. Even the description of the monster made it sound like this was an iteration of something the Mad King had played with over and over. Jay remembered the gruesome details of how the king had executed prisoners by dragging them behind horses, and his eyes were drawn to the nightmarish rocking horse with the ropes trailing behind it. They'd found one of the doll's legs still attached to those bonds. Jay stared at the terrifying warhorse trapped on its path, its size unnervingly large, and the spikes beneath it hidden along the track where the horse rocked back and forth. Was this how the king had torn his prisoners apart? Jay shuddered, wondering how much of the Mad King's disgusting torture chamber reflected the real King Wensher's methods. It didn't matter, he supposed, at least not for now. He knew what they needed to do to solve this puzzle. "We have to recreate the execution," Jay said, his voice low, grim. Molly blinked.
What? You want to drag it?
Jay nodded, pulling the doll toward the horse. It kicked and screamed, sounding all too much like a real woman being dragged to her death. It made Jay's stomach turn to acid, but he couldn't stop. "It's what the Mad King did," he said. "The clue is in the journal I found at the operating table. It's the only way to destroy it." Lyra raised an eyebrow.
You sure about this?
"No, but we're out of options." Together, Jay and Molly hoisted the doll's writhing form onto the rocking horse, binding it to the harness with the unbreakable rope. The wax doll struggled, its head twisting and snapping unnaturally as it hissed through clenched teeth. The white glow in its eyes flickered again, growing weaker as the rope tightened. Once it was done, they let the doll roll off the horse's saddle, where it fell with a thud onto the track behind it. "How do we start this thing?" he asked, looking around for some kind of control box or something.
There were 2 levers when I set off the spike trap.
Lyra said, her face pale as she showed him the controls, hidden behind a pile of painted wooden blocks.
I bet the other one starts it.
The doll's screams of rage turned to wails of terror. Jay met the girl's eyes with his lips pressed firmly together. "I'm sorry," he said. "This isn't going to be pretty." Lyra looked sick to her stomach.
I don't know if I can do it. I will.
Molly said, the ghost weasels perched on her shoulders like silent sentinels, their beady black eyes fixed on the monstrous doll.
Tell me which one to do first.
Lyra nodded and fired a light arrow into the shadows next to a pile of blocks beside the railroad. The arrow struck its mark, illuminating 2 long metal levers and an exposed gearbox made of the same black metal as the tracks.
The left one,
she said.
Then the right. But stand back. The spikes are wider than the tracks are. They come up right by the gears. I almost lost a foot.
Molly frowned. She shoved the leftmost lever. It didn't budge. Ross and Rachel squeaked their encouragement, climbing on top of Molly's head as if to see the situation better. The barbarian set her jaw and pushed harder, her muscles straining against the rusted metal levers. Slowly, with a screech of metal on metal, the lever moved. With a loud clank, the rocking warhorse began to move, slowly at first, the grinding sound of old wood and metal creaking through the room. It bobbed up and down as it went, like the chugging of a steam engine, and black smoke billowed from its nostrils. The doll's struggles grew more frantic as the horse lurched forward, dragging the bound wax body behind it. It was halfway around the track when Molly pushed the second lever, forcing the spike trap from its hiding place. The horse slid over the sharp metal blades as if they weren't even there, but Dolly Wally wasn't so lucky. The spikes caught the automaton's legs first, tearing into the waxy skin. Thick, oozing blood spilled across the floor, and the doll let out a high-pitched screech, its glowing eyes wide with panic. It twisted violently, but the unbreakable rope held firm, dragging the creature relentlessly over the spikes, again and again. With each pass, the wax doll's body broke apart more, the seams splitting open, blood gushing from every wound. The glowing light in its eyes dimmed until it was nothing more than a faint flicker. And then, with one final screech, the doll's body crumbled entirely, melting into a pool of wax and blood on the floor. Molly yanked both levers back, halting the horse's motion with a grinding shriek of metal. The playroom was filled with an unbearable silence that still seemed to echo with the doll's screams. Jay stood still, catching his breath and fighting off a wave of nausea.
Okay.
Molly said, exhaling deeply.
That was something. If that was how King Winchar killed Queen Xenovara,
Dahlia said with a shudder.
death is too good for him.
Jay nodded, his heart still pounding in his chest. Maybe that's why the dungeon brought us here, he said, to show us the truth. That doll was scary as fuck, but he's the real monster.
Congratulations. You have completed the Mad King's Castle, Challenge number 8, Dolly's Playroom. You have killed Dolly Wally, level 55, Elite.
The chiming sounds of a flood of experience points hitting their HUDs was not enough to lift the suddenly sullen atmosphere of the room. A door appeared on the far wall, opposite the one they'd entered. Jay figured he wasn't alone in wanting to run through it and never look back. But the puddle of wax and blood was glittering, indicating items to loot.
Jay,
Dahlia whispered.
our soul-charged corporeal artifacts. They're gone.
Jay felt something in his chest tighten. After all that, they couldn't have lost the items Nova had tasked them to find. It wouldn't make any sense. He moved toward the glittering mess on the floor and used his HUD to scan it for loot. Jay breathed a sigh of relief as he saw the 2 soul-charged corporeal artifacts hidden inside the dead doll's inventory. And there was something else, too. He smiled grimly as he pulled the items out for the others to see. Along with the arms they'd already discovered, they now had 2 more corporeal artifacts, 2 smooth metal legs that matched the arms. That's 4 down, he said, and 2 more to go. Next stop, the Mad King's throne room. Chapter 19. First Things First. Leaving the Mad King's laboratory playroom, the party found themselves in a long, winding corridor that slanted upward as if leading them out of the catacombs and back to the main part of the castle. There were no enemies there, as if the dungeon wanted to give them a bit of a break, which was a relief. No one had been seriously injured in the battle against the wax doll, but they were all worn down physically and mentally. I don't think we should set up camp before we really need to, Jay said after they'd been walking for a while. But we should slow down and let ourselves recover before we go through the next door.
If we stop, Lyra and I can replenish our buffs.
Molly hinted, waggling her eyebrows. Lyra's ears perked up.
Could we? I could definitely use a nap. I'd like to stop soon, too.
Dahlia said softly, with a shy glance in Jay's direction. Molly grinned.
Why is that? Something else you want to yell at Jay about?
The hair-blood woman bit her lip and looked away, blushing until she was the same color as her magenta hair. She tugged on one of her ears, something Jay noticed she did sometimes when she was embarrassed. Dahlia hadn't been injured at all during the last fight, so he was curious why she wanted to stop too. But he wasn't about to let Molly bully her into talking about it if it was something she wanted to speak privately about. I know you're all tired, Jay said, not taking the bait. I am too, but we only have a couple uses of the party tent before it disappears, so I want to be strategic about it. We still have our well-rested bonus for another 12 hours.
Fine.
Molly gave a dramatic sigh and leaned against the wall.
But we should at least stop and eat and drink something. Why don't you make us some of that get-up-and-go juice you were telling me about? Or maybe some stamina-boosting concoction. We've got so many ingredients by now. I'm sure you can come up with something. I'm whooped.
That's a good idea, Jay said. Lyra or Dahlia, can you get a fire going? There's something else I need to do before we go into our next fight. We should all take the time to check our notifications and make sure we haven't missed anything. I was stupid and brushed off something that could have made the last battle easier from the very beginning, but I didn't realize what the dungeon was telling me.
You're the only one who gets notifications like that.
Lyra said, giving him a slightly exasperated look. Her blue and gold eyes flashed with amusement when he looked surprised.
I keep telling you, you're different from any other Delver I've ever met. And I don't just mean your class. The dungeon responds to you in a way I've never experienced before. We get more loot, fight higher-level monsters, get more interesting quests, and more experience than I've ever gotten on my own or in any other party. You know, when I was on the 5th floor with Dax, we were fighting level 15 to 20 monsters as a group of 5 level 5 Delvers. That's what used to be normal for us.
She sat down in the middle of the corridor and began pulling out the camping kit she carried, which she and Jay used before the others had joined him and before he'd gotten the portable temporary safe zone.
Don't worry,
Molly said, pulling Ross and Rachel from her carrying pouch and setting them on the floor where they scurried around in circles.
Now that we're here, nothing will ever be normal again.
Lyra snorted, using a spell to start the fire.
Ha! I noticed. I get notifications like Jay does.
Dahlia said, crouching next to the campfire and holding her hands out to the growing flames.
Not always, but sometimes. It's like the dungeon wants something from me. Not just Nova, but the other mind that controls things in the background. I think it's a bit like being in the mind of a dreamer, and the dungeon's notifications are like it trying to control its dreams. Good for you.
Lyra muttered under her breath. Dahlia tensed, glancing nervously at the fox girl.
I'm just stating the truth. If we are going to be a party, it makes sense for us to understand each other's experiences with the dungeon, doesn't it? You know,
Molly said, leaning against the wall and smiling at Dahlia.
You sound completely nuts, but it kind of makes sense too, in the same way that dreams make sense. As soon as you think about it too much, it falls apart. But on an instinctive level, I think you're right. Also, that alternative floor you were stuck on was much higher level than it should have been for the normal 2nd floor if Lyra was fighting level 15 to 20 monsters on the 5th floor. So the dungeon has been pushing you too. I had to find a way to defeat the monsters in the haunted forest using trickery until I gained enough base stats to take them on head-to-head,
Dahlia said. Lyra sat back on her heels, her fluffy silver tail curled around her feet. She pouted as she set a pot over the flame.
Yes, I guess everyone is special except for me.
I wouldn't be so sure of that, Lyra, Jay said, hiding his smile. After all, you have more experience in the dungeon than any of us. You know what is normal and what is not. You've been instrumental in us surviving many situations where we wouldn't have known the risks. Lyra huffed, her ears flattening. She poured water into the pot and wrapped her arms around her knees.
Anyone could have done that. I was just the only Delver in Winterhaven who was disliked enough not to have a party when you arrived.
Even that has the smell of fortune about it, Jay said. Although don't let Pardis hear me saying that or he'll accuse me of dabbling in clairvoyance.
What's wrong with that?
Dahlia asked, her yellow eyes flashing a warning.
I have an affinity for clairvoyance, you know. I haven't used it much because of what happened to my mother, but I've been thinking about it ever since those tea leaves.
Nothing, Jay laughed, other than the fact that the dungeon likes to trick people who try to see the future. That's according to Pardis, of course. I don't know anything about it myself. I've been wondering if I should spend my charisma points on any insight-type spells, but if you've already got them, I think I'll focus on persuasion and command.
What about charm?
Molly asked, batting her eyelashes.
Didn't you have fun wooing Captain Candisham?
Jay shuddered. No, and I hated the way that spell made me feel. In fact, I think it's the first one I'm going to sacrifice to the Dark Horse spell book.
You've made a decision, then.
Dahlia's ears shot straight up.
That is good. I'm very curious about that book.
Jay pulled it out of his inventory, holding it in both hands. I am too, he said. Then he crouched next to Lyra and wrapped an arm around her shoulder. What I am trying to say, though, is that you were the only one of your party to survive the attack by assassins on the 5th floor.
That was a fake...
Lyra started to say. Jay continued, talking over her objections, even if it did end up being a setup. Now, Dax and his party have returned and they've gotten involved with the Black Howl. Your connection to them doesn't feel accidental. Now, you and Molly have met the leader of Arcanesia's rebel forces, and it sounds like one of their party, or perhaps all of them, are traitors to the cause. I don't think it is a coincidence, Lyra. The dungeon has a plan for you in all of this, too. We just don't know enough yet to see your path.
What he's actually trying to say is stop sulking, you big baby.
Molly reached out with a toe to kick the grumpy fox girl, who scowled at her in return.
I don't know,
Lyra said, still frowning.
I feel like I need a good sulk. You're probably just hungry,
Molly said.
Are we making food or what?
Jay opened his research and development menu and searched through his ingredients to find a couple of stamina-boosting reagents, the way he had with his Go Juice recipe. The Go Juice would be more beneficial to him and Dahlia, since it also came with temporary buffs to willpower and intelligence, but he wanted to see if he could come up with something more targeted to Molly and Lyra's skills. His dungeon site usually gave him more information about ingredients than it did to other delvers, something he hadn't realized until talking with Reyna when he'd first invented the Go Juice. She was higher level than him and experienced with potion making, and hadn't realized the ingredients he'd used could be combined. Now he scanned through the long menu of reagents and ingredients, which was filled with items from Reyna's own stash. It made him sad that she wasn't here with them, that she was stuck inside the dungeon somehow, a mind without a body. He supposed that must be how Nova felt too, but at least Nova seemed to be able to watch what was going on elsewhere in the dungeon. She wasn't physically present, but she was a part of everything that happened. Reyna was just stuck. Jay hoped he'd receive a message from Nova soon, explaining what had happened. He wanted to be able to offer some insight to the trapped witch doctor, maybe some hope. He found what he was looking for in the ingredients list, 2 items that seemed to come from the 4th floor, fizzroot powder and bright spark berries. Reading the descriptions, they seemed to be what he needed for a good stamina-boosting potion.
Fizzroot powder, a fine shimmering powder made from the ground root of the fizzroot plant, found in the marsh and swamp ecosystems within the dungeon, reputed to have a number of invigorating properties. This powder adds a light, bubbly quality to potions and is known for giving the drinker a burst of energy and increased stamina regeneration, commonly used in low doses for potions that need an extra kick, though too much can cause the drinker to feel a little too energized. Historically, fizzroot was used by dungeon scouts to stay awake during long night shifts, while acrobatic users might find themselves bouncing off the walls.
That sounded about right, Jay thought, though maybe Lyra should drink a little less than Molly with her agility-based skills.
Bright spark berries. These small, vibrant red berries grow in moist environments with little to no natural light. They are commonly used in illumination spells and are also known for their sharp, zesty flavor and their ability to sharpen the senses. Popular among hunters for their ability to increase focus and alertness, bright spark berries are often added to potions designed to improve reaction time. Used sparingly, they can boost awareness. Be cautious, however, as consumption can cause restlessness in some delvers.
It didn't sound all that different from caffeine, which was essentially what Jay was going for with this recipe. He added a small amount of fizzroot powder and a couple of bright spark berries to his research and development menu and selected Combine.
Success! You have learned Research and Development 5. You have created a new recipe, Fizzy Swamp Juice, unique. Feeling sluggish? Not anymore, you aren't. This delightful fizzy beverage is sure to knock your socks off, in the best way possible, at least, we think it will. No one has actually combined these 2 ingredients before, so who knows? One thing we can say with somewhat certainty is that neither of these reagents are poisonous on their own, so chances are absolutely, almost 0, that they will be poisonous together. Don't you feel reassured? XP 500.
This gave Jay pause. Actually, he said, I'm not sure if you should drink this. I can't tell if the dungeon is actually being reassuring or if it's hinting that I have actually created a poison.
Ugh!
Molly groaned, reaching for the fizzing vial.
Give it to me. How bad can it be?
Lyra frowned, watching the barbarian closely.
Are you sure, Molly? I'm sure Jay could just make the goat juice for us. At least that's been tested. Not on me, it hasn't,
Molly said.
If these concoctions can react differently based on a person's base stats and abilities, we can never be sure of anything. Just keep a healing potion on standby, just in case. You're as bad as Jay when he took that double dog dare from the dungeon.
The fox girl grumbled. Molly shrugged and tilted the vial into her lips.
That turned out fine, didn't it?
All right, Jay said, pulling a potion of ultimate healing out of their stash. It shouldn't be poisonous, but I've got the healing potion right here just in case. The barbarian drank the fizzy swamp juice in one quick draught. Her sea blue eyes shot open and her mouth twisted up in a pucker. Oh shit. Jay's heart leaped into his throat as he forced the healing potion into her hands. Drink this, quick! She waved him away.
No. It's really sour.
Oh, sorry about that,
Holy shit!
Molly said, sitting up straighter all of a sudden.
I feel better already. No wonder. 100% stamina regeneration boost? That's insane! I'll be back to normal in no time.
At her feet, Ross and Rachel started running in circles, chittering and pouncing on each other like playful kittens. Thank God, Jay breathed a sigh of relief. Then he pointed to the ghost weasels. Are these guys reacting to the potion too?
Oh, yeah.
Molly snatched one of the little white demons up in her hands, and it grabbed onto her fingers, biting up and down like it was chewing on a cob of corn. Fortunately, Molly's constitution was high enough that the creature's razor-sharp teeth didn't break her skin.
Hey, that tickles! I just got a new upgrade to my Call of the Wild ability called Symbiotic Effects. When I get a buff or use a skill or ability, there's a random chance that my bonded companions will get that buff too. Looks like these little guys had a little bit too much sugar.
She set the weasel down, and the pair raced off down the corridor, the white blur of their fur like streaks of lightning in the dark. Then she looked up at Jay, who was staring at her in concern.
What?
I'm just imagining those two with a temporary melee attack, he said. Molly giggled.
Oh, don't worry. I'll still be able to control them. They won't attack any of you. You control them?
Dahlia asked, quirking an eyebrow at the barbarian.
All this time, I've thought they were feral.
Molly cocked her head to the side, her copper curls falling over her shoulder.
Well, control might be a strong word, but I can definitely make suggestions.
Not comforting. Jay pulled a second vial of the fizzy swamp juice out of his crafting menu. Well, Lyra, are you feeling brave?
All right.
Lyra reached out a hand.
I guess the guinea pig has spoken.
Jay passed her the vial, feeling more certain that it wasn't dangerous. You might not get the exact buff she did, he warned, but I can't think of any reason it would poison you and not Molly, so I'm at least reasonably sure it's safe.
Bottoms up,
Lyra said, drinking the potion. Her tail gave a happy thump against the ground, and she grinned.
Molly, you're crazy. It's not sour at all. It tastes really good, actually. I've got the same buff, too. I don't think I've ever seen a stamina buff that strong. Did you also get this other thing?
Her blue and gold eyes flashed as she accessed her HUD.
Random chance of contracting. The zoomies? What does that mean?
Jay and Molly looked at each other. Jay said, do you feel any different?
No, not really.
Lyra said, but her eyes were beginning to dart to and fro, like she was watching a ball bounce around the hall. She drummed her fingers on her knee impatiently, and her left foot began to tap.
Nope. Totally normal.
Okay, probably nothing to worry about then, Jay said, though he kept an eye on the fox girl. Maybe this was the restlessness the fizzroot description had warned of? So far, she seemed to have it under control, though. The ghost weasels tore back past the group, nearly upsetting the pot hanging above the fire. Lyra's gaze followed them, and she bit her lip.
Oh, that looks like fun.
I still have a couple of things to do here, Jay said. But if you need to blow off some steam, go ahead. Just keep an eye out for hidden traps and monsters. We haven't scouted all the way to the next door yet.
If Ross and Rachel haven't set them off yet, there probably aren't any.
Molly said.
No, I'm okay.
The words rushed out of Lyra much faster than she usually spoke. Jay wasn't sure about that. He quickly whipped up the go juice for himself and Dahlia from the recipe he'd already tested, wanting to get to the Dark Horse spellbook as quickly as possible. Dahlia drank hers without complaint, then set to making some stew for the party. Jay drank his go juice and received a familiar notification.
Buff activated. Get up and go. Temporary. Out of bed, sleepyhead. You've received a temporary increase to your intelligence and willpower attributes and increased your passive health, stamina, and mana regeneration. Don't let it go to waste. Intelligence +2, willpower +2. Base stats regenerate 20%, faster for 30 minutes.
Satisfied that he wasn't going to see any strange effect, he closed the research and development menu and pulled out his spellbook.
Actually, you know what?
Lyra said, jumping suddenly to her feet.
Maybe I'll just go for a little run. Maybe 10 laps, 15 laps, 50 laps. That ought to do it.
She darted after the ghost weasels, running and doing wall kicks to launch herself farther down the corridor, shouting,
Woohoo! Yippee! Oh my goodness, you guys, this is so much fun!
And she's got the zoomies.
Molly said, covering a laugh with her hand.
You'd better hurry, Jay. We might all want her extra energy in the next boss room.
Dahlia watched the fox girl with her yellow eyes widened skeptically.
We might not, too.
I'll hurry, Jay said. Once we've all had something to eat, we can go.
You know what you're doing with that spellbook?
The hairblood woman asked as she stirred the stew. Nope, Jay answered honestly, but I think it's time to figure it out. Wish me luck. Dahlia smiled, lowering her eyes to the stew pot.
You don't need luck, Jay Morgan. I can sense it.
Tension twisted in Jay's chest, despite the rabbit girl's encouragement. He really didn't like the idea of giving up any of his skills. It was like FOMO on steroids, worrying that giving up one of his hard-earned abilities could mean injury or death down the line. The dungeon had given him these skills for a reason, hadn't it? Wasn't that reason because he might need them? Then again, it had also given him the Dark Horse spellbook. Maybe the dungeon didn't have such a specific plan for him that he couldn't fine-tune his skills a little bit. And he really didn't like the panty dropper perk. It seemed like a logical spell to experiment with. Jay pulled a pot of black ink and a fountain pen out of his inventory, more items that had belonged to Reyna. Then he opened the book and wrote the words panty dropper in the middle of the blank page. The letters swirled together, making a black spiral in the center of the page, then scattered like raindrops, which each formed into a letter. He held his breath as he waited for the words to appear. When they did, he was surprised to find it was Nova's curly handwriting that covered the page.
What? Really? You only used it once, and you're already getting rid of it? Just think of the things you could have accomplished. If only you'd applied yourself a little more. You could have been great, Jay. You could have been a star. All right then, spoil sport. Try this on for size.
2 words formed on the page before the notification came through his HUD, and Jay knew immediately he'd made a mistake.
You've gained a new ability. Sex Fiend. Everybody likes sex, but some people like it more than others. Some people need it. Need it so much they'll literally die without it. Like, if you don't nut once every 24 hours, your balls might actually burst. At least that's what they tell their group therapy bros and hoes once their sex addiction starts getting them in trouble with their significant others. Turns out, screwing the entire PTA board isn't a stealth mood. Those MILFs and DILFs have a lot of time between bake sale cook-offs and Little League practice to gossip and compare schedules. And let me tell you, it's not easy to pull a fast one on a lady who keeps an Excel spreadsheet to optimize her orgasms. Hypothetically speaking, of course. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, if you don't nut once every 24 hours, your balls might actually burst. Here, enjoy this handy-dandy little timer so you don't have an unhappy little accident in your pants.
What the fuck? Jay shouted, noticing the pink timer in the top right of his HUD, illustrated with a popping balloon that was all too obviously meant to represent his endangered nutsack. According to the timer, it had been 13 hours since he'd last had sex. This is messed up, Nova, even for you. But as he read the description of the ability, he felt his rage subside. It came with a pretty hefty bonus.
Sex Fiend. Satisfying your sexual needs is a great step towards self-actualization. While the Delver's needs are met, a bonus of plus 15 Constitution will be applied to the attribute tree. If the Delver fails to meet the requirements of this ability, a negative 15 Constitution modifier will be applied, and the dungeon will actively use your balls for target practice. Yes, that's as bad as it sounds.
Jay winced at the last line. The negative modifier would reduce his constitution to 1, which was what he'd entered the dungeon with, a weakness so great that Lyra had actually given him up for dead when she'd seen it. Here, in the Mad King's castle, where the enemies had been 20-plus levels higher than him, a single hit would probably kill him. But with that buff activated, he would feel a lot more comfortable facing the Mad King once they got to the throne room. Jay frowned, looking at the Dark Horse spellbook, which had gone blank again, as if daring him to try again. He considered another set of skills he hadn't used recently, and now that he'd had to destroy his etched bolo sword, he wasn't sure he'd be needing them anytime soon.
Crush the competition. Crushing the competition. It's the dream of every venture capitalist in history. In the dungeon, we take that dream literally. Crushing your enemies with strength-based attacks will result in a plus 15 attack bonus with your weapon of choice. And pound it. If hitting it once is good, hitting it twice must be better, right? This ability allows the user to double strike with any melee weapon in the same time it takes to make one normal attack. When used with a strength-based weapon, the attack deals 4 times the weapon's damage. When used with an agility-based weapon, the attack allows for a second double strike attack, called the double-double.
Jay took a deep breath, wondering if he was really ready to commit to a revamp of his class. Molly should be able to handle the heavy melee needs of the group, after all. She hadn't let them down on that front yet, and she also had the pound it skill. He could always borrow it from her using on-the-job training if he needed to. Dahlia had been right, really. He spread himself too thin trying to be everything to everyone, and while it was useful to keep his base stats and attributes well balanced, particularly for those times that he did need to borrow one of the girl's skills, he would be better off focusing on the abilities that were unique to him. It was clear from Nova's disappointment over his rejection of the panty dropper skill that she had some plans for him to become a charisma-based caster. He'd even been given bonus charisma attributes immediately upon integration, but those hadn't been the skills he'd gravitated toward, and they wouldn't have been much use early on when he only had one other party member. But as his party was growing, maybe it was time to explore other ways of leading their group. His CEO subclass suggested he should take a more managerial role as well, and he was beginning to suspect that, as their fight moved from the dungeon to Castle Wenshire, he was going to need those charisma skills in order to convince others to join their fight, whether that be the Black Howl or other disaffected citizens of Arcanesia who were sick of King Wenshire's corruption and insanity. He blew out the breath he'd been holding and quickly wrote both skills into the book, clenching his jaw as the words swirled together, then broke apart once more. Nova's handwriting appeared once more. This time, though, she seemed pleased at his selection.
Ah, that's better now, isn't it? Take a load off those big, broad shoulders and let someone else handle the heavy lifting for a while. There's something to be said for a man who knows how to get things done without breaking a sweat. But just because you're not wielding a hammer doesn't mean you can't pummel your foes. You've chosen to sacrifice two powerful skills, and you will be rewarded for your trust and your dedication. You have gained a new ability, Company Spirit, because sometimes you need to remind the little guys where they really stand. Lower than the dirt on the bottom of your shoe, that is. What better way to do this than with compulsory company spirit events, like team-building retreats paid for out of the employees' meager savings, or humiliating dress-up days. Hawaiian shirt day, anyone? It's as close to a tropical vacation as you'll ever be able to afford. How about an ugly Christmas sweater competition? Don't you like it? Too bad. It's in lieu of your Christmas bonus this year. If you don't own either of those atrocities of fashion, well, you know where your next paycheck is going, right? Because you can't get promoted without being a team player. And you can't be a team player without subjecting yourself to corporate humiliation. That's right! The beatings will continue until morale improves. But because we know not all employees are created equally, this ability comes in two different flavors. Bon appetit. Mandatory overtime. What better way to show your company spirit than by refusing holidays, sick days, and even weekends in the name of uninterrupted productivity? Time and a half? What do you think we are? Unionized? Get the fuck out of here! Mandatory overtime is an area of effect spell that deals psychic damage equal to a 50% reduction in stamina, regardless of the target's level. That's right. Force your enemies to experience the soul-crushing reality of endless work hours. Watch as they slow down, exhausted from the grind, their will to fight drained faster than their weakened plans. Great for making your adversaries reconsider their life choices, right before they collapse in a steaming pile of overwhelm and self-pity. This spell lasts for 5 minutes and can be cast once per hour. Area of effect radius is 20 feet. And, drumroll please, downsizing. When the company spirit just doesn't take, no matter how hard you beat it into them. You've always got company-wide layoffs to get back on track. That's right, I'm talking about downsizing. Guaranteed to put the twinkle back in any CEO's eye, especially after a less than stellar quarterly report. Not everyone's cut out for the team, and with this spell, you'll make sure they know it. Downsizing is an area of effect spell that deals psychic damage equal to a 50% reduction in health, regardless of the target's level. Enemies are hit with a crushing wave of inadequacy as they're reduced from fearsome fighters to barely functioning minions. Suddenly, they're not feeling quite so important, strong, or protected by HR. It's like being demoted to dungeon intern, except with more crying. This spell lasts for 5 minutes and can be cast once per hour. Area of effect radius is 20 feet. Only one company spirit spell can be used per hour. For now.
Jay exhaled sharply. Holy shit, those are good. Relief washed over him, so intense that he felt lightheaded. So far, none of them had a strong area of effect attack, and it was one thing he'd been a bit worried about when having to find a way through puzzle rooms with overwhelming numbers of enemies. This would give them an advantage no matter how many enemies the dungeon threw at them, and Jay would be able to contribute to the party's attack strategy while simultaneously allowing each of the girls space to grow and show off their own skills. Suddenly, he was very excited to get to the next puzzle room. He looked up from the Dark Horse spellbook, eager to share the good news, only to see a tiny ball of lithe muscle and fluffy silver hair barreling straight at him. Jay shouted and ducked, feeling a rush of air fly past his face as he did so. Lyra gave a mighty yip, doing a jump kick off the wall next to Jay's head and somersaulting in the air to land in a full-tilt sprint before she took off down the corridor again.
I've never felt so alive!
She screamed, her voice fading as she rounded a corner. Molly's pets followed at lightning speed.
Forget the zoomies. She's fucking insane.
The barbarian had her head down, shoveling stew into her mouth as quickly as she could. Dahlia pushed a bowl at Jay, her eyes wide.
I've changed my mind. Please eat quickly. We need to find something to fight before this wears off and she passes out from exhaustion.
Oops, Jay said, lifting a spoonful of stew to his mouth as he stared into the darkness of the tunnel behind them. I guess that means no more fizzy swamp juice for the fox girl. Unless we're up against something like that wax doll again. We could have used her speed back there.
Please?
Molly said, lifting her head from her bowl long enough to give him a baleful glare.
Do not talk about that thing when I'm eating.
Jay grinned and dutifully dug into his own stew. Chapter 20. Pop Goes the Weasel. Convincing Lyra and the ghost weasels to come with them to find the next door was easier than Jay had expected. Lyra was all fired up about the idea of fighting monsters, and Ross and Rachel just seemed to be where the action was. Dahlia had saved a bowl of stew for the fox girl before packing up the rest of their camping kit, and they'd even managed to get Lyra to stop running long enough that she could eat something, though she nearly choked on it in her hurry to get back to her game. Once she had some food in her belly, however, the effects of the fizzy swamp juice seemed to ease. She still yipped and twitched occasionally, and couldn't seem to help herself from jumping off the walls, but she also wasn't zooming around at Mach 10, so Jay figured it was a win. They followed the long, empty corridor for what felt like hours. Fortunately for Jay and his new ominous countdown clock, it didn't actually take hours, but in a way, having the timer running made their slow progress feel even slower. Still, Jay wasn't willing to bet that the lack of monsters was going to last, so he made them take their time, pausing regularly to check for traps. Molly tried and failed to rein in her pets, which Dahlia kept giggling about, putting the barbarian in a foul mood. But Jay was happy to see the hair-blood woman growing comfortable enough with the group to tease back a little, especially after Molly had been giving her a hard time. In fact, the two seemed to have a friendly dynamic beneath the occasional sniping. Jay decided it was best not to interfere in order to let the girls settle into whatever felt natural to them. It seemed to have worked for Molly and Lyra, and while Lyra was taking longer to warm up to the dark magic using Shadow Worker, she no longer seemed openly hostile either. He had faith that the two Fenari women would find their own equilibrium, even if it took a little longer. They'd been slowly winding their way upward, and the corridor they followed had begun to feel more like the lower levels of a castle rather than the musty, forgotten catacombs. When they finally arrived at a door, it was with a sense of anticipation as well as trepidation. The journey through the tunnels had been tense, with everyone waiting for a monster to jump out at them or traps to be sprung. Jay felt like an actual enemy would be a relief at that point, and he was pretty sure the others felt the same. Lyra's blue and gold eyes darted frantically over their surroundings, and her hands twitched at her sides at every unexpected sound. Molly had begun tapping her wild call maul against her palm like she couldn't wait to smash something. And Dahlia had begun whispering spells under her breath as if practicing for their next battle. Everyone was ready for a change of pace, even if it meant having to take on another monster like the possessed doll. The doors they did find, like the corridors, looked as if they belonged in a castle too. Big hardwood planks held together with heavy iron hinges hung before them, begging to be pushed open. On the other side of the doors, a rhythmic chopping sound could be heard, as well as a high-pitched humming from someone contentedly at work.
These look like the doors to the kitchens,
Dahlia said, her yellow eyes growing wide. Magenta curls framed her face as she looked back at Jay nervously.
In the real castle, we would have passed through the servants' quarters before getting here, but I recognize these doors. The humming even sounds a bit like Cook, the woman who took me in after my mother died.
Jay heard the tremor in her voice and came to stand beside her, wrapping an arm around her waist. Are you going to be okay? Dahlia stiffened at his touch and her cheeks flushed pink, but she didn't pull away. After a moment, she leaned into him and accepted the embrace. The way she gazed up at him through her dark lashes made Jay suddenly forget the danger ahead and long for the quiet and safety of the party tent. Maybe the next time they were alone, Dahlia would talk to him about some of the other things she had on her mind, the things she kept avoiding, as Molly had put it. And while Jay didn't think Dahlia needed to rush into talking with him about her feelings on that level, he did think the barbarian was right about the source of some of the rabbit girl's prickliness.
I don't want to go in there, Jay,
she said, turning to face him, but standing closely enough that she spoke against his chest, as if she didn't want the others to hear her.
I don't want to face some monstrous version of the people who raised me.
I can only imagine how scary that must be, Jay said. Dahlia's ears tickled his nose, and he had to lift a hand to brush them gently aside. When his fingers touched her velvety soft fur, Dahlia let out a soft moan and leaned against him. Jay swallowed. But you won't be going in there alone. If there's anything in there you can't face, we'll protect you, okay? Dahlia took a deep, shuddering breath and nodded. Her eyes were squeezed shut tight as she fought to regain her self-control.
I know you will,
she said.
But I won't let you down like that. I'm going to fight, no matter what we find.
You've got this. Jay wrapped the small woman in a comforting hug, and this time she melted into his arms, her defenses down for the first time since they'd joined forces. The feel of her soft, generous curves was heavenly, and Jay found himself feeling comforted as well. He didn't want that moment to end. Molly had other ideas.
Group hug!
She shouted, dragging Lyra toward them by one arm. Jay yelped as she dropped her hammer behind him, shifting his feet just in time to avoid getting his toes flattened by the wild call maul. Molly didn't seem to notice as she squished the fox girl against Dahlia's back and squeezed everyone together in a powerful bear hug, crushing the air out of Jay's lungs in the process, and probably the others as well.
Okay, that's enough, he gasped. You don't want to break our ribs right before we go into battle.
My organs!
Lyra wheezed.
I think they're in my throat.
Dahlia could only squeak, her ears drooping as she started to run out of oxygen. Finally, the barbarian released them, a big, cheesy grin stretched across her cheeks and her sea-blue eyes sparkling with mirth. She took a moment to adjust her chainmail bikini armor and pick up her hammer again.
That's better,
she said.
I needed a little emotional pick-me-up. Now I'm ready to go smash stuff. Let's go!
Lyra shoved Molly away from her and did a bit of shadowboxing, moving at twice the speed she usually did. Jay guessed the effects of his potion hadn't completely worn off yet, but it didn't seem to bother the fox girl any.
I'm ready,
she said, hopping on one foot and then the other.
Let me at them.
Jay glanced down at Dahlia. You ready?
No,
she said.
But it's not gonna get any better by waiting. Let's get this over with.
She inhaled slowly and exhaled to a count of 10, pulling her creepy bone and sinew staff out of her inventory. The staff began to glow with the eerie purple-black light that some of her darker spells created. Jay double-checked his HUD to make sure he knew how to use his new spells, then approached the heavy wooden doors that led to the kitchen. He pushed against them, and the door let out a low groan. A burst of hot, fetid air hit Jay in the face, ruffling his hair. It was thick with the smell of raw meat, metallic and a bit sulphurous, as if the food was going bad. A stronger undercurrent of rot and something far more decayed burned the back of Jay's throat. The scent curled up his nose, making him grimace. He glanced at Molly, who had her hammer ready, and Lyra, who was already scouting ahead with her sharp eyes dancing. The fox girl's silver ears twitched this way and that as she crept forward. Jay hoped she'd be able to control her urge to run and leap, at least until they figured out what they were up against. Dahlia lingered at the back of the group, letting the door close softly behind her. The muffled sounds of chopping echoed from the other side of the door, accompanied by a happy humming and occasional whistle. Every few seconds, a high-pitched, childish voice floated through the air. But the resonance was off, as if the room beyond the door, shrouded in darkness, were much larger than a kitchen should be. As his eyes adjusted to the lack of light, he began to make out ghostly shapes in the darkness. At first, he thought they were trees, but as he looked closer, it became clear that they were surrounded by enormous table legs, as if they'd been shrunk or they were in the kitchen of a giant. Chop, chop, chop. The sound echoed through the big empty space with a steady rhythm. The high-pitched song had a familiar nursery rhyme-like lilt that he couldn't quite place. Chop, chop, chop. Jay's heart skipped a beat as he started to make out the words of the song.
All around the butcher's block, the plates they keep on turning. First the head, then the feet. Chop goes the cleaver.
His stomach churned as he listened to the lyrics, whispered almost gleefully in a sickly sweet voice, both childish and somehow too large. The sound of a heavy cleaver chopping through something thick and meaty followed, making the walls of the kitchen tremble. Molly shot Jay a look, her brow furrowed.
What the hell is that? Popco's the Weasel Nightmare Edition?
Dahlia came to stand next to Jay, her fingers clutching his arm and shivering.
It's not Cook.
She whispered.
It's the butcher. A cruel, dirty man who always had dried blood under his fingers and rancid tallow in his hair.
Sounds pleasant, Jay said, trying to give her a reassuring smile.
No, but that's good,
she said.
I always hated the butcher. I don't mind if we have to kill a version of him.
Anything you remember about him that might help us? Jay asked, assuming this monster bears any relation to the real butcher. Dahlia shook her head slowly as she dredged up long-forgotten memories.
He was very fat and had a strange girlish voice that didn't suit him. An accident when he was young, I think, that damaged his vocal cords. He had watery, piggish eyes that always seemed to follow me around the kitchen, and he used to make the most awful jokes about where he got his meat, trying to scare me and the other children, making us believe someday he'd catch us and put us in one of his stews. But I don't know that any of that will help us fight him.
Might tell us what kind of monster he's going to be, Jay said with an involuntary shiver. He was beginning to get a feel for how the dungeon used their memories, and he had an intuition that the butcher was going to be as horrific a monster as they'd faced. They crept further into the kitchen, staying low and out of sight. The lights seemed to adjust themselves to their presence, brightening slowly, like the set of a stage play being revealed to the audience. Except while the dungeon performed much of its theatrics for their benefit, they were going to be the players, too. The kitchen was huge, and Jay had a sudden wave of empathy for Jack of the Beanstalk and the giant's castle in the clouds. Massive slabs of meat hung from hooks in the ceiling, dripping blood onto counters the size of shipping containers. Cleavers like battle axes dangled from chains, slowly swaying back and forth, catching the low, flickering light of a blazing fire at the back of the room. How they hadn't noticed the fire before was beyond Jay. He could only assume the dungeon was turning effects on slowly in order to build tension. He hated to admit that it was working. His muscles felt as taut as wires. A row of cooking pots big enough to bathe in bubbled ominously over huge stoves, the hiss of boiling water mixing with the sound of relentless chopping. And there, standing at the far end of the kitchen, was the butcher. Jay's breath caught in his throat. The monster's back was to them, wearing a dirty tunic that might once have been white, but which was streaked with reds and browns and yellows that made Jay's chest tighten. He wasn't just big, he was massive, truly the size of a giant. Jay didn't think he'd come up to the monster's knee if he dared to get close enough to measure. The towering figure had a stained butcher's apron tied over his sagging gut. Baggy, torn pants were tucked into leather boots with holes exposing gnarled toes with long, curling, yellowed nails. Jay froze as the butcher turned, cleaver raised, and sliced off a slab of red, dripping meat from a carcass next to him. Smudged white makeup slathered his face, with streaks of garish red painted crookedly around the mouth. His eyes were dark and sunken, ringed by black that gave him a skull-like appearance. But it was the smile that made Jay's skin crawl, a clownish grin full of sharp teeth, yellowed and glinting. The cleaver he held in his oversized hands looked more like a weapon of war than a cooking tool, and it sliced through the meat in front of him with a sickening ease. All the while, he kept singing.
Grind it sharp, slice it thin, I'm cooking up a winner. A dash of fear, a hint of scream, in my pot for dinner.
The voice was breathy, almost playful, but there was something terrifyingly childish about it, as though the butcher was delighted by his work, reveling in the carnage around him. He whistled between lyrics, his cleaver rhythmically striking the chopping block with a dull thud, each one sending a shiver down Jay's spine.
Again with the clowns?
Molly hissed.
The rattlers weren't bad enough? What is wrong with the clowns in your world?
Lyra whispered, peeking out from behind a hanging slab of meat.
This is not what a clown is supposed to look like.
Clowns aren't supposed to be scary in our world either, Jay said. It's the people who like to dress up like clowns that sometimes end up being a little off.
He sounds like the butcher I remember,
Dahlia said.
but I'm guessing this guy does more than threaten little kids.
Jay nodded slowly, his mind racing. Yeah, he's going to be a problem. The butcher paused his chopping for a moment, tilting his head as though listening to something none of them could hear. His red nose twitched, a slow, deliberate sniff, and his sharp eyes flicked toward the far side of the kitchen.
Smells like something fresh in my kitchen.
Jay's blood ran cold. The butcher let out a slow, sinister chuckle, the sound rising into a manic giggle.
All around the kitchen floor, I hear the meat is squirming.
The cleaver hit the chopping block with a final, echoing thud, and the butcher turned, his eyes gleaming with an almost hungry anticipation from their black, painted sockets.
Looks like tonight's stew is going to have some extra spice.
Jay swallowed hard. He reached for his sword, forgetting for a moment that he'd destroyed it. He cursed under his breath. Okay, he said, pulling the others behind one of the massive kitchen counters. Do we try to sneak past this thing, or are we going to take him down? Nobody answered. Even Ross and Rachel were cowering at Molly's hip, their dark eyes wide and whiskers twitching. Jay and the girls breathed shallowly as they crouched down, trying to stay out of the butcher's sight. The smell of blood and meat hung in the air, making each breath a choking hazard. Every few seconds, the ominous chopping would start up again, followed by the sickly hums and whistles of the butcher. He knew they were there, but he seemed in no big hurry to find them. His heavy footsteps echoed across the kitchen as he moved between the hanging meats, sniffing the air. Jay peeked around the corner of the table leg, his heart pounding. The butcher's gigantic form filled the room, his movements slow and ponderous, but there was no doubt the clown was going to be a heavy hitter. He braved a quick scan with his dungeon sight.
Bozo the Butcher, level 60 elite. What's more disturbing than a morbidly obese, hygienically challenged 18-foot-tall man wielding a cleaver and wearing more makeup than a Kardashian? It's not the unflattering color palette or the mouthful of carnivore teeth. It's the joy. Who legitimately loves their job this much? It's unnatural and frankly disturbing. Look at him, whistling while he works like an oversized dwarf, swinging that cleaver around like Snow White just asked him to bring her some wood. It's enough to make you sick. Or horny. No, sick. It's definitely sick. Better take care of this bozo before you become the next delish dish on his big little menu of horrors, before we uncover more wrong ideas in the depths of the dungeon subconscious. That's not somewhere anyone should want to go.
Well, Jay said with a wince, that wasn't reassuring.
It never is.
Dahlia whispered through clenched teeth.
Psychological warfare.
Molly said,
It wants us to be scared, trying to get us to think about Bozo the Butcher's pork and beans, his mindfuckery of the highest order.
Jay gagged.
You know, I managed not to do that until you said pork and beans.
If I have to suffer, so do you.
The barbarian said.
It's only fair.
He's not going to be an easy fight,
Jay said, shaking himself free of the unbidden image.
This feels like the Rattler Room.
Lyra whispered, her voice barely audible as she crouched next to Jay.
Maybe if we can just get to the other side, we won't have to fight him.
Molly, who had been nervously eyeing the butcher's block, nodded in agreement.
Right. Quiet, sneaky. I'm all about that.
Lyra twitched and her tail puffed up. She covered her mouth with her hands just before she let out an involuntary yip.
Yeah, me too.
She said through her fingers, her eyes wide with alarm.
We should go now.
Jay glanced around the kitchen, trying to find a path they could take. The exit was on the far side of the room, barely visible just beyond the butcher's workstation. It looked clear, but the problem was the butcher himself. He moved in strange, lumbering circles, every so often muttering something under his breath or singing bits of that twisted song.
First the head, then the feet. Chop goes the cleaver.
The sound of the cleaver striking the chopping block echoed again, and Jay clenched his hands into fists at his side to stop them from shaking as adrenaline flooded his body. But it was more than that. There was something in the air, a leaden weight that seemed to crush the air from his lungs. The others were shaking too. It was as if a thick aura of fear were pressing down on them. The butcher's presence alone made it hard to think, hard to breathe, like the room was closing in on them. Jay fought to focus, taking deep breaths.
I can feel it too.
Molly whispered, her face pale.
It's like he's doing something to us even when he's not looking.
Jay nodded.
It's some kind of fear aura. As long as he doesn't see us, I think we can resist it. But the second he locks onto us...
Lyra shuddered, gripping her bow.
I don't want to know what happens.
The butcher paused in his whistling, his enormous nose twitching again. His head turned slightly, and for a moment, it felt like the air itself froze. Jay ducked behind a stack of giant pots, holding his breath.
I know you're here, you naughty little morsels,
the butcher's voice sang out, mockingly high-pitched.
No use hiding from me.
Jay could hear the creak of the cleaver as the butcher dragged it across the counter, sending a spray of meat scraps flying to the floor. He moved with a terrifying slowness, his voice humming with sick glee as he continued to sniff the air.
Okay, so sneaking's not going to be as easy as we thought,
Jay muttered, his mind racing.
He can definitely smell us, and If he's got strong intimidation skills, he can probably sense us in other ways. My new AoE spells allow me to see how many viable targets are within range of my casting.
If he freezes me in the middle of the kitchen,
Lyra said.
I'm going to wet myself. Serve him right if he's going to try to eat us.
Molly muttered.
Although that sicko might like a little pea flavor in his mix.
We need a plan, Jay whispered. He's coming closer.
The party scrambled to move as the butcher rounded the corner, his sharp teeth glinting as he gnashed them. A sour smell wafted off his body. Too close for comfort. Jay motioned for everyone to spread out, and the team split off, hiding behind counters, massive hanging meats, and under a nearby prep table. The fear aura pulsed again, sending a cold sweat down Jay's back. The air was thick with the smell of blood and the creeping sense of dread that the butcher was just toying with them. Molly crouched behind an enormous barrel, overflowing with leftover stew ingredients, scraps of fat, purplish organs, strips of skin. She twisted her hands around the haft of her hammer, her blue eyes wide with terror, and something else. Determination.
If we stay still, he'll smell us eventually.
Her knuckles blanched as she squeezed her weapon. She moved, crouching low as the butcher's massive form loomed over her hiding place. He sniffed the air like a bloodhound hunting its prey. He twisted, childish voice continuing to hum bits of his song.
Grind it sharp, slice it thin. I'm cooking up a winner.
Jay gave her a wary glance from a spot behind a stack of pots. He didn't dare speak with the monster so near, so he sent a message to their group chat instead. Jay, he's going to sniff us out any second. Got any bright ideas, or do we just make a break for it? But with the heavy, thudding steps, the butcher returned to his place at the chopping block and began pulling down another slab of meat.
I have a plan.
Molly whispered hurriedly.
We've been playing this all wrong.
Jay raised an eyebrow.
You mean the part where we don't die horribly in a stew?
No, I mean the part where we keep hiding like rats.
Molly growled, suddenly looking more like her ferocious self.
That thing's massive, and we're sitting here hoping we don't get squashed. But I've got a big trick up my sleeve.
Jay's mouth went dry as he realized what she intended to do. Lyra and Dahlia were still watching the butcher and didn't react to her words. Jay shook his head.
Molly, you can't.
In my Colossus form, I can. I'm pretty sure that's why I was given the skill in the first place.
Jay blinked.
That's insane. You think you can...
Go toe-to-toe with him? Yeah.
Molly cut him off, her voice low and steady.
He wants a fight. I'll give him one. You guys make a break for the door as soon as he's distracted and hit him from behind with everything you've got. We can do this, Jay. I can do this.
Jay hesitated, glancing at the giant butcher, who was still scanning the room, his cleaver gleaming in the dim light.
Molly, are you sure? His fear spell could freeze you in place.
Those kind of spells require concentration, don't they?
Molly asked.
If he freezes me, just, I don't know, cut off one of his toes or shoot an arrow up his asshole. Something.
Jay grimaced, but he didn't have a better idea. Molly seemed sure of herself, though, and so far she'd been pretty in tune with her capabilities.
Okay, he said. You draw aggro and we'll sap him from behind. Good luck, Molly. Please be careful.
Molly grinned, tucking a copper curl behind one ear.
You too. I love you, Jay.
I love you too,
he said, his throat feeling tight.
Oh no.
Lyra whimpered.
Are we saying goodbyes? That's not a good sign. Good luck, Molly,
Dahlia said.
We've got your back. Please don't die, Molly.
Lyra added.
Who will I fight with if you're gone? Dahlia is too scary.
Molly took a deep breath, clenched her fists, and activated her Colossus form. Unlike when she'd set it off in the party tent, This time, Jay could see her muscles surge with power as her body began to grow. A faint shimmer of the dungeon's magic radiated from her pale skin as she swelled in size, stretching up toward the shadowy ceiling until she matched the butcher's towering form. Jay sucked in a nervous breath as Molly's head brushed against the dangling cleavers from the ceiling. Fortunately, her hammer had grown with her. As she turned to face the monster, her teeth bared and muscles tensed, the kitchen suddenly felt a lot smaller. Chop, chop, chop. Bozo the butcher slammed his cleaver into the counter, humming to himself, completely unaware of the new threat in his domain. Jay held his breath as Molly lifted her weapon and prepared to lunge. She took her first step, moving silently despite her massive size, and Jay realized she must have been pushing dungeon magic into agility in order to use sneak. Not quite as effective as the ghost ability, which he could only assume she wasn't able to use simultaneously with the Colossus form, or he was sure she would have done that, but she could probably still get her barbarian rogue bonus with a back strike if the butcher didn't turn. Hope flared in his chest as he saw her planned attack unfolding flawlessly. But it was dashed a second later, when Molly stumbled and gasped, twisting suddenly, panic in her huge blue eyes. "Oh no," Jay gasped when he saw what was happening.
What is it?
Lyra asked before she saw it too.
Oh my goodness. No, that's not good at all.
A fuzzy white head had poked out of the pouch at her side, followed by a loud squeak. Suddenly, Ross and Rachel leaped from their hiding place, streaking around the kitchen as if they'd gotten another case of the zoomies. This time, though, they were as big as dogs. No match for their giant opponent, but more than big enough to cause some chaos as they smashed into a shelf full of seasoning, sending glass jars crashing to the floor. With a snarl, the butcher whirled, his cleaver raised above his head. Shiny black eyes glinted from the recesses of his painted sockets, darting around the kitchen after the two white streaks. Then they landed on Molly, and his crooked red lips bared in an excited grin. Serrated yellow teeth flashed wetly in the darkness.
Fresh meat,
the butcher hissed, licking his lips with a grotesque black tongue.
You'll make a fine roast, won't you?
And that quickly Molly's plan fell apart, because the moment the butcher had her in his hungry gaze, she froze in terror, completely unable to move. Chapter 21. Spoiling Dinner. For a moment, Jay felt as frozen as the barbarian, his mind completely unprepared for what had just happened. Shit, he said, panic rising in his chest. Molly's Colossus spell affected the ghost weasels too.
You don't say.
Lyra said sarcastically, though her eyes were wide and frightened. Her ears were flattened into her hair and her tail twitched nervously. The butcher cocked his head to the side, still grinning, as he began to sharpen his cleaver. A thin line of drool dripped from his red lips down his chin as he stared at the petrified Molly.
Apparently, they aren't done growing either,
Dahlia said, her eyes darkening as she prepared to use her magic, her eyes following the weasels. Then she muttered under her breath,
I told her she needed to practice controlling those things. I don't want to have to hurt them, but they're endangering us all.
The shadow worker was right, Jay realized, as he watched in horror as the dog-sized hellraisers stretched to the size of mountain lions, and then they kept growing even as they chased one another around the butcher's kitchen. A pot fell to the stone floor with a clang that reverberated through Jay's skull so loudly he thought his ears would start to bleed. Dahlia was right. They were as likely to be killed by the playful, oversized rodents as they were the butcher at this point. Something was going to have to be done.
What do weasels eat again?
Lyra asked, her voice rising and shaking.
I don't suppose it's grass and flowers.
Deep breaths, Lyra. Jay said, pushing down his own growing fear. The butcher's fear aura is sinking in on us again. I can feel it too. As soon as we stop actively fighting its effects, it starts working on our minds. We need to focus. But the butcher also needed to focus. At the sound of the pot falling, he broke eye contact with Molly, severing the control of his magic for a second while he searched for the source of the sound. That was all the opportunity Molly needed. The moment the butcher looked away from her, Molly lunged for him, driving her hammer into his shoulder and knocking the cleaver from his hand. "Yes!" Jay shouted, unable to contain his excitement. "Atta girl, Moll!" Fortunately, the butcher was too busy being smashed into his chopping block to pay attention to Jay's shouts. Suddenly, the two enormous weasels darted out of the shadows from the far side of the kitchen, their ghostly forms combined with Molly's gargantuan size, making the butcher appear diminished. One of them knocked over a giant pot of stew, sending its contents splattering across the floor, while the other leaped onto a prep table. The creature's long tail swung wildly as it leaped and kicked, sending cleavers and knives flying in every direction. Jay cursed, pulling Lyra and Dahlia underneath one of the tables to protect them from the massive falling objects. The butcher paused, sniffing the air. He seemed unbothered by the blow he'd taken from the inflated wild call Moll, and didn't even bother to look at Molly, seemingly convinced that he could handle her when the time came. But his eyes narrowed as he spotted the chaotic weasels, and the clownish face twisted into a horrific grimace. Apparently, they were not something he'd expected.
What in the... Who let these pests into my kitchen?
Jay felt the air shift as the butcher focused the effects of his fear-inducing spell on the weasels. But before he could complete the process, one, Ross maybe, with the larger black spot on the tip of its tail, darted between his legs, knocking into the butcher's knees with a surprising amount of force. The giant clown monster stumbled, trying to catch his balance, his vast belly swaying with the shift in momentum. Rachel, with her black-tipped ears, was off like a shot, bounding across the countertops, sending pots and pans crashing to the floor.
Hey!
Molly shouted.
You little twerps are stealing my thunder!
But the weasels were too caught up in their rampage to listen. Okay, this is not how I thought this would go. Jay couldn't help but snicker from behind his cover. But we can use it. He can't cast his fear spells while he's distracted by the weasels. That gives us a fighting chance.
I'm reading my Siphon Life spell.
Dahlia's eyes had gone completely black as the dark energies of her magic filled her.
But I will need to maintain concentration too. I need protection.
Lyra, watch Dahlia's back, Jay said. Then he shouted up at the oversized barbarian, hoping she'd be able to hear him over the clamor her pets were making. Hit him again, Molly! Hit him where it hurts! Molly shot him a glare.
I know what I'm doing, Jay!
But she wrapped her fists around the haft of her hammer and lifted it again, then drove it down onto the distracted giant. The butcher let out an enraged growl as the maul collided with his back, but he barely seemed affected by the blow. His attention was fully on the lightning-streaking weasels that were wreaking havoc in his kitchen.
Get back here, you overgrown pests!
He roared, swinging his cleaver wildly as he tried to catch Ross, who darted just out of reach. Molly gritted her teeth, charging forward, her hammer shining with additional dungeon magic. This time, when she swung it down, the blow landed with a heavy thud, sending the giant clown stumbling forward. She must have gotten a critical hit thanks to her strongman bracers for it to hit him that hard. Whatever she did, it worked. The butcher turned, his eyes flashing with anger.
Oh, you want to play, huh? Fine. Let's see how long you last.
He swung his cleaver at Molly, but she was ready, blocking the strike with her hammer. Despite her size, Molly's colossus form didn't give her as much advantage as Jay had hoped. She was big, sure, but her strength hadn't increased to match. The butcher was a level 60 elite monster, and Molly wasn't even at level 20 yet, although the fight with the wax doll had brought her close. The butcher swung his cleaver like it weighed nothing, and each hit Molly blocked sent her stumbling backward. Fortunately, he hadn't been able to get his fear spell going again, which meant Molly still had a chance.
He's strong,
Dahlia said, forcing the words out through gritted teeth as her staff began to glow.
but I can do it. I need 5 more minutes to build up my concentration, though.
Jay flicked through his own skills and decided downsizing would be the best spell of his to use against the giant. He selected it, using his HUD to highlight the giant's massive form. But when he began to cast, he realized he also needed time. What was an instant cast on enemies his own level required uninterrupted focus in order to take down more powerful enemies. Fuck! He wanted to kick himself for not trying it sooner.
Jay!
Molly called out, her voice strained as she blocked another blow.
I think I might have overestimated my abilities here!
Hold him off as best as you can, Moll, he shouted back. We're working on your support, but it's going to take some time. Jay winced as Rachel knocked over a table, sending a cascade of ingredients flying, while Ross darted around the giant's feet, dodging the butcher's attacks.
I'll cover you both!
Lyra said, drawing her bow.
I might not be able to do a ton of damage against this thing, but I could do some in the meantime. Hopefully with Molly hitting him, he won't even notice me.
She fired an impact arrow at the giant's knee, and they were all gratified when he yelped, swatting at the area like he'd been stung by a bee.
What's this now?
The butcher bellowed.
Biting flies?
He let out a manic laugh, lunging for one of the weasels.
I'll slice you all into bits, one piece at a time.
The battle spiraled into chaos as Jay kept his HUD locked on the butcher. Dahlia was muttering incantations under her breath to support her own spell attack. Molly swung her hammer again, striking the butcher every time he turned away from her to swipe at Ross or Rachel, or one of Lyra's arrows. Everywhere pots flew, ingredients scattered, and the giant weasels knocked over everything in their path. Darting between the butcher's legs, the pair sent him stumbling after them, swinging his cleaver with growing frustration. His high-pitched laughter had turned into furious growls, his manic glee now replaced by blind rage. Jay watched as the circular progress wheel at the center of his HUD reached the halfway point, his heart throbbing painfully in his chest. He wished he'd spent more points in intelligence if that would speed up his casting, or maybe there was an ability he could unlock that would do the same thing. He'd need to talk with Dahlia when this was done about how to set himself up as a primarily casting class. If they survived, that was.
Jay!
Molly's voice had a waver in it. He kept his HUD locked on the butcher, but he was able to look up at her. His stomach lurched to see blood pouring from a wound on her side, her eyes wide and frightened. Then Jay felt the air begin to thicken again as the butcher refocused his fear aura on the barbarian. Molly's movements slowed, as if the cold, creeping sensation of the butcher's attention were literally freezing the air, encasing her limbs in ice. Jay could see her trying to fight the effect, but the butcher's eyes were locked onto her and she couldn't escape. Lyra fired volley after volley of arrows at the giant, hoping to distract him again. She tried fire arrows, ice arrows, and poison arrows, all of which hit him and must have done some damage, but none of which were powerful enough to break his concentration. Even the cavorting of the weasels wasn't enough to tear him from his focus, now that he'd decided Molly was the one he was going to deal with first. Her hammer slipped from her grip, clattering to the ground as she stood there immobilized. The butcher's wicked grin returned as he advanced toward her, cleaver raised.
Well, looks like the big girl's finally run out of steam,
he sneered, his creepy, high-pitched voice dripping with malice. He licked his lips, raising the cleaver higher.
Time to add you to the stew!
Sweat poured over Jay's forehead and down his back as he willed his spell to progress faster. From the corner of his eyes, he could see Dahlia, her staff raised, eyes black and soulless, with midnight clouds of mist swirling at her feet. A thin filament of glowing purple-black magic erupted from the end of the bone staff and hit the butcher in the chest. He staggered as the shadow worker began pulling his life force away. But it wasn't enough to draw his attention from the barbarian. Molly's attacks must have done a lot more damage than what Lyra and Dahlia were doing. Dahlia's spell did damage over time, but second by second, it wasn't enough to make the butcher worry. For that, Jay was grateful. He prayed it would be the monster's undoing. The butcher's cleaver gleamed as he approached Molly, and Jay could see her muscles twitching and straining against the force of his spell. But he was too strong. The scent of the rotten stew bubbling behind the butcher began to fill the kitchen with a horrifying stench, and Jay felt the fear aura picking at his own defenses as he unwillingly began to imagine Molly being chopped up and tossed into the pot. Then Lyra and Dahlia. "No," he said through gritted teeth. "I won't let that happen. Just hold on. Only a minute more." As the butcher reached the frozen, trembling redhead and raised his flabby arm to swing, Ross and Rachel leaped off one of the counters and hit him directly in the chest. They scrabbled over his face, smearing the grease paint makeup with their paws, then jumped back onto the counter where they knocked a cutting board onto the floor with a crash.
You little vermin!
The butcher bellowed, abandoning Molly to chase the weasels once again. As soon as his attention shifted, the fear spell broke, and Molly gasped, her limbs finally responding. She stumbled backward, breathing heavily.
Way too fucking close.
She muttered, then immediately went on the offensive again. She vaulted over a counter, swinging with her hammer at the same time, making a powerful X-shaped back-and-forth strike that pummeled the giant's back. Jay recognized the attack as Pound It, the spell he'd just sacrificed to the Dark Horse spellbook, which allowed the barbarian to make 2 full-strength attacks at once. The second one landed especially hard, indicating a second critical hit. With the butcher distracted by the giant weasels, Jay saw his opportunity when his spell wheel finally finished. "Time for a little downsizing!" Jay shouted, hoping the spell would be worth his sacrifice. He focused his energy and sent out a powerful psychic wave that hit the butcher like a landslide. The psychotic giant clown stumbled, as if suddenly feeling a crushing weight of insignificance wash over him. His towering form seemed to shrink, not physically, but as if he were having doubts about his ability to win this fight. He staggered backward, his confidence eroding under the spell's weight. Dahlia's hands and staff glowed with shadowy energy as she continued to siphon the butcher's life force, pulling his health away bit by bit, growing stronger as she did so. The giant clown grunted as the spell took hold, his movements becoming sluggish, his grip on the cleaver faltering. Lyra used rapid fire to shoot the last of her impact arrows into the butcher's generous backside. He roared in frustration, swinging his cleaver wildly. But his strikes were weaker now, slower and unfocused. The combined effects of Dahlia's siphon and Jay's downsizing were taking their toll.
New ability upgrade. Dungeon Site 6. You can now analyze your enemy's base stats for additional information during battle.
The notification almost distracted him from his spell, but he recovered just in time. Still, he wondered. So far, all of the dungeon site upgrades he'd received had simply given him more detailed descriptions of items he found, as well as, more recently, the levels of his enemies, which had been hidden when they were more than 5 levels higher than him. "Keep it up!" Jay called out, his heart racing as he saw a health bar appear above the butcher's head. It was at less than 50% and dropping steadily. Hope washed over him like a cooling wave. They had a chance. They were almost there. Molly, bleeding heavily, was beginning to slow down, but she continued to swing her hammer at the now retreating butcher. He stumbled back toward a big black stove with a steaming pot of boiling water bubbling on top of it. Just as Molly cornered him, he turned, holding his cleaver up to defend himself for the first time in the fight, his back against the stove. But it wasn't only Molly he needed to defend against. The enormous ghost weasels catapulted off the rafters, hitting the pot's handle and sending a wave of boiling water cascading onto the butcher's back. The butcher screamed in pain and rage as Molly hammered him relentlessly with a series of pounded strikes. She couldn't keep an attack like that going forever, as it would drain her stamina, but Jay hoped she could keep it up long enough to finish the job. The scalding liquid hit the butcher directly, sending him reeling back with a scream of pain. Jay watched as his health dropped faster. High-pitched howls and shrieks cut through the kitchen as the boiling water burned his legs, steam rising as he thrashed about it in the spreading pool. But the water didn't stop there. Molly cursed as she jumped out of the way of a simmering wave which swept across the room with a mind of its own. The butcher fell, his skin bubbling and blistering as he writhed, his body shrinking down, until he was just a normal-sized fat man lying in a puddle of greasy water.
Success! You have defeated Bonzo the Butcher, level 60 elite, XP 25,000.
Molly sank to her knees, her colossus form withering as she ran out of stamina. Jay could see the flashing bar above her head as well. She swooned, her eyes rolling into the back of her head as the wave of boiling water rushed toward her.
"Run!" Jay shouted at Lyra and Dahlia. "Get to the door!"
He flew toward the sagging barbarian, pushing everything that was left of his available dungeon magic into agility in order to get there faster than the steaming water. He scooped Molly into his arms and threw her over his shoulder, grateful that he hadn't neglected his strength attribute along the way, because she was solid muscle now and heavier than he'd expected. The water circled around him, the crest of the wave shark-like as it swept across the floor, coming around for another pass. His dungeon site identified it as a water elemental level 45, though the dungeon's description of the monster went in one ear and out the other as Jay ran for his and Molly's lives toward the door. Ahead of him, Dahlia rushed for the exit, her shadowy form slipping through the kitchen like a black ghost. But Lyra turned, her eyes wide with fear, her bow raised. A glittering arrow flew through the air toward the water elemental. The ice attack froze the wave in place, only for a couple of seconds, but long enough that Jay was able to get a head start. With a hiss, the ice melted and the wave rushed toward him again, only to be hit with a second arrow.
Hurry, Jay!
Lyra shouted.
I'll hold it back!
He ran, Molly's weight dead on his shoulders, making his lungs and muscles burn in a way they hadn't since he'd first entered the dungeon. Jay realized with a start that his mana was exhausted and his stamina was dropping quickly. His health would be next if the boiling wave caught up with him. But that didn't bear thinking about. Lyra launched another arrow, causing another hiss, close on his heels. He wondered if he would be able to make it after all, feeling his energy flagging rapidly. What was going on? Why was he so weak? Just as he thought he was going to fall to his knees in exhaustion and be consumed by the rogue wave, Dahlia reached the door. The moment she touched the handles, trumpets sounded in Jay's HUD, his display lighting up as a fresh barrage of notifications clamored for attention. Jay pushed them away, dragging himself toward the open door where Dahlia had collapsed, looking pale and frightened. Lyra rushed forward to help support Jay in carrying Molly as they limped toward the door. Ross and Rachel, now back to their normal size, pounced excitedly, or maybe nervously, at Jay's feet, their beady black eyes fixed on Molly. For a moment, the kitchen was silent, save for the distant echo in Jay's mind of the butcher's furious screams. Then he noticed Dahlia, one hand clutched to her chest and one outstretched, dripping with blood. A cord of foul black magic shot from her hand, past his shoulder, into the kitchen. The shadow worker's face was contorted with pain, but her eyes, dark and shadowed as her magic, were terrifying in their concentration. The blood was coming from a wound on Dahlia's chest, gaping as if she'd been stabbed. Tears streamed down her face as she put everything she had into the spell she was working until she gasped and the black cord snapped back like an elastic, sending her tumbling out of the kitchen into the room beyond. Jay, Lyra, and Molly stumbled after her and let the door slam closed behind them. Jay was stunned when he saw they were in a lush garden, one that he was pretty sure he'd been in before.
Entering Secret Garden Temporary Safe Zone. Few delvers ever discover one of the ice dungeon's hidden safe zones. So few that even rumors of these secret places are hard to come by. They appear at random and are never found in the same place twice. Unlike their permanent counterparts, these temporary safe zones do not have amenities beyond providing a monster-free zone where delvers can rest. Some have been known to spawn reward chests and loot items on occasion.
Jay didn't have time to celebrate their fortuitous find, though. He dropped Molly to the ground next to Dahlia, his heart pounding in his head. Both of them were badly injured, and their health seemed to be fading.
We need as many health potions as we have,
Jay said, fumbling through his inventory for the last remaining vial of plentiful healing and potions of ultimate healing they had.
Use as many as we need, quickly.
Lyra did as he said, kneeling next to Molly and pouring a vial of plentiful healing into the barbarian's mouth. Jay could see little change in her health bar.
Why isn't it working?
He poured a potion of ultimate healing past Dahlia's lips to much the same effect.
They aren't strong enough now that we're higher level,
Lyra whispered.
I just got some of these. What the hell?
Anger burned in the pit of his stomach as a feeling of helplessness made his eyes sting.
These potions only heal a set number of health points, not a percentage,
Lyra said, touching his arm.
We probably only have enough to keep them from dying, not to actually heal them.
Do it then, Jay gritted his teeth. Use them all. Frantically, hands shaking, they worked to stabilize their injured party members, managing to bring them back from the brink of death. But both their health bars remained stubbornly below 20%, and their wounds still bled, so the progress they'd made slowly began to fade away. Jay opened his professions menu and cursed under his breath.
What do you know about the field medic profession? He asked.
I have it, but all I managed to do with it was create a salve to treat your burns back on the first floor. That's not going to cut it now. Lyra shook her head.
Only that's a really hard profession to unlock. Usually only dedicated healers get it. But I think there are recipes you can create for salves, potions, and bandages that other people can't create. Do we have any ingredients that could be used to stitch or bandage wounds?
Maybe, Jay said, but it's going to take time to figure it out. More time than we have. What about your healing kisses? Lyra's eyes widened.
Of course! Healing kisses levels with us! That stupid spell isn't as useless as I thought. That's what we'll do.
Jay stared at her, dumbstruck, relieved and annoyed in equal measure.
Well, do it then. What are you waiting for?
Lyra's ears flattened and her tail puffed up.
I don't have it, Jay,
she said, crossing her arms and scowling in irritation.
You do. You borrowed it this morning to treat Dahlia's burns, remember?
Shit, you're right, Jay said. I'm sorry, Lyra. Can you help me, though? I need to apply the kisses as close to the wounds as possible, right? Lyra nodded and began pulling aside Molly's armor. Her chainmail bikini didn't cover much up, thankfully. With Lyra tugging a couple of straps out of the way, Jay was able to apply the charm all along the barbarian's injured side, where the butcher had caught her with his cleaver. Once her wounds closed, Molly's health bar stabilized, and she began to breathe steadily, as if she were sleeping rather than unconscious. They turned to Dahlia. Blood caked the front of her black dress and covered her arms. Her clothes covered far more of her body than Molly's had, and unlike Molly, Jay didn't feel comfortable undressing her. They weren't together. They'd never so much as kissed, besides the kisses he'd given her on the palms of her hands that morning.
She's not going to like this,
Lyra said, reading his mind.
But it's better than dying, right?
Jay nodded, feeling a bit sick to his stomach. Try not to uncover more of her than we need to, okay?
All right.
Lyra said, tugging at the ties that held the bodice of the Hairblood woman's dress together. When they came undone, the bodice came apart with alarming speed, as if it had been under a lot of pressure.
Maybe you should turn around. I'll inspect her, find the wounds, and cover her with something so you only see what you have to see.
Jay's cheeks burned, and he turned away immediately. Good idea. He held his breath as Lyra worked to get the shadow worker undressed.
Goodness, this woman has layers.
In his HUD, Jay monitored Dahlia's health, which was still dropping, though more slowly than it had been before. Hurry, Lyra. The fox girl cursed, and there was a rustle of fabric as she fiddled with something.
All right, ready.
Jay turned, and his breath caught in his throat. The center of Dahlia's chest was exposed, though Lyra had carefully covered her breasts with the fabric of her skirts. A deep wound had punctured her breastbone, and blood oozed out of it rhythmically, pumped to the surface by her heartbeat. Jesus, that's worse than I thought, he said, lowering himself to his knees by her side. No longer worried about awkwardness, as this was obviously a life-saving maneuver, like performing CPR, he told himself. He pressed his lips against her pale skin, trying not to notice when his cheeks brushed against her breasts. He placed his hands on either side of her body and kissed up and down the exposed skin, as close to the awful wound as he could get without disturbing it. Blood slicked his lips, and he tried not to think about that either. Eventually, though it took longer than it had with Molly's injuries, the Hairblood woman's health bar appeared to stabilize. Jay placed a final kiss at the top of her chest, just as Dahlia stirred into wakefulness.
What are you doing?
She gasped, stiffening beneath him. Jay scrambled backwards quickly, holding his hands up. I'm sorry, he said. It's not what it looks like.
I hope not.
Dahlia snapped.
Because it looks like you were drinking my blood.
Jay wiped the blood from his lips and chin with a sudden lurching realization of how he must appear. Lyra looked as horrified as Jay felt, and both women stared at him like he was some kind of monster. No, I was kissing you, Jay protested. Tell her, Lyra, I was just kissing you. Dahlia clutched her ravaged clothes to her chest and straightened up, still looking pale enough to faint, but also indignant with rage.
You were... What? I trusted you!
Soothing kisses, Jay practically shouted, cutting her off. The healing spell. I wanted Lyra to do it, but I had borrowed it this morning to treat your hands, and she won't have it back until we take a long rest. I would never... God, Dahlia, I swear I would never... Dahlia visibly relaxed, her cheeks attempting to flush, but only managing a pale pink on top of her ivory complexion.
Of course,
she said.
I'm sorry. I was disoriented and afraid. What happened to me?
Jay swallowed, sitting back on his heels and covering his face with his hands, a flood of emotions competing for his attention, relief and embarrassment chief among them. I don't know, he said. I didn't see it happen. Maybe you were hit by one of the falling knives when the butcher went down.
The butcher?
Dahlia gasped.
We killed him, didn't we? Oh, and I used Dark Harvest to use the last of his essence to power the new corporeal artifacts we got in the laboratory. The wounds.
She touched her chest where the skin had closed over but was still badly bruised and winced.
It wasn't a knife,
she whispered.
My own magic did this to me. I knew it was foolish, but I had to try.
What happened? Jay demanded. Please tell me. I need to know how to handle this if it happens again. You scared the shit out of us, Dahlia. The shadow worker's ears dropped as if she were ashamed. Her bare shoulders looked small as she clutched her tattered dress to her chest, shivering.
I can convert my health points into mana if I get too low to complete a powerful spell,
she said.
It's part of the blood sacrifice ability, the same one I used to create a magical doppelganger, though that one requires blood no matter how much mana I have. Only dark magic users have the ability. It's not something I like to use. You nearly died,
Lyra said, chiding. But she pulled a thin blanket out of her inventory and wrapped it around Dahlia's trembling shoulders.
I know,
Dahlia whispered.
Sustaining that siphon life spell for so long, using it against such a high-level opponent, I was converting my health points to mana almost as fast as I was gaining them from the spell. As he weakened, the balance shifted, but I didn't dare stop. I would have been all right if I hadn't used Dark Harvest, but I wasn't sure we'd get another opportunity like that.
Jay let out a long breath, his own exhaustion finally catching up with him now that his party members were out of danger. "I want to give you shit for taking a risk like that," he said. "Really, I do. But I'm just too tired right now."
We might as well sleep.
Lyra said, looking around at the lush garden they were sitting in as if seeing it for the first time.
There are no shower or laundry facilities here. I'd forgotten about the last time we ended up in one of these secret gardens, Jay. That time, it was me who nearly died.
She laughed as if the concept was ridiculous. Jay looked at her questioningly. She shrugged.
What are the chances?
She said.
The dungeon is looking out for us. If we needed any further proof, I don't know how much clearer it could get than this. Is Molly all right?
Dahlia asked, glancing at the sleeping barbarian woman.
She was very brave back there. I don't think I could have faced that butcher head-on like she did.
She was brave, wasn't she? Jay smiled at the beautiful red-headed warrior, as peaceful in her slumber as she was ferocious in battle. We'll have to make sure we tell her when she wakes up. And you! He reached out to pet the two ghost weasels, who had curled up on her chest and were sleeping soundly. I was ready to toss you little buggers in the butcher's soup pot when you messed up Molly's stealth attack. I'm pretty glad I didn't do that now. You had the right idea, keeping that creepy clown distracted. Rachel opened one eye, then closed it again. Ross nuzzled his nose under his partner's tail and continued sleeping. Neither of them seemed to give a rat's ass what Jay thought about their antics. They were too burned out to do anything but sleep. Lyra's eyelids were drooping as well, and Jay remembered how much energy she'd burnt with her zoomies after drinking the fizzy swamp juice. I think we all need to sleep, he said. Everything else can be dealt with once we're well rested. Lyra yawned and curled up on the floor, wrapping her tail around herself and resting her head on her folded hands. She was snoring in seconds. Jay chuckled to himself and laid down on the plush, mossy floor. Good night, Dahlia, he whispered, feeling sleep tugging at his mind as well. Dahlia didn't answer. Jay felt her fingers slip into his, and he cracked an eye open to find her staring down at him with her yellow eyes wide open. The blanket slipped off her shoulder, exposing a mound of pale, bare flesh. Her magenta hair fell in ringlets around her face, and she was biting her lip.
Wait, Jay,
She said.
Before you sleep, there's something I want to talk to you about. Something I've been meaning to say for a long time.
Jay's heart gave a leap, and dreams of sleep were no longer the foremost thing on his mind. Chapter 22. Garden of Earthly Delights. Sitting up, Jay cast a glance toward the beds of moss where Molly and Lyra had fallen asleep, not wanting to disturb them. Dahlia squeezed his hand, still clutching the thin blanket around her shoulders, and pointed to the back of the room, where shadows on the mossy walls made it look as if the space extended farther back.
Come,
She said.
we don't need to disturb them.
Jay nodded. There might be more to this place than meets the eye. Maybe we should explore a bit? Dahlia rose to her feet. Her dark ears flopped forward endearingly, and she gave Jay a shy smile.
I'd like that.
Jay stood beside her, noticing once more how small she was compared to him. She somehow didn't seem that way when they were fighting, but in the peace of the temporary safe zone, her fearsomeness diminished, and she became soft and vulnerable. Lyra and I found one of these secret garden safe zones on the first floor, he said. She'd just been badly injured by an ooze. I didn't know how to help her. Luckily, the secret garden contained plants that provided the ingredients for a salve that saved her. Dahlia's smile dimmed, and she glanced at the sleeping fox girl with a flash of something almost angry in her eyes. Then she sighed and looked around at the mossy cavern walls instead.
It's a strange place,
she said.
I've never seen anything like it.
It was strange. The secret garden safe zones were so different from every other environment they encountered in the dungeon. The dense, humid air clung to Jay's skin like a warm embrace, close and cloying, even while its warmth was comforting. It was as if the dungeon had peeled back its layers of cold stone to expose an intimate part of itself, a part Jay wasn't sure had ever been shown to another delver. Lyra and Reyna had never heard of them, at least, and between them, they'd heard most of the rumors about the ice dungeon that made their way around. The room felt especially out of place in the midst of the Mad King's castle, where everything was twisted and nightmarish. The unexpected pocket of tropical paradise was a welcome change, though in the back of Jay's mind he kept thinking some creature out of a circus sideshow was going to jump out from behind a flower and bite his ankles or something. "Let's see if the dungeon has hidden any secret goodies for us," Jay said, holding out his hand to the Hairblood woman. Dahlia's yellow eyes widened, and she hesitated only a moment before slipping her fingers into his grasp. Together they moved toward the back of the room. Towering, lush green plants filled the small space, their leaves glossy and vibrant. Vines draped themselves lazily across the ceiling, their tendrils swaying gently as though they moved by some unseen breeze. Dahlia inhaled deeply, tilting her head back so that her ears straightened. She closed her eyes and smiled.
I like it much better here than in the haunted forest,
she said. One of her ears twitched and she opened her eyes.
Jay, do you hear that?
The sound of trickling water came from somewhere nearby, mingling with the soft hum of the jungle-like environment. Jay turned toward it. Where is it coming from, I wonder? Back there? Flowers, some of them glowing faintly with an ethereal light, bloomed in every corner, their petals vibrant shades of purple, blue, and deep crimson. They looked like they belonged to another world altogether, more mystical than anything he'd seen in the dungeon so far. But he couldn't see any water. There must be a stream or something hidden at the back of the cave. He glanced back at Lyra and Molly, who had completely succumbed to the comforting warmth of the mossy floor, lying fast asleep in a soft patch of plush green that seemed to have formed naturally into a bed. Jay chuckled softly at the sight of Molly's hammer lying abandoned at her side, the fierce warrior completely at ease in the peaceful setting. Lyra's bow was propped against the wall, her arms curled around a tuft of glowing moss as though it were the softest pillow in the world. Dahlia's fingers had slipped from his, and the Hairblood woman was already wandering further into the garden, her sharp eyes scanning the area for anything useful. Jay joined her, his gaze moving to the moss-covered walls at the back of the room, trying to follow the sound of the water. Something about the thick moss there seemed off. He stepped up and ran his fingers through the soft, damp moss, only to find that it wasn't solid at all. It parted easily in his hands like a curtain. "Dahlia," Jay called softly, "I think we've got something here." Dahlia joined him just as he pulled the moss aside, revealing a small hidden chamber beyond. The air inside was even warmer, the space filled with a faint mist that carried the scent of minerals and fresh earth. At the center of the chamber was a small hot spring, the water bubbling gently in the natural stone basin, steam rising in waves from its surface. The water shimmered, reflecting the light of tiny bioluminescent flowers that clung to the walls, casting a soft blue glow across the space. "It's like a private oasis," Jay murmured, stepping closer to the water. The gentle warmth of the steam rose to meet him, and for a moment the weight of the dungeon seemed to melt away. "Not bad for a dungeon that's supposedly trying to kill us, huh?"
It makes no sense, does it?
Dahlia said.
It creates these scenarios that we barely survive and then lavishes rewards upon us for managing to scrap by. How much of this is normal dungeon behavior and how much of it is Nova, do you think?
I don't know, Jay said, shaking his head. She's been quiet since we entered this place, though. It's unsettling. She set everything up to lead us here, and now it's like we're being tested. I thought we'd at least get some kind of congratulations for finding them, but there was nothing. Did you receive any notifications after you charged those corporeal artifacts?
No, but I wonder if this is a hard place for her to be, if it reminds her too much of her past life. She created it, I assume, but maybe that wasn't done consciously. Maybe this part of the dungeon is like a nightmare, only it's not ours. It's Nova's.
There was something to that perspective which Jay hadn't considered before. Nova played it pretty tough most of the time, but surely she had her own traumas. And even if she knew what needed to be done in order for Jay to set her free, that wasn't to say she found it easy. Maybe part of her abrasive, controlling attitude was a camouflage for the fear she felt that they wouldn't make it, that she would be trapped here forever. You're probably right, Jay said. Nobody has ever gotten as close to helping her as we have. She's probably afraid something will go wrong.
It's also probably harder to affect the dungeon the farther we get.
Dahlia said with a shrug, tucking her blanket around her as she gazed at the flowers over the pool.
My understanding of the dungeons is that they start deep in the earth, slowly growing toward the surface, so the lower floors are older and more established.
Jay frowned at that thought. He'd grown used to having Nova's help. The idea of going deeper into the dungeon, tackling more dangerous territory with less help was frankly terrifying. Fortunately, Nova had set him up well, giving him a lot of advantages that seemed to be carrying on without her direct involvement. He hoped it would be enough. Dahlia searched the edge of the room, her fingers brushing along the vines that hung from the walls.
There has to be something more here. These plants, they're unusual. We should harvest them for potions or crafting.
Jay nodded, letting his gaze sweep the room. He could see clusters of plants that looked like they could be harvested, bright green ferns, unusual mushrooms glowing faintly, and vines that seemed to pulse with a faint energy. There was an almost magical quality to this place, as though the plants were thriving on more than just sunlight and water. Yes, he said. Before we go, we should take everything we can. You never know what's going to be useful. But Dahlia, it wasn't Nova you wanted to talk about, was it? Dahlia lingered a few steps behind him, biting her lip. Something felt different between them. The quiet, the isolation, there was a tension in the air, almost like the silence after an argument. When Jay turned to look at the hair-blood woman, her gaze made him think the argument was inside her. Dahlia's voice was softer than usual, hesitant. He straightened and looked over at her, noticing the way she avoided his gaze, her fingers absent-mindedly brushing over a vine clinging to the mossy wall. "What's up?" he asked, keeping his tone light, but there was an edge of curiosity in his voice he couldn't completely hide. He wanted nothing more than to be let into Dahlia's inner thoughts. She was so closed off from him most of the time, and when he did get glimpses of what was inside, it was conflicting. Dahlia didn't respond immediately. She looked out toward the entrance of the room where Lyra and Molly lay, peacefully asleep in the moss, before finally turning to face Jay.
"I've been meaning to talk to you,"
she said, her voice steadier now, though her usual coolness was absent.
"Alone."
Jay raised an eyebrow, but didn't interrupt. He'd known Dahlia long enough to recognize that tone. It wasn't often that she opened up about anything personal. She took a deep breath, as if steeling herself.
"I know I can be difficult sometimes. Prickly, cold. Molly says so, and I know that's true."
Jay frowned. "Dahlia—"
"No, let me finish."
She cut in, her eyes narrowing slightly in that familiar way, but there was no anger behind it.
"I'm not good at this. Feelings, emotions. It's easier when I don't have to think about them, when I can just focus on what needs to be done. But lately—"
She trailed off, glancing again toward where Molly and Lyra were resting. Jay waited patiently, watching her closely. Dahlia sighed, a rare show of vulnerability crossing her face.
It's easier when we're alone, like now, when it's just the two of us. I can figure out what I'm feeling, but when Molly and Lyra are around, everything gets complicated.
Jay tilted his head, understanding dawning on him. Complicated how? Dahlia shifted uncomfortably, her hand dropping from the vine she'd been absently toying with.
I feel jealous
She admitted quietly.
of both of them, in different ways. Molly, she's Molly. Everyone loves her. She's strong and confident, and she's always so sure of herself. And Lyra,
Dahlia hesitated, her lips twitching slightly.
Lyra's not as awful as I thought at first, now that I've gotten to know her.
Jay couldn't help the small smile that tugged at the corner of his mouth. High praise,
I'm not stupid.
Dahlia said, shooting him a look.
I know she doesn't like me. I know she's not comfortable with the type of magic I use, but it's not something I can help. The dungeon gave me my class the same as it did her.
I know all that, Jay said. And so does Lyra. She is trying, you know. Dahlia scowled, but there was no real venom in it.
You don't have to defend her. This isn't about her, really, or Molly. It's about me. They both have this, I don't know, rightness to them, I guess. Like they're part of the whole. They're good at being part of a group. And I'm not.
Jay stepped closer, his voice gentle. I get it. The party dynamic can be intense sometimes. But you don't have to be anything you're not. You don't have to do anything you don't want to do. Dahlia's eyes flicked up to meet his, and for a moment she looked almost unsure, vulnerable.
The problem isn't what I don't want to do.
She said softly.
It's what I do want. And I don't know how to handle those feelings.
Jay blinked, taken slightly off guard by the honesty in her words. He had never seen Dahlia like this before, so open, so exposed. I didn't realize, he said carefully. Dahlia, you don't have to—
I know.
She interrupted again, her voice sharp, but not harsh.
I know I don't have to do anything, but that's not the problem. The problem is—
She took a deep breath, her eyes locking with his, and for the first time, she let her guard down completely.
The problem is I want to, and I don't know how to deal with that. Not when I see the way you are with them, with all of us. How can there be space for me?
Jay exhaled slowly, trying to process her words, but he didn't back away. Dahlia, are we talking about the party, or are we talking about you and me? Dahlia took a deep breath, crossing her arms over her chest. Her loose bodice wasn't doing much to hide her full chest beneath the thin blanket. Jay studiously avoided staring at the soft mounds of pale flesh poking out between gaps in the fabric. When she didn't say anything, he continued. It's okay to feel conflicted. We're in a party together, fighting for our lives, relaxing after battles. Feelings get heightened. But this isn't a competition. There's no need to compare yourself to them, or to anyone. Dahlia's eyes flickered with something, relief, maybe, or frustration.
I know that, but it feels like one. I don't even know why I feel the way I do. I guess I've just never really had anyone else to compare myself to. Now that I do, I don't feel as confident in who I am as I was when I was alone and everything was so simple.
Jay nodded slowly. You don't have to have all the answers. That's all right. She looked away, her shoulders tense.
It doesn't feel all right.
Jay hesitated for a moment, then placed a hand gently on her arm. You don't have to figure it all out right now. We've been through a lot together, Dahlia, and I know you. You're not cold or distant. You're just you. And that's enough. You're enough. Dahlia's breath hitched slightly, and she quickly turned her head to hide the emotion that flickered across her face.
You're annoyingly good at this, you know.
She muttered, but there was no bite in her words.
I haven't even really said what I'm trying to say, and you're still saying all the right things to make me feel better.
Jay chuckled softly. I've had practice. Being partied with those two has been a crash course in emotional honesty. Dahlia glanced back at him, and for a moment the tension between them softened. The weight of her almost confession still hung in the air, but something unspoken passed between them, an understanding, a connection that didn't need words.
Thank you,
she said quietly, and in that simple word, Jay heard all the things she wasn't able to say aloud. For a while, the silence between them felt comfortable, like the tension from their earlier conversation had dissipated. But then, before he could say another word, he felt her hand on his arm climbing to his shoulder. The touch was gentle but insistent, and when he looked down into her eyes, they were locked on his, the faintest hint of hesitation flickering in their depths. When had she moved so close? Dahlia. She didn't let him finish. In a swift, surprising motion, she leaned in, her lips brushing against his with a softness that took him completely off guard. The kiss was brief at first, tentative, as if she hadn't planned it, like she wasn't entirely sure what had compelled her to do it. But when she pulled back, her eyes were wide, as though she were just as surprised by her actions as he was. Jay blinked, his heart racing. Dahlia, wait.
I'm sorry,
she interrupted, her voice low and breathless.
I didn't mean to. I didn't plan that. It just happened.
He could see the mix of emotions on her face, confusion, a hint of vulnerability, and something deeper that she was clearly struggling to keep in check. He wanted to say something, to reassure her, but the words got tangled in his mind. He was attracted to her, undeniably, but he wasn't sure this was the right moment, not after everything she had just shared. Dahlia, he started again, more gently this time. Are you sure this is what you really want to do right now? She frowned, taking a step back as her hands fell to her sides.
What do you mean?
Jay sighed, running a hand through his hair. You've been through a lot. We all have, but you've been isolated for years. This is all new to you, and I just don't want you to do something before you're ready. You don't have to rush anything, especially not with me. Her brow furrowed, and Jay could see the flicker of doubt creeping across her face.
So, you're saying you don't feel the same way?
Her voice was quieter now, tinged with uncertainty.
That you don't like me like that? I thought that we were on the same page.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all, Jay said quickly, shaking his head. Dahlia, I am attracted to you. I care about you. I don't want you to feel like you have to push yourself into something you're not sure about. She stared at him for a moment, her arms crossing defensively over her chest.
I don't look like them,
she said suddenly, her voice dropping.
Is that why? I'm not lithe and muscular and athletic. I'm too soft.
Jay's eyes softened, and he stepped closer, reaching out to gently take her hand. Dahlia, he said quietly, his voice full of sincerity. You're beautiful. You're smart, powerful, and incredibly feminine. What Molly and Lyra look like doesn't matter. I'm not comparing you to them. I never have. Dahlia looked at him, her expression uncertain, but there was a hint of hope in her eyes.
If that's true, then kiss me, Jay.
Is that what you want?
Yes,
she whispered, her voice trembling as she pressed herself closer to him, her breasts squishing against his chest.
I need it so badly.
Jay hesitated, his mind racing. He could see how much this moment meant to her, how much she needed reassurance, how much she was wrestling with feelings she didn't quite know how to handle. There was a defenselessness in her that he hadn't seen before, something raw and aching just beneath the surface. Dahlia.
Please,
she whispered, her voice almost breaking.
just
Kiss me.
Jay took a deep breath, his heart pounding in his chest, and then, slowly, he leaned in, his hand cupping her cheek as his lips met hers. The kiss was soft at first, tentative, as though both of them were testing the waters. Her lips were warm, gentle, but there was something beneath that tenderness, a quiet, simmering passion that Jay could sense immediately. As the kiss deepened, he could feel the intensity of her emotions, years of isolation, confusion, and desire bubbling just beneath the surface. Her fingers curled into his shirt, pulling him closer, and Jay could feel the way her body pressed against his, her need for connection stronger than words could convey. Her need quickly became more urgent, more heated, and Jay could feel his own pulse quicken in response. There was something undeniably electric between them, something that had always been there, simmering beneath their interactions, waiting for a moment like this to come alive. But even as the kiss grew more intense, Jay was careful, gentle, pulling back slightly when he felt her breath hitch, not wanting to push her too far. He could sense the passion within her, that deep, fiery emotion that had been locked away for so long, but he wanted to let her set the pace. This was her moment, and he didn't want to take that from her. When they finally broke apart, both of them were breathless. Dahlia's eyes were wide, her lips parted slightly, and there was a flicker of surprise in her expression, as though she hadn't expected the kiss to feel like that. Jay rested his forehead against hers, his hand still gently holding her face. "You okay?" he asked softly. Dahlia nodded, her breath shaky but steadying.
Yes, I didn't expect it to feel like that.
She admitted, her voice quiet but full of emotion.
But thank you.
Jay smiled softly, brushing a strand of hair from her face. "I'm not going anywhere, Dahlia. Whenever you're ready, we'll figure it out." Her fingers tightened on his shirt again, and she pulled him close.
Now, Jay. I'm ready. Now.
Jay swallowed hard, his body instantly responding to the deep-throated lust in her voice. God, he wanted what she was offering, but did she even know what she was asking for? "Dahlia," he said, struggling to keep his voice calm. "Please don't take this the wrong way, but do you even know what you're saying? I mean, do you know what you're ready for?" The hair-blood woman's cheeks burned pink, and she pulled back slightly, turning her eyes away.
Yes, sort of.
She stepped away from him and covered her eyes, then turned away as if she were ashamed.
Oh, Jay, I'm so sorry. I have another confession to make.
"If it's anything like the last one," he said, reaching for her shoulder with a smile, "I think we'll be okay." She trembled beneath his touch, taking deep breaths. Suddenly, something appeared in her hands, pulled from her inventory.
I've watched you with Molly and Lyra.
She whispered.
I've seen the things you do to them. I'm sorry. I know it was wrong, but I felt I was missing something. And then Nova put a peephole in my bedroom, and before I knew what I was doing, I was spying on you. And once I started, I couldn't stop watching, Jay.
Jay frowned. He didn't really mind if Dahlia had watched him with Molly and Lyra. Her curiosity was to be expected after the life she'd lived. He was more concerned with the way Nova was pushing the hair-blood woman. Was she the reason Dahlia had started feeling so insecure about herself? "What's this?" he asked, taking the items from Dahlia's hands. "More of Nova's helpful interventions?" He raised his eyebrows as he realized what he was holding. A stack of intimate photographs taken during his last evening with the girls, and a small rabbit-shaped vibrator.
I think she's making fun of me.
Dahlia whispered.
She knows that I touched myself while I was watching you. I wanted to know what it felt like to be touched like you were touching them. I feel like such a fool.
"You're not a fool," he said. "Nova is being a jerk." The photos, while obviously an invasion of their privacy, didn't bother Jay nearly as much as they might have had it happened in his own world. Here, he knew they were always being watched. It had begun to feel normal. Nova often made obscene comments about Jay's bedroom activities, so this wasn't much of a stretch.
But what I did,
Dahlia said, her voice quivering.
it was wrong, wasn't it? The servants used to say horrible things about girls who played with their, you know.
It's not wrong, Jay said firmly. Although spying on people usually is, I think you can be forgiven given your lack of experience. Next time, if you want to watch, just ask. The girls would probably be happy to put on a show. They like to tease each other that way, too. He set the photographs aside and motioned for Dahlia to sit with him next to the hot spring.
You're not mad?
She asked. I am mad, Jay said, but not at you.
You can keep the pictures. I don't want them. I felt awful after I looked at them. Well, awful and something else. But I don't want them anyhow.
I'll show them to the girls, Jay said. See what they want to do about them. Dahlia bit her lip and looked down at her lap. Jay put the bunny-shaped vibrator on her knees. She looked at it and said,
What am I supposed to do with that?
Do you know what it is? Dahlia shook her head.
Some other joke of Nova's, I guess. But I don't understand it. Do you know what it is?
I do, Jay said.
Could you show me what it does?
She asked tentatively. I could.
Now?
Jay sighed, rubbing a hand through his hair. I don't know what to do, Dahlia. Well, obviously I want you. That's only natural. You're brilliant and gorgeous. I'm attracted to you. I believe the intimacy I have with Molly and Lyra has benefited the party, and I believe it would help with you too. But I don't feel right about the way Nova's been acting. If she's been pushing you and trying to make you feel jealous or inadequate around Molly and Lyra, I don't think that's the right reason to—
That's not why.
She interrupted hurriedly. She turned away from him, dipping her fingers into the steaming water of the hot spring.
Jay, I have felt something for you since the moment we met. Something I've never felt before, and which I don't know how to put into words. I feel it every time we're alone together. Sometimes I feel it when I watch you with the other girls, and that's when I feel jealous and angry with myself for being too stupid to know what's happening in my own mind.
Listen to me, Jay said, taking her hand from the water. You are not stupid. Tears were in Dahlia's eyes.
Then kiss me again, and don't stop this time.
Jay wiped her tears away with his thumb, pulling her face toward his. He didn't want to argue if this was what she wanted. Even if she only thought she wanted it, she'd have to try before she knew otherwise. Who was he to decide for her? If you do want me to stop, he said, just tell me. I'll stop right away. She nodded, her cheek against his palm, leaning into his touch. She watched him through thick black lashes as he leaned in. Jay wrapped his arms around her, pulling her closer. He licked her top lip and she shivered in his arms. Slowly, he plied her mouth open with his tongue until she parted her lips with a sigh. His fingers massaged her arms as he held her, sliding up and over her shoulders and into her hair until one hand rubbed the base of a long velvet ear. Dahlia let out a deep, primal moan, lifting a leg to allow him to press closer. She explored his arms, his chest, his stomach with her fingers trailing, sending ripples of pleasure through his body. When she found the top of his pants, she slid a finger inside his waistband and pulled him against her. It was Jay's turn to moan. She'd gone from shy and uncertain to insistent in very short order. The heat emanating from her body was stronger than the steaming hot spring as he lay her in the moss next to the bubbling pool. Dahlia's bodice, which she'd been holding together along with the blanket, fell open when her hands were occupied with their exploration of him. Her full, soft breasts burst from the seam, falling to the sides of her narrow chest. Jay instinctively moved a hand to cup them, squeezing them together and kneading the soft flesh with his fingers.
Oh.
feels good.
Dahlia gasped, arching her back as Jay rubbed her nipple between his thumb and forefinger. Her movement shoved her chest against his, pushing her breasts farther out to the side, where they ballooned under the pressure. Jay felt himself stiffen almost painfully. She was so soft, as plush and inviting as the moss they lay on, every inch of her body giving to his touch. Jay ran his fingers through her hair, stroked her silken ears, brushed her throat with his fingertips, and left a trail of kisses along her jaw, testing to find her most sensitive areas. But everything seemed to be equally sensitive. Dahlia shivered and shook and whimpered at every touch, as if her entire body were an erogenous zone. That made Jay extremely curious how she would react once he got to her more sensitive parts. Hungrily, he moved down her body, his lips dragging and teeth nipping along the way, elicting more excited yelps and whimpers that drove him wild with desire. When he couldn't take it anymore, he sat back, panting, and had a good long look at her. Dahlia was only half-dressed, and what she still wore was completely disheveled. Her magenta hair was tangled with moss, her ears flopped adorably sideways. Her cheeks were so pink they looked sunburned, and that flush extended down her neck, over her chest, competing with the pink of her big berry-colored nipples. She had one leg bent upward, with the other languishing beside the pool, her thighs open and the skirts of her long black dress pushed up to mid-thigh. She looked incredible. He told her so.
Then why did you stop?
She asked, breathily, her chest rising and falling so quickly it made her breasts jiggle enticingly. Jay reached out and grabbed them, pushing them together to create an inviting valley of cleavage that he promptly buried his face in before popping one big berry nipple into his mouth and giving it a hard suck. Dahlia's bent leg kicked out suddenly like she'd been electrocuted.
Oh, my! Oh, yes! Yes! Yes!
She went rigid beneath him, shoving her breasts against his face until he couldn't see or breathe, but that didn't bother him one bit. Once he'd sucked the first nipple, he began to tease it with his fingers and moved his mouth to her other side, eliciting another electric jolt as the Hairblood woman nearly rolled them both into the hot spring. "We'll have to get the rest of these clothes off you if you want to go for a swim," Jay teased. Dahlia grabbed him by the back of the head and shoved his mouth back onto her nipple.
More sucking,
she demanded. Jay was more than happy to comply. The more the rabbit girl moaned, the harder he sucked, massaging her heavy breasts as he did so, until he began to worry that he would leave bruises. But that was what she seemed to like. Every time he let up, she shoved her chest harder against his mouth and begged.
Harder, please, harder! Use your teeth!
Dahlia might not have been an experienced lover, but she quickly seemed to learn what she liked, and once she knew that, she was insatiable. Jay moved between her thighs, wrapping an arm behind her neck and pulling her closer to him as he ravaged her chest. She thrust her hips against him, finding his thigh and squeezing it between her own, rocking against him as he sucked her. Her breath began to come more quickly. Suddenly, she wrenched his head back from her breast, which came out of his mouth with an audible pop. Her face was red and blotchy now, and heat was pouring off her skin. A sheen of sweat dewed her forehead. Her bright yellow eyes looked glazed and glassy.
Where else can you kiss me like that?
She asked, squeezing him between her thighs and thrusting eagerly against his leg.
Could you kiss me there?
Jay could only nod. If that's what you want.
I don't know.
She whispered, suddenly uncertain.
It might be too much.
I could show you how to use that little toy Nova gave you instead. Dahlia's eyes widened.
Is that what it's for?
Lay back, Jay said, snatching the little rabbit from where he'd left it next to the pool. He brushed her skirts back so they pooled around her hips, leaving her covered except for her thick, quivering thighs. The rounded curves of her bare ass were just visible beneath the ruffles. He groaned with desire, seeing her half covered like that and wanting nothing more than to tear the rest of the dress away. But he'd offered, and she hadn't been ready for that. So he'd just have to see how she felt after learning how to use her little bunny thumper. First, he stroked her thighs with his fingers, delighting in the way they jumped and twitched at his touch. She moaned and shivered, her skin flushing expectantly. Jay pressed the button on the side of the vibrator and felt the toy jump in his fingers. The little bunny's legs kicked at lightning speed, creating a hum in the palm of his hand. Dahlia's eyes widened as he held it up to show her, then moved it slowly toward her leg. She leapt with a start when he pressed the bunny against the inside of her knee. Then she relaxed.
Oh, that's not what I expected, I guess. How strange.
Jay smiled to himself as he moved the vibrator lower on her leg, over her calf, and then back up to her knee. Dahlia frowned.
It is for sore muscles, then? It feels a bit like getting a massage. The other girls in the kitchen and I used to give each other massages after hard days.
Her words cut off abruptly as he began to move the kicking bunny in the other direction. He drew small, tight circles on the inside of her thigh, gradually drawing larger circles and moving up toward the hem of her skirts. Better? He asked. Or should I stop? Dahlia gasped.
No, please no. Don't stop for darkness' sake. That feels very nice.
Jay slipped his other hand up her skirts, sliding his fingers up her thigh to find the edge of her undergarments. Instead, his fingers slid across smooth, hot flesh, already dripping with wetness. He drew his hand back quickly. Sorry, I thought you'd be wearing panties.
Would you have taken them off?
She asked as he moved the vibrator to her other thigh. He nodded.
Then what's to be sorry about?
Jay wanted to say he was sorry he had suggested playing with the toy because he wanted to sink his cock into her that instant. Instead, he said, Nothing. Tell me when to stop. This time, he pushed the little bunny thumper all the way up her skirts, teasing it around her mound and up and down her wet, swollen lips.
Black gods!
She gasped.
What are you doing to me? Oh, that feels so good, Jay.
Dahlia's eyes rolled back in her head, and she lost the ability to tell him anything. Jay used her moans to determine where she liked it best, and soon the little bunny was thumping hard against her clit, and the Hairblood's thighs were shaking so hard it made her breasts bounce and shudder. But before she came, he pulled the vibrator away and turned it off.
No, what are you doing? Please don't stop.
I showed you how to use it, he said. But that's for when you're alone. When I'm here, you don't need it, do you?
I don't know.
Dahlia shouted angrily, sitting up so that her bodice slipped off and fell in the hot spring.
I don't know what you can do I? I didn't tell you to stop, Jay. I want more.
Jay grinned evilly at her, but didn't say anything. He just set the little bunny aside and shoved Dahlia's skirts all the way up around her waist, exposing the slick, open slit between her legs, begging to be touched. If she wanted more, he'd give her more. The moment he pushed his finger inside her pussy, she froze. The anger vanished off her face to be replaced by a stunned, melting look. Her ears drooped sideways as Jay rubbed her clit with slow circles of his thumb, stroking inside her tight channel with a come-hither motion, holding her still with his other hand on her hip. Soon, Dahlia's legs were trembling again. Both feet began to kick at his sides. He used the same deep touches she'd responded to on her breasts, slow and insistent, and Dahlia's pussy responded with gushing enthusiasm.
Oh, fuck! Holy shadows!
Hot juices poured over his hand as she came without warning. Dahlia shot upright, grabbing his shoulders by surprise, as if she didn't know what had happened. Then immediately she demanded, panting,
What was that? Can you do that again? That was so much more intense than what I managed on my own.
I can show you something more intense, Jay said, grinning at his success, if you think you're ready.
You mean with your thing? Your staff? Your pleasure scepter?
Jay laughed. I'd like to put my cock inside you, yes.
Cock?
She looked at him with bemused disgust.
Like a rooster? Is that what you call it? That sounds so stupid.
You prefer pleasure scepter? He asked, pushing her backward onto the moss. What about sword?
Sword is all right.
She said, her gaze thoughtfully distant as she considered the word.
At least that makes sense. I mean, from what I saw, it's pretty long and...
Jay opened his trousers, releasing himself from the tight confines with a sigh of relief. Dahlia's eyes widened.
That is supposed to go inside me? It's huge!
Only if that's what you want, Jay said, fervently hoping that was what you wanted. The first time is the most difficult. You'll get used to it, or so the others say. What do you think?
Yes.
She said after a moment.
Yes, I want to try. How do I receive your sword?
Jay moved her over, pushing her thighs apart with his own as he lined himself up with her slit. He kissed her breasts again and her neck and moved up to her mouth, where he lost himself a moment, enjoying her desperate whimpers. Kissing her deeply, he slowly began to push inside her sex. Dahlia returned his kisses ravenously, wrapping her arms around him and spreading her thighs wider. She was tight, but so wet it made little difference. Her desire was so great that her entire body became pliable in his hands. Still, he took his time with the first thrust, not wanting a moment of her first time to be unpleasant.
Oh, that feels so nice.
She moaned, running her hands up his sides.
I feel so pleasantly full. Oh.
He gave her the first gentle push.
Oh, yes.
He thrust again, more forcefully this time, relishing her hot wetness, engulfing him in a squeezing embrace.
To the hilt, Jay.
She gasped.
Do not hold back. It's... Oh, yes. Yes. Yes.
Like everything else they had tried, Dahlia preferred a heavy-handed touch. Despite her lack of experience, she begged him for a depth of penetration he would have been afraid to unleash on an experienced lover. Her soft body bounced delightfully beneath him as he eagerly complied with her wishes, driving himself into her perfect, enveloping depths. Dahlia's fingers dug into his back, and her cries became gasps as she responded to his strokes, rocking her hips eagerly against him. Again, without warning, she climaxed, screaming in his ear as she did so, and releasing another hot gush of pleasure that splashed against his thighs. Jay gave himself over to the delights of her quivering body, thrusting deeper until his own pleasure crashed over him like a wave. He gasped as the release he'd been holding back finally came, and he filled her with his seed. She drew his face back to hers, kissing him again.
Thank you.
She whispered.
Thank you.
Jay tried to push himself up, his exhaustion finally catching up to him as his muscles protested any more movement. But he kissed her back, rolling to the side so they could disentangle their limbs. Only the edge of the hot spring was closer than he thought. With a yelp, both Jay and Dahlia rolled and tumbled into the steaming water. Chapter 23. Fun, Games, and Sacrifice. Laughter erupted from the edge of the room, and Molly and Lyra burst through the moss curtain, laughing like hyenas. Jay and Dahlia spluttered to the surface of the hot spring. Dahlia looked surprised and embarrassed, while Jay felt amused.
Can we join you?
Lyra asked.
Since you so rudely woke us up with all your grunting and screaming. Yeah,
Molly said, hands on her hips as she pretended to be annoyed.
I was tired, but not that tired. What a racket! Hey, what's this?
She strode toward the edge of the hot spring where Jay had left the stack of photographs Dahlia had given him.
Oh no.
Dahlia gasped, covering her face and swimming over to hide behind Jay. Her wet ears drooped comically.
They're going to be so...
Molly let out a low whistle.
Hot damn, we look good. I didn't even realize this dungeon magic had me so ripped. Even my throat muscles are bulging in this one.
Lyra came to peek over the barbarian's shoulder. Her blue and gold eyes went wide.
That's because you're swallowing Jay's dick, dummy. He's the bulge.
Those were a gift to Dahlia from Nova, Jay explained.
Trying to show you what you were missing out on in Prude Corner, huh?
Molly lifted an eyebrow, cocking her head and turning it sideways.
This is like a Rorschach test made up of body parts. What's even happening here?
I don't remember you licking me there.
Lyra whispered, glancing at Molly from the corner of her eye, blushing as pink as Dahlia was.
Did you really do that?
Dahlia sank into the water, hiding her face beneath the bubbling surface, looking like she'd rather die than have to tell the other girls what had happened in her private quarters. Jay gave her shoulder a reassuring squeeze, then swam over to the edge of the pool. Dahlia showed me because she didn't feel comfortable having them without you knowing. We wanted to ask you what you think we should do with them.
What, like get them framed or something?
Molly flipped her copper curls over her shoulder as she passed one to the fox girl.
They are pretty hot. Look, Lyra, here's a good one. I vote for this one if we frame any of them. Did you get my good side? Ah!
Lyra's question was cut off with a yip, her ears flattening into her long silver hair.
Hey, that's my butthole! Definitely your good side.
Molly cackled, tossing the rest of the pictures aside. She leaned over, peering around Jay to look at Dahlia.
Is that why you were acting so weird when I went to talk to you the other night? Was Nova getting to you?
Dahlia nodded, rising out of the water enough to whisper.
Yes. I felt so silly and childish compared to you both. I didn't know any of that was even possible.
It isn't always like that,
Lyra said, beginning to undress.
We were just feeling particularly frisky because of that nymphomaniac debuff. As long as we stop regularly and get to spend a little bit of time with Jay, it's not usually quite so rambunctious. And if you'd rather have your time with Jay on your own, that's totally okay.
Molly added.
Although, maybe we can convince Nova to make that soundproof room a regular thing so the rest of us can sleep while you're getting yours. He really must have found your sweet spot, girl. I haven't heard hollering like that since the time I accidentally stepped on Lyra's tail when she was... That was not an accident!
Lyra shrieked, throwing her skirt at the back of Molly's head. The barbarian turned just in time, her face split into a mischievous grin.
Anyway, make room for us,
Molly said.
I could use a good soak before we finish our rest. My muscles are killing me. Remind me to never drain my stamina like that again. It's thoroughly unpleasant.
She stripped out of her chainmail bikini. She stood there, completely naked, looking around at the lush grotto with its luminescent flowers and rare dungeon plants. Dahlia looked away, still shy. Then she began to remove the rest of her dress, pushing the swaths of wet fabric onto the rocky ledge around the pool. Jay removed the rest of his clothes, too. I guess if we don't have access to the laundry cubes, this is the next best thing. Hopefully they'll be dry by the time we're ready to leave.
We can stay until they dry,
Lyra reminded him, climbing over the edge and into the hot spring.
Time doesn't really pass when we're in the safe zone. That feels amazing. Shove over,
Molly said, leaping up next to the fox girl and then pushing her into the water with a yip and a splash.
Oh, that is nice. Great find, Jay. We should get the hot tub edition safe zone more often.
Be careful what you wish for, Jay said. We only seem to get one of these hidden safe zones when someone is badly injured. And I've hardly had any communication with Nova on this floor at all, other than in my spell book. Lyra spat a stream of water at Molly, hitting her in the face.
There! That's what you get for pushing me, jerk. Jerk?
Molly spluttered.
At least I don't look like a drowned rat.
She jumped into the water and tackled the fox girl, dunking her under the water. Somehow, Lyra managed to wriggle free and get herself wrapped around Molly's torso. When the barbarian came up for air, the fox girl was riding on her back like a drunk girl trying to cling to a mechanical bull.
I'll show you a drowned rat!
Dahlia stood at the back of the pool with her arms wrapped shyly over her chest, watching the girl's antics uncertainly. "So much for our nice, relaxing soak," Jay said, shielding Dahlia from some of the splashing. He tugged her toward him and wrapped her up in his own arms instead, and whispered in her ear, "See, everything's okay. You belong with us."
With you, maybe.
Dahlia whispered back.
But they still seem kind of crazy.
Jay shrugged, ducking as a wave of water came flying their way. "You get used to it." Dahlia spun in his arms, running her fingers over his shoulders and drawing his face down to hers.
Kiss me again.
She begged earnestly.
I'm still learning. I need practice.
Jay was only too happy to oblige, delighting in the slick feel of the hair-blood woman's lush curves beneath the water. His hands roamed her body as his mouth explored her lips, teeth, and tongue. She had such a tiny waist compared to the flare of her hips. Now that she wasn't wearing the remains of her dress, he could fully appreciate the thick, juicy meat of her ass and thighs. Dahlia sighed into his mouth as he slid his hands over her cheeks to where her fluffy round tail sat like a black gem at the base of her spine. It moved like a little ball of silk beneath the water as he massaged it, feeling her moans like a vibration in his chest. Behind them, Lyra and Molly were still fighting and splashing, letting out shrieks of alarm and victory as they bested one another. Dahlia no longer seemed concerned with them as she placed her hands on Jay's shoulders and lifted herself, floating in the water so that her thighs wrapped around his waist.
Enter me again.
She begged.
I want to feel your sword inside me.
Jay's fingers slipped between her cheeks, sliding over her puckered rear hole and making her jump in his arms. Then he spread her lips and stroked the inner folds of her pussy, which were still richly creamy with need. He was more than ready for her. Cupping her ass in his palms, he lifted her until her breasts came out of the water, resting under his chin. She slipped a hand between her legs and grasped his rigid shaft, holding it steady in the water.
Lower me onto it.
She whispered.
Impale me with your spear.
He lowered her, meeting gentle but insistent resistance from her opening as she stretched to accommodate his girth. Dahlia locked her legs behind him, using her muscles to squeeze herself down, forcing him deeper into her body despite the tightness of her channel. Jay groaned as she enfolded his flesh, amazed at the lushness of her body, soft and giving, firm and ripe in equal measures. Dahlia began to pump her legs, locking and releasing, tensing and relaxing, causing her body to lift and drop on his shaft with almost mechanical precision. Each time she tensed, she shot down like a piston, driving his length into her pussy. When she relaxed, she popped up, her breasts bursting through the surface of the water and smacking him in the chin. He didn't even have to help her this time. Leaning against the edge of the pool, he just let her do the work. Jay watched the amazing bunny girl bounce on his cock, her long ears flopping, her huge tits swaying apart and clapping together as she humped him. Dahlia's eyes were closed and she was biting her lip, the flush in her cheeks spreading as she lost herself to the new and overwhelming sensations. He thought she was the most beautiful thing in the world in that moment, and her rhythmic bouncing left little for him to do but enjoy himself. Tightness built in his groin as she pleasured herself on him, but he held back, waiting for her to reach her limit. But he couldn't help himself as her breasts slapped temptingly against his face, from catching one nipple in his mouth and sucking hard. Dahlia cried out, her fingers digging into his shoulder, but she kept bouncing. The movement threatened to tug her breast from his lips, but he sucked hard enough to keep the nipple firmly between his teeth. He grabbed her other nipple between his fingers and pinched her hard.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
She screamed with each bounce, grinding her pussy almost violently along his shaft.
Suck me harder, Jay! I think I'm going to... Ah!
Her muscles pulsed along his shaft, squeezing and releasing like she was trying to milk him. Her ecstatic writhing was all the encouragement Jay needed to release a second time, pumping what felt like even more of his seed into her than the first time. When they finally came back to reality, Molly and Lyra had stopped fighting and were watching with their mouths wide open. Jay noticed their audience first, and when Dahlia looked over her shoulder, she let out an embarrassed yelp and buried her face against his chest.
Okay.
Molly said, pushing through the water toward them.
I think that's just about enough of the demure young virgin act, don't you? We get it. You're shy and inexperienced. Welcome to the club. You're not shy,
Lyra said, pushing Molly's shoulder and knocking her sideways.
But Molly's right. We didn't have any experience either. That's nothing to be ashamed about. Do you see shame?
Molly crossed her arms and raised a skeptical eyebrow.
Because I just watched a horny bunny girl bump on my man like she was riding a pogo stick, literally like 2 yards from my face. I'm not buying the shame and embarrassment shtick anymore. I think this is all an act, just so she can have him to herself. That's not true.
Dahlia gasped, her cheeks burning bright pink.
I got carried away.
Lyra looked thoughtful.
Hairbloods are known for being hypersexual. I'm not.
Dahlia protested.
I've never even known any other hairbloods, so how would I know that's how I'm supposed to behave? Oh, I don't think it's a learned thing,
Lyra said, her blue and gold eyes flashing mischievously.
It's like your affinity for dark magic. It comes naturally. You're just naturally slutty. I was a virgin until about an hour ago!
Molly harumphed.
Sluttiest virgin I ever saw.
Lyra cocked an eyebrow at the barbarian woman.
Have you met yourself? Shut up, you little vixen.
Molly hissed.
I was sexually repressed for a long time, and I come from a world that practically worships pornography. I am not slutty. I'm just enthusiastic.
Jay watched this conversation unfolding like he was watching a tennis match. I think I'm going to get out of here and get a head start on that long rest.
You're not going anywhere!
Lyra and Molly shouted in unison, suddenly lunging across the hot spring at him. Dahlia shrieked and jumped out of their way, abandoning Jay immediately as the two strong women grabbed him by the arms, tugging him back and forth between them.
Maybe I'll go,
the bunny girl said, pulling herself out of the pool with a nervous backward glance. Her pale skin was pink with the heat and glistening wetly. Jay couldn't help staring as she climbed out, pulled a blanket out of her inventory, and hurried out of the room. Traitor! Jay called after her, laughing at the sight of her little black tail bouncing behind her as she ran. Molly and Lyra were too busy fighting over him to notice that they chased the Hairblood woman away. Ouch! Girls, you're going to tear me in two!
No!
Molly growled.
You're going to tear me in two, or you're going to have a sex-crazed barbarian on your hands again. Yeah.
Lyra added, tugging him toward her.
We need our buffs, Jay. You can't spend all your energy on the new girl. That's no fair.
Jay groaned, grateful, not for the first time, for the flexible nature of the safe zone temporal rules. He was going to need some recovery time after this. Jay was so exhausted by the time Lyra and Molly were sated that he didn't even remember dragging himself to the mossy carpet and falling asleep naked next to his three companions. One way or another, they'd ended up piled together with various random blankets and cloaks pulled from their inventory to act as bedding. He slept like the dead, drained on every level, and woke feeling like a new man. The girls were already up, making food at the little makeshift campsite Lyra carried the equipment around for. At the moment, everyone seemed to be in good humor and they were getting along, so Jay stayed laying down, pretending to sleep, while he flipped through his notifications. He'd gotten an extra 5% max XP bonus for his politically incorrect HR management ability, which granted him the additional experience as a reward for sleeping with his party members. He'd forgotten about that little tidbit, though apparently the dungeon hadn't. Jay wondered why Nova was so interested in getting him in bed with the women in his party, or if there even was a reason other than the fact that it had been years since Nova had had a body of her own and was living vicariously through him. The next one was more interesting.
New passive ability acquired. Team synergy. Balancing the skills and abilities of your workforce is key to operational success. Even more important is learning to balance the needs of a diverse group. In the most intimate of situations, any CEO can bang his sexy secretary in order to blow off a little steam, but it takes a special kind of boss to keep multiple women happy at once, especially when they know about one another, wield dangerous weapons, and like to kill things for fun. When your party has at least one of each class type, warrior, caster, and stealth, you can keep 3 or more of your party members emotionally and sexually satisfied for 36 hours. You'll receive the Team Synergy XP bonus, and satisfaction goes both ways. This passive ability gives the party leader a 5-point bonus to each affinity, as well as the 25% max XP bonus, and a 2-point bonus to each affinity for the rest of the party.
Jane knew that was an unusually generous perk. He looked forward to seeing the girls' reactions when they saw it. He was also excited to receive an upgrade to the on-the-job training ability.
On-the-job training, Executive Edition. Once per day, you may borrow a skill from one of your party members. With the Executive Edition, your party member will retain use of their skill. You do not gain the party member's skill points in this level, nor do they lose their skill points. You retain skill points gained with borrowed skills, but may only access them when you have a relevant skill active in your skill tree.
That would remove the risks from Jay using the ability, which he usually tried to avoid unless absolutely necessary, since stripping the girls of their powers could be dangerous for them. Otherwise, there hadn't been any interesting changes in his skills or abilities, and he still wasn't receiving the bootstrapper bonuses anymore, or any private notes from Nova. There was a hint of her voice in his dungeon notifications with the inappropriate innuendo only he seemed to receive, but otherwise she was quiet, far too quiet for his comfort. He had a feeling he was supposed to be using the Dark Horse spellbook more, but choosing what to sacrifice was difficult. He wondered if asset management might be a good choice. He rarely used the ability to transfer skills from one of the girls to another, especially as they all had such divergent skills and abilities. What would Lyra do with one of Molly's melee attacks when she didn't have any experience with any melee weapons? And Molly wouldn't know the first thing about casting one of Dahlia's spells. Dahlia wouldn't know how to shoot a bow. The one reason he could see for hanging on to it was if Lyra was injured and he needed to give her Soothing Kisses spell to someone else in order to heal her. But he could always borrow it himself if it came to that. That line of thought brought up another concern he had with their party. As well-rounded as they were, they still didn't have a healer. He could probably find a way to make some potions using his research and development and field medic professions, but it sounded like as they became more powerful, healing potions and salves would become less effective. Having a dedicated healer in the group was something they needed to look at. Lyra's Soothing Kisses perk was the only healing spell they had between them, and it would be painfully underpowered going forward. But what chance did they have of encountering a healer on this hidden alternate floor? As far as they knew, they were the only ones in the Mad King's castle. Everyone else had either fled, forfeiting the chance to come back, or had never returned, either because they were dead or because they'd moved deeper into the dungeon and not bothered to come back. If they had a dedicated healer with powerful healing spells, asset management would be a powerful tool. Being able to give a healing spell to any member of the party could mean all the difference in a life or death situation where the healer was injured or separated from the group. But without a healer, Jay wondered if it would be better to sacrifice the ability and hope for something better. Also, he hadn't had a chance to test out some of his new powers yet. The puzzle format of the challenges in the Mad King's castle had been great for getting the girls more involved in planning each battle, and it had allowed them to defeat enemies they would not have been able to defeat solely in combat. But it left too many unknowns for Jay to proceed confidently with the difficult choices his class required him to make. He hoped the girls wouldn't be too upset if he paused the experiment and took back more control, if only long enough to figure out which of his new skills were worthy of staying on the roster. Jay gave a final scan of his numbers.
Delver, J. Morgan. Class type, versatile. Class, Dark Horse. Tier 1, CEO, Chief Expedition Officer. Tier 2, blocked. Level, 21. XP, 3,682. Next level, 15,858. Health, 360. Stamina, 250. Mana, 210. Active bonus, 40% max XP, scale up. 25% max XP, affirmative action. 15% max XP, HR Nightmare. 10% max XP, CEO. Unassigned attribute points, 0. Strength, 20. Inclined Team Synergy +5. Agility, 20, +5. Intelligence, 20, +5. Constitution, 36. Beetle Black Scarab Armor. Set bonus Constitution, +6. HP, +50. Sex Fiend, +15. Team Synergy, +5. Willpower, 15 +5. Charisma, 15 +5. Active skills, on-the-job training, asset management, Golden Gazelle, Agile GOAT, authoritative voice, too good to be true, hostile takeover, leverage, mandatory overtime, downsizing. Passive abilities, scale up 4, affirmative action 3, environmental resistance 1, Arctic, dungeon site 4, stealth 4, trailblazer 2, sex fiend 1. Perks, bootstrapper, silver handshake. Vocational skills, gathering, horticulturist 3, profession, field medic 3, profession, fletching 3, crafting, apothecary 3, crafting, survival 3, crafting, research and development 5.
His Tier 2 class was still blocked, and he still had no idea what to do about that. But he made note of the skills he wanted to test more, namely authoritative voice, hostile takeover, leverage, mandatory overtime, and downsizing. Then he opened his Dark Horse spellbook and wrote the words Asset Management in the center of the page. The letters wobbled and swirled like they usually did, but it seemed to take them longer to reform than the last time he'd sacrificed a skill. For some reason, rather than appearing on the center of the page, he thought he could see faint letters appearing upside down at the bottom of the page. Jay quickly flipped the book around just as the sentence was disappearing. The words, "Help me," "Weaker now," "Find," jumped out, but before he could make sense of the rest of it, the words vanished, and the book began to work the way it was supposed to, with the new skill appearing in the middle.
You have gained a new perk, posthumous consulting. Don't you hate it when your employees die before they've completed an important project? I mean, it's just so inconsiderate. Some people have no respect for a CEO's time. Sure, you might not even notice the rotting body in that cubicle at the back of the office for a few days or weeks. And yeah, you didn't even really know his name. It was Bob, right? Pretty sure it was Bob. Or Bill, or maybe Shirley. But that doesn't mean he can't just quit without warning. Better call HR and see what we can do about this mess. Ah yes, here it is. Posthumous consulting. Just because a Delver's dungeon crawling career came to an unfortunate, gruesome end doesn't mean their expertise should go to waste. With this new perk, you can tap into the wealth of knowledge offered by dearly or not so dearly departed Delvers you have been partied with. Whether it's advice on hidden traps, forgotten loot, or the best way to avoid a messy demise, the dead are always ready to lend a hand, or at least a wrathful spectral voice, and if they're not, too bad. They can't quit if they haven't got a life to go back to, can they? Fair warning from HR, though, some consultants might be a little bitter about their current state. Expect a few complaints about working conditions. Not that you're expected to do anything about those complaints. It can just be really annoying. Remember, just because they're dead doesn't mean they don't owe you. Fully integrated Delvers whose bodies have been reabsorbed by the dungeon after their death are now available to chat via the party menu. Conditions apply. Delver must be a past or present party member to be eligible for this benefit. The service is in the testing phase, and connections may be spotty. The dungeon assumes no responsibility for the feelings of deceased party members who wish to remain deceased. If you wanted to stay dead when you died, you should have put it in your contract.
Jay read the description twice before quickly opening his party menu to check on his chat menu with Reyna. It was no longer grayed out like it had been, but now glowed a luminous spectral white. She'd already left him a message. Reyna.
Jay, what is going on? I just received the first proper notification since I've been stuck in this place. Some of my systems are back online, but I still have no body. I guess I must be dead after all.
Jay. I'm so sorry, Reyna. I don't know why you're being held here. I just got a new perk called Posthumous Consultation. I can only assume Nova thinks I need your help with something. Reyna.
Or she does. I've been hearing voices in here, Jay. It's very eerie. I definitely have a sense that I am not alone. But I suppose I should not be surprised. I have used spells to communicate with dead Delvers before. It only makes sense that the dungeon must keep the dead in its memory somehow in order for such spells to work.
Jay. Ghosts in the machine. Reyna.
I suppose, if you want to be poetic about it, I must say, I feel less like a ghost and more like the sock that's gone missing in the wash.
Jay. Is there anything I can do to help you? What do you need? Reyna.
I no longer feel weak the way I did. I don't know what I need. Perhaps I need nothing in this place. Companionship, I suppose, to keep from going as mad as the dungeon.
Jay. Of course. I don't know if the others will be able to speak with you, but I won't forget you, Reyna. Reyna.
I have a feeling it is I who am supposed to be helping you, J. Morgan. Tell me, what is it you need?
Jay felt a little guilty about taking advantage of the witch doctor when she was in such a difficult position, but he did have questions for her. He immediately ran down his concerns about their party's lack of a healer. Reyna was shocked to hear how quickly they'd leveled, and regretfully informed Jay that she didn't have any spells to share. Most of her abilities were curses she'd created herself, which could not be cast by another. Though she did know a few ingredients he could try to make potions and poultices, many of which were already in the party inventory thanks to Reyna's last living efforts to transfer her belongings to him and the girls. But, like Lyra, she warned that they would likely be ineffective now. High-level Delvers required a healer in their party, as well as someone with basic field medic skills. Jay could only hope they leveled quickly enough in the upcoming puzzle rooms that their fight against the Mad King in the throne room wouldn't be their undoing. Bozo the Butcher had been enough of a challenge. He wasn't sure they could survive much more than that, not without extra members in their party. Promising to message her again soon, Jay thanked her and closed the menu. Molly, Lyra, and Dahlia were finished with breakfast and kvetching a bit about the lack of upgrades they'd gotten with their new levels. All of them had the same sense that Jay had, that something was interfering with Nova's ability to communicate with them. Dahlia had searched the secret garden safe zone and managed to harvest a number of interesting plants and mushrooms, but nothing more exciting than that. Jay did a bit of experimenting in his field medic tab and managed to create some bandages from mummy wrappings they'd harvested back on the first floor, as well as a handful of restorative cocktails, healing potions that restored health over time. Neither discovery made him feel any better about venturing deeper into the Mad King's castle. But he didn't see how they had much choice. They needed to find Nova. Maybe the more of her corporeal artifacts they found, the less power she had in whatever realm she inhabited in the dungeon's mind. Either way, there didn't seem to be anything else to do but move forward, no matter how dangerous the way ahead would be. Being stuck in the Mad King's castle wasn't an option, and neither was going back. Chapter 24. Trials and Tribulations. Jay had told the girls that he needed to practice with some of his new skills, so they'd have to take a back seat in the upcoming battles. Naturally, that went as well as could be expected. Not that the girls had any problem with Jay's plan. They didn't. They were actually relieved to have the pressure removed from their shoulders now that they'd each proven themselves capable of leading if it was necessary. The dungeon, on the other hand, had other plans. Upon leaving the secret garden safe zone, they stepped out into a stone corridor that didn't look much different from the ones they'd been walking in before they'd reached the kitchen. Everyone was in good spirits. The girls were relaxed after a long rest and some intimate attention, and especially so now that they knew Jay was going to take the lead in the next fight. They fell in behind him, laughing and teasing each other and generally having a good time, but it didn't take long for the group to notice that something was different about this corridor. The tunnel narrowed, the walls closing in with every step they took. Jay's shoulders brushed the damp stone on either side, and he could feel the weight of the ceiling pressing down on them just low enough that he had to duck slightly as they moved forward. The air began to feel thick, and each breath came with a slight sense of unease. Claustrophobic wasn't exactly the right word for it, but the tightness of the space had everyone on edge. Most of all, Jay was concerned with how they'd fight if they were ambushed, with the walls and ceiling being so close it would be difficult to draw a weapon. If his new spells were up to the task, everything would be fine, but if they weren't...
Anyone else feel like we're walking into a trap?
Lyra muttered, her voice barely above a whisper. "I've felt like that since we stepped foot in this castle," Jay replied, his eyes scanning the tunnel ahead. The artificial light from his dungeon site illuminated the rough stone in his HUD, causing them to pop out of the darkness, but the effect was disorienting, making the stones shift and move on their own depending on where he focused his vision. Fortunately, nothing stood out as a trap or an enemy, so at least for the moment they were safe. Ahead, the tunnel opened into a slightly wider chamber, but the low ceiling remained, making them crouch instinctively. Though there was enough room for Jay to stand upright, there was only about a foot of empty space above him, making him feel as if the ceiling were about to fall on his head. Jay stepped into the room cautiously, feeling naked without his sword. He scanned the area, but he couldn't see anything, and all he could hear was the steady drip of water from somewhere unseen.
I can't see to the back of the room.
Dahlia said softly, stepping up beside Jay.
Even with my night vision activated, it's as if the room goes on forever into darkness.
There was a faint shift in the air, an inaudible popping feeling like the pressure changing. Nothing else seemed to be different, but the hairs on Jay's arms stood up as if there were magic working around him. "Get ready." Jay kept his voice low, his eyes roving around. "Something has changed. I think we're in the next challenge area now." A low, grinding sound, faint at first but unmistakable, came from below them. The noise rumbled through the floor, making the stones beneath their feet vibrate slightly. Jay's frown deepened. Lyra's gaze shifted downward.
Something's moving.
Jay crouched lower, placing a hand on the ground. The stones felt strangely warm, as though something was stirring beneath the surface. The grinding sound grew louder, closer, like the groan of stone coming to life. Jay stood slowly. I don't like this. Before anyone could respond, the floor shifted beneath them. Jay jumped back just as a chunk of stone pulled free, twisting and shaping itself into something more compact. Something small but solid began to form from the floor. Then many somethings. Little humanoid shapes with unusually large heads formed a line blocking their path. Each one was about the size of a large doll or a child with dwarfism. At first glance, they didn't look like much, just small, animated stone figures. But as soon as the last of the stones clicked into place, they shot forward, moving with unnerving speed, stopping again in a pyramid formation like cheerleaders at a football game. Jay scanned them with his dungeon sight, activating his leverage spell for the first time.
Bumbling tumblers, level 35. These pint-sized acrobats may look adorable, but don't let their diminutive stature fool you. These little bastards hit harder than a runaway boulder. With dizzying flips, spins, and tumbles, they ricochet around the room like cannonballs with legs, performing aerial routines that would be impressive if they weren't aimed right at your face. Think dodgeball, except instead of dodging rubber balls, you'll be ducking high-velocity stone golems instead. And when you catch one, actually, don't try that. Weakness? Being smashed into tiny bits by a hammer, preferably a big one.
Whoa! Jay shouted, leaping out of the way as one of the tumblers hurtled past him, narrowly missing his leg. Those things are fast! It smashed into the wall behind him, bouncing off and rolling back to its comrades. The grinding sound continued as more of the tiny golems formed, their stone bodies dense and solid. They spun and tumbled across the floor, bouncing off the walls with alarming force. But for the moment, they didn't seem to be actively attacking, just showing off or trying to scare them. Whatever they were doing, it was distracting, and Jay needed to think. What was the best way to deal with these things? The leverage ability had given them an obvious method, but Molly was the only one with a hammer or the skills to use it. And the confines of the room would make it almost impossible for her to swing her wild call maul. Jay opened his skills menu and scanned his options. Meanwhile, what had started as a few small figures quickly turned into a swarm, and the chamber echoed with the sound of impacting stone as the bumbling tumblers ricocheted off the walls like cannonballs.
Do not get hit by one of these guys,
Lyra said, ducking under one that sailed over her head.
They're gonna leave more than a bruise.
Hang on, Jay said, selecting his hostile takeover skill. Maybe I can slow them down. In theory, he should be able to take control of at least some of the mobs and get them to stop or even fight each other for a limited time. But the skill flashed red in his HUD the moment he attempted to use it.
Error. This spell can only be used on sapient enemies. Constructs, apparitions, and animated objects are immune.
Come on, Jay shouted in frustration. You've got to be kidding me. He tried mandatory overtime next, sacrificing 25 points of mana in order to reduce their enemy's speed.
Error. This spell can only be used on sapient enemies. Constructs, apparitions, and animated objects are immune.
Fuck! Jay cursed, getting behind Molly while he continued to search for some kind of attack. The barbarian had instinctively reached for her maul despite the closeness of the ceiling, and now cursed under her breath.
No room to swing in here.
She absorbed the hammer back into her inventory, and a pair of smaller hammers appeared, along with a playful glint in her eyes.
Guess it's time to break these little beauties in.
The hammers, which she had picked up from a master craftsman in the Black Howl Enclave, were called mini-maulers, lighter, quicker, and most importantly, small enough to swing in the confined space. Jay had forgotten that she'd mentioned the score, and he breathed a sigh of relief knowing they wouldn't be completely undefended while he tested his new spells. The tumblers were relentless, their tiny stone bodies bouncing and rolling at high speed, slamming into anything in their path. One of them hit Jay square in the chest, sending him crashing into the wall with a grunt. He gasped, the wind knocked out of him.
Okay, they definitely hit harder than they look. Thank fuck for my constitution bonuses.
Molly smashed the next attacking tumbler out of the air with one of her mini-maulers like she was batting one-handed, then whirled and hit another with her second hammer.
Don't worry, guys. I've got this.
Dahlia lashed out with her shadow magic, trying to catch one of the tumblers in a tendril of darkness. The magic wrapped around the creature, then shriveled.
My spells don't work on them.
She muttered, frustration evident in her voice.
Must be some kind of animation charm bringing them to life, rather than an actual life force.
Same problem I'm having, Jay muttered, flipping through his inventory and trying to come up with a plan. They did have a low-level club someone picked up in the haunted forest, which looked more like a shattered tree branch than an actual weapon. It didn't look very durable, but he pulled it into his enchanting menu and saw that the durability rune he discovered earlier could be applied to the club. Okay, I've got something here, Jay said, tensing his muscles in anticipation as he waited for the enchantment to complete. Lyra fired an impact arrow, aiming for one of the tumblers ricocheting off the walls. The arrow hit its mark, but instead of shattering the golem, it barely caused a crack in its dense stone surface.
Ugh, great!
She groaned.
Even my strongest arrows can't break them!
Molly cracked her knuckles and grinned.
Looks like this is a job for me. Move aside, ladies. It's smashing time.
With a quick flick of her wrists, she swung the small hammers in rapid arcs. The first tumbler came barreling toward her, and with a precise, calculated strike, she knocked it aside, sending it crashing into the wall with a dull thud. The impact sent spiderweb cracks through its stone body, but it wasn't down yet.
All right, they are tough little bastards,
Molly muttered. Then she set her jaw and growled.
But I'm tougher.
Another tumbler came flying at her, this time from above. Molly swung her hammer upward, meeting it mid-air. The sound of stone against metal echoed through the chamber as the golem cracked, pieces of its body breaking off as it crashed to the ground.
You have earned Enchanting 2, XP 500. You have created a big stick. Speak softly and carry a... Well, this thing will do. It's not fancy, but it'll get the job done, assuming the job is hitting things really hard.
Jay pulled the modified club out of his inventory and gave it a tentative swing. Don't kill them all before I get there, Molly, he said with a grin. I'm tired of waiting on the sidelines.
Better hurry then!
The barbarian returned, already moving toward the next one, her hammers blurring with speed. She was in her element now, her smaller hammers giving her the accuracy and speed she needed to keep up with the tiny, agile golems.
They're not so bad if you can catch them!
Molly called out, her voice filled with the thrill of the fight.
Good thing I put some points in agility, I guess! Told you so!
Lyra teased in a sing-song voice, even as she and Dahlia hid behind Jay and Molly. One of the tumblers ricocheted toward her at full speed, but Molly sidestepped, letting it pass before swinging her hammer in a tight arc. The golem shattered against the wall, its stone pieces clattering to the floor.
Too slow,
she said with a smirk. Dahlia and Lyra exchanged a glance, both stepping back as Molly continued to take down the tumblers with surgical rigor. Every time a golem rushed her, she was ready, her hammers connecting with devastating force, breaking the stone bodies with each well-placed hit. Jay grinned, watching her work. Guess we know who the MVP is for this fight.
I'll let her have it,
Lyra said with a small smile, lowering her bow.
She's clearly enjoying herself.
We could, Jay said, hefting his new club. But can you imagine how insufferable she'll be if we let her kill all of them?
That's a fair point,
Dahlia said.
But unfortunately, I don't have any skills that will help in this scenario.
The bumbling tumblers ricocheted off the walls like cannon fire, their small but dense stone bodies hurtling around the confined space with dangerous speed. Molly was in full swing now, with her mini-maulers, devastating one golem after another as she moved deeper into the room. Jay grinned to himself as he tapped the fortified club in his palm. It wasn't as flashy as Molly's hammers, but with the shiny new enchantment, it would do the job. And he had another little trick up his sleeve. Thanks to his executive edition on-the-job training, he could borrow one of Molly's signature moves without removing it from her repertoire. "All right, time to crush the competition," he muttered. He felt the familiar surge of power flow through him, and the big stick hummed with energy. With a single fluid motion, he swung it at one of the tumblers as it darted toward him. The club connected with a satisfying thud, sending the golem crashing into the wall where it shattered into rubble. Molly paused mid-swing, glancing over at him with a raised eyebrow.
"You stealing my moves now, Jay?"
He grinned. "What can I say? Your skills are top tier. Thought I'd borrow one for the occasion. Can't let you have all the fun." Molly smirked, but there was a glint of competitiveness in her eyes.
"Well, boss, let's just see if you can keep up."
She swung her mini-maulers again, crushing another golem that had been bouncing toward her. The stone fragments scattered across the floor, and she shot Jay a look.
"That's 10 for me. How many for you?"
"Oh, it's on," Jay replied with a laugh. They launched into the fight with renewed energy, their weapons swinging in tandem as they shattered the golems one by one. The confined space forced them to stay low and move quickly, dodging the tumblers as they sped around the room. But Jay and Molly fell into a rhythm, their strikes almost synchronized. Every time a golem ricocheted toward them, it was met with a crushing blow. Dozens fell between them, but they seemed to be multiplying as quickly as they put them down. Jay managed to take down another one, and then 2 more in rapid succession. He glanced over at Molly, panting slightly. 20 for me. Looks like you're lagging behind, Mauler." Molly's eyes narrowed, a competitive grin spreading across her face.
"Oh, you are so dead!"
Without another word, she activated her berserker frenzy. Her muscles surged with power, and her movements became a blur of speed and raw force. The mini-maulers were practically flying in her hands, and the sound of stone shattering echoed through the chamber as she tore through what looked like hundreds of remaining golems with ruthless efficiency. Jay watched wide-eyed as Molly became a whirlwind of swinging hammers and rage. One by one, the bumbling tumblers crumbled under her onslaught, each blow landing with the weight of a comet strike. Within seconds, the last of the golems had been reduced to rubble, and Molly stood amidst the wreckage, breathing heavily but grinning from ear to ear. Jay stared at the destruction, then turned to her with a smirk. "So, you really didn't want to lose that competition, huh?" Molly laughed, the sound still tinged with the adrenaline of the fight.
"Nope, not a chance."
Jay chuckled, shaking his head. "Well, I'll give it to you. You definitely crushed the competition, and then some." Molly shrugged, resting her hammers on her shoulders.
"Next time, maybe don't challenge a mauler in her element."
"Duly noted," Jay replied with a grin, catching his breath as the dust settled around them. "But I still took out 20. Not bad for a guy in a suit." Lyra and Dahlia laughed behind them, relief in their voices as the dungeon notification came through.
"Congratulations. You have completed the Mad King's Castle Mini-Challenge number 1, Terrible Tumblers. You have killed Bumbling Tumbler, level 35 times 80.
Jay's eyes widened when he saw how many of the golems there had been, but with the experience points split between the 4 of them, it didn't seem to move the needle much on his progress toward the next level. With Nova paying less attention, or exerting less control, it seemed the ice dungeon was up to its old tricks. The girls grumbled a bit about it, but Jay didn't let them wallow in their self-pity for too long. It would be far too easy to get discouraged and to let that negativity affect their morale. "Okay, looks like these mini-challenge rooms are weighted less heavily than the big challenge rooms," Jay said, keeping his voice light. "Annoying, but once we figured out our plan of attack, it wasn't so bad. Anybody hurt?" There were a few bruises between them, but nothing too bad, and their health points were already recovering. So Jay grinned and pointed them toward the end of the room. Let's get this over with then. What do you think our next challenge will be?
Hopefully something we all can fight.
Lyra said.
I don't like having to rely on this musclehead for protection.
Molly scoffed.
That's literally my entire role in the party. You'd take that away from me? Dahlia's right. You are a bitch.
I never said that.
The hair-blood woman gasped. Then she whirled to Lyra.
I swear, I never said that.
But you thought it.
Molly said with a grin.
I've seen it in your eyes.
Nobody thinks anybody is a bitch, Jay said, flicking the barbarian's ear. Quit trying to stir the pot, Moll. You're a shitty cook.
What? It's true.
Lyra added, getting her shot in.
That's why I always offer to cook, unless Dahlia is willing to make one of her stews.
The air felt heavier as they stepped out of the cramped tunnel where the bumbling tumblers had fallen to Molly's relentless hammers. Jay could feel the walls pull away, the low ceiling opening up into a vast, dark cavern. There was no light, no sign of where they were heading, just emptiness.
We're out of the tunnel, at least,
Lyra said, her voice echoing slightly in the new space.
But I still can't see a thing.
Jay nodded, his hand gripping the big stick. Even if he was supposed to transition from a melee fighter to a caster, he still felt more comfortable with a weapon in his hands. That would probably continue until he had a better idea of how his spellcasting abilities worked on the battlefield, or didn't work, as the case appeared to be more often than not. Jay couldn't see anything either, but the feeling of the room, the size of it, the quiet, the chill, set his nerves on edge. Even Molly, who had been glowing with triumph after their last fight, had fallen silent, her hammers resting at her sides as she peered into the darkness.
Feels too open.
Molly muttered, shifting uncomfortably.
We're exposed.
And then a faint movement. At first, Jay thought it was just his eyes playing tricks on him in the pitch, but then he saw it, a flash of gray a few yards ahead of them, like something moving through the air. It was soundless, a shadow against the black, but it was definitely there. "Did you see that?" Jay said, pointing into the darkness. "Something's out there." The others tensed, weapons at the ready. Jay strained his eyes, but it was hard to focus on anything in the pitch-black room. The shadows seemed to flicker and dance, and for a moment he wondered if they were still alone. But as the shapes came closer, white faces stark against the darkness, long-limbed bodies began to materialize out of the shadows, dressed in berets and striped sweaters. Jay wrinkled his brow as his dungeon sight activated, followed by a note from his leverage skill.
Shadow mimes. Level 40. There's always been something a little odd about mimes, hasn't there? Like those kids from high school drama club who thought they were deep because they read obscure poetry, and then grew up to be college students who wore all black, sipped overpriced coffee, and dropped esoteric quotes from philosophers you used to wish they'd just shut up. Now they have. Unfortunately, they've decided to make silence their new performance art, and you're what we call a captive audience. Don't you wish they'd just disappear? We thought you might, so that's exactly what they'll do, phasing in and out of existence while silently attacking your brain with invisible sonic pain. Their combat moves are an unsettling mix of interpretive dance and martial arts that would be really cringy if it didn't hurt so bad that embarrassment becomes one of those esoteric concepts you can't wrap your damaged brain around anymore. You won't hear a thing, but their psychic assaults will leave you clutching your head like you've been listening to an avant-garde noise concert. Just when you think they couldn't get more annoying, they vanish into the shadows. But the performance isn't over until the last delver screams for mercy or death. Weakness? I guess you could always ruin the show by turning on the lights, burning their retinas, and crushing their dreams in a flash of blazing glory.
There was no sound, not a whisper. They moved like liquid, phasing in and out of the black like the description had said they would. Their bodies mimicked invisible actions, shooting arrows, drawing swords, punching the air, all while wearing mask-like grins stretched across their white faces. "Okay, that's not creepy," Jay muttered, gripping his big stick tightly. He looked over at Lyra, who had already knocked an arrow, her face set in a grim expression. "Try light or fire arrows, Lyra. I think that's their weakness."
I don't think I can hit them when they're facing,
she said quietly.
I'll have to time it perfectly.
Jay scanned the cavern. The shadow mimes weren't attacking directly yet, but their presence was disorienting. The way they moved, mimicking attacks, was strangely unnerving, and even though Jay knew the mimes themselves weren't making any noise, a sharp pain began to build in his ears. Molly winced, putting a hand to her head.
What the hell? My ears! It's them!
Dahlia said, her voice strained.
They're using some kind of sonic attack. We can't hear it, but it's messing with our minds.
Jay felt it too, a dull, pressing pain that grew sharper the longer the mimes stayed in view. "We need to take them out fast. Lyra, can you hit them?" Lyra's eyes flickered over the room, tracking the mimes as they moved in and out of existence.
Yes, but they're quick. I'll need time to take them down.
Her ears flattened against her hair, and she shook her head.
And if the sonic attack keeps getting worse, it might be too much time.
But she didn't wait to fire her first shot, hitting one grinning mime just as it began to phase into its solid form. The fire arrow hit it right between the eyes, lighting the beret on fire and sending the mime careering into its neighbor, whose sweater combusted. Both creepy creatures went down in flames. The pressure building in their ears didn't lessen, however. Jay cursed under his breath, realizing he'd need to find a way to help Lyra if they were going to get out of this alive. "Dahlia, you don't have anything to help with these guys, do you?" he asked. "Any tricks for dealing with shadow magic?"
Nothing you probably haven't already guessed.
The Hairblood said, sounding a bit defeated.
Light is the best defense against shadows, but my own magic is useless.
Jay opened his skills menu and looked at the mandatory overtime skill, which hadn't worked on the golems. "Do you think these guys are sapient?" he asked. "Or are they apparitions?"
Only one way to find out.
Lyra said, firing another arrow and taking down another mime. The sonic pressure only increased. "I'm going to try to slow them down," he said, "but we've only got one shot at this. I can only do it once every hour, if it works at all. When I cast, you'll need to take out as many as you can." Lyra gave a sharp nod, her bow at the ready.
I've got you.
Jay closed his eyes for a moment, focusing on the spell. This time, as his mana points drained, he felt the flow of magic move through him as the mandatory overtime spell surged from his hands. He felt a rush of power as it extended toward the mimes like a red shockwave. They didn't react at first, but soon their movements began to slow, their liquid grace faltering.
It's working!
Molly said, though the strain of the silent sonic attack was clear in her voice. She gritted her teeth.
I wish I could help. My hammers can't do anything to these things.
Dahlia stood frozen, her dark magic useless against the mimes.
Me neither,
she said quietly, frustration tightening her words.
I couldn't help with the tumblers, and now this.
Jay glanced at her while maintaining his connection to the spell. He knew how much it sucked to feel powerless. "We'll need you soon enough," he said, trying to reassure her. "For now, let Lyra handle this." The fox girl took a deep breath, her sharp eyes locked on the slowed mimes. With quick flicks of her fingers over the bowstring, she began picking them off one by one. Her light arrows streaked through the darkness, illuminating the cavern for a split second as they found their mark. She must have been using rapid shot because the volley of arrows was like a meteor shower raining down on the shadowy enemies. The mimes flickered and then vanished into shadow as her arrows hit, leaving nothing but more painful silence in their wake. There were still too many of them, and Jay could feel the strain of the spell weighing on him. "I can't hold this much longer," he warned through a clenched jaw. Lyra fired another shot, her movements fluid as she took down another mime.
Just a little more, Jay.
She muttered.
I need them to bunch up.
The remaining mimes, 10 of them, began to close in, their movements more aggressive now as they rushed toward the group of delvers. They darted in and out of the shadows. Jay felt like needles were stabbing into his brain through his eardrums as the silence grew more pointed. He winced, his hands and arms shaking, but he fought to keep the spell active as Lyra brought them down.
"Lyra,"
he gasped.
"I can't keep it going."
I've got this!
Lyra shouted.
Let it go! Now!
Jay dropped the spell, the last of his energy drained, as he released the mandatory overtime effect. The mimes surged forward, their speed returning, but Lyra was faster. Her bow glowed faintly as she fired a series of light arrows in quick succession. Each shot found its target, the arrows piercing through the air like lightning. The mimes froze, their white faces twisted in silent agony as they flickered one last time before disintegrating into nothing. The room was quiet again, the oppressive weight of the sonic attacks lifting as the last mime vanished. Jay let out a breath.
"Nice work,"
he said, his voice a little hoarse. "You never miss, do you?" Lyra smirked, lowering her bow.
Not if I can help it. But don't jinx me.
Molly sighed, clearly relieved but also frustrated.
I hate fights where I can't smash things.
Dahlia was silent, her arms crossed tightly over her chest. Jay glanced at her, easily reading her drooping ears and frowning expression. "Hey," he said softly, catching her eye. "You're not out of the game yet." Dahlia gave him a small nod, though the tension in her shoulders remained.
Next time,
she muttered. Dim lights began to glow around the cavern, revealing a doorway on the far side of the room.
Congratulations! You have completed the Mad King's Castle Mini-Challenge Number 2, Malicious Mimes. You have killed Shadow Mime, level 40 times 40.
Like in the last room, the experience they received seemed somewhat truncated, but Jay didn't want them to dwell on it, so he hurried them along. He took Dahlia's hand. "Come on, the next room might be made for you." The hair-blood woman looked up at him through her long black eyelashes and gave him a small smile, squeezing his fingers as she stepped beside him. Her magenta hair curled around her long ears, framing her face beautifully.
I hope so,
she said.
I'm starting to feel a bit left out, but I won't say no to a little help if it comes down to that.
You're not going to try to fight me like Molly did, Jay grinned.
Definitely not,
she said, hopping on her toes in a way that made her ample bosom bounce in the tight corset she'd donned after their foray in the hot tub.
Just don't get in the way of my siphon life spell, and we'll get along fine.
The oppressive weight of the shadow mimes had completely lifted as they made their way to the far side of the cavern, their footsteps echoing hollowly in the silence. Jay allowed the tension of the last fight to drain from his muscles as he exhaled, wiping the sweat from his brow. The eerie echoes of their silent assault still rang faintly in his mind, but at least they were done with that nightmare. But he was ready for whatever they had to face next. So far, it was good that they'd faced relatively low-level enemies with clear weaknesses exploitable by the intel his leverage skill gave him. Using bludgeoning attacks against the golems and light attacks against the mimes had clearly given them some kind of advantage bonus, or they would not have been able to take down monsters 10 to 20 levels above them in a single hit. Then again, not much the dungeon did made much logical sense, so it was possible they were getting other hidden bonuses or their enemies were handicapped in some way that wasn't visible to them. They were at the mercy of the system, and the system wasn't required to make sense to them. Lyra's sharp blue and gold eyes were still scanning the darkness, as if half expecting another batch of enemies to materialize from the shadows.
I'm glad that's over, but I'll feel better when we're out of this room.
Yeah, Jay agreed, his voice a little hoarse, though the next room is pretty much guaranteed to be a trap, too.
Hopefully one with smashable monsters,
Molly said, swinging her small hammers over her wrists like dance batons. Lyra rolled her eyes, then she gave Molly a funny look.
Hey, where are your little friends?
Molly laughed and pointed at the horn-shaped pouch attached to her belt.
Curled up around each other, fast asleep. I think they're hungover from their oversized romp yesterday, not to mention the zoomies.
Lyra's tail stiffened and her ears flattened into her hair.
Ugh, don't remind me. I had such a headache when I woke up, almost bad enough that I didn't notice everything else was aching too.
I'd offer to make you a potion for that, Jay said, glancing over his shoulder at the girls with a grin. But that's what got us into the mess in the first place.
Yeah, thanks, but no thanks.
Lyra mumbled, blushing. The path ahead opened into a narrow passageway, the walls slick with moisture, reflecting the faint glow from the little lichens that clung to the crevices in the wall and ceiling. The stone floor felt uneven beneath Jay's boot, and the air grew colder as they pressed deeper into the castle.
Feels like the catacombs again,
Molly said, gripping her hammers tightly, glancing around.
Do you think the real Castle Windshire is this slimy? Not that I recall.
Dahlia said with a frown.
But this place seems to reflect the state of the king's mind more than the reality of the castle. I have no doubt his imagination is just like these corridors. Dark, slimy, and full of nightmares.
Lyra gave a shudder.
You guys feel that? Like the walls are getting narrower again. It's not the walls.
Dahlia said softly.
It's the dungeon. We're walking into its next game.
Jay's stomach tightened at her words. He knew she was right. The dungeon had a way of warping the space around them, like it was molding the environment to fit its twisted design. And sure enough, as they pushed forward, the passage widened into a new chamber, a hall lined with mirrors.
Great,
Molly muttered.
We've got ourselves a fun house, boys and girls. I don't see what's fun about it.
Lyra muttered.
It freaks me out. How are we supposed to find whatever's hiding in here if we're surrounded by our own reflections? They're all warped, too. I am not that fat.
The mirrors stretched along both sides of the chamber, their surfaces warped and cracked, reflecting distorted versions of the party. Jay's eyes flicked across them, disquiet settling deep in his gut. Each reflection looked slightly off, twisted, stretched, like their images were being manipulated in order to heighten their unease. He caught sight of his own reflection, but something about it made him look away. A figure stepped out of the nearest mirror, its body a perfect replica of Jay's. The doppelganger moved silently, its expression blank, but its movements were too practiced. It swung a big stick, the same one Jay carried, in an eerie mimicry of his own stance.
Jay?
Lyra said, notching an arrow.
You might want to take a look at this.
More figures emerged from the mirrors, each one a copy of the party members. Dahlia, Molly, Lyra, they were all there, moving with unnerving synchronization.
The man in the mirror. Your mother always said you were your own worst enemy. Turns out she was right, even if she was a psycho bitch who ruined your life. Even the Looney Tunes clock is right twice a day, I guess, but it's still tempting to whack it with a hammer. Anyway, childhood trauma aside, you've got no one but yourself to blame for how this fight's about to go. These mirror-born marionettes are exact copies of yourself, right down to your most embarrassing combat habits. Ever wonder what it's like to get smacked around by someone with your own skill set? No, I don't mean spanking your monkey. Well, too bad. You're gonna find out anyway. P.S. Don't bother trying to outmaneuver them. They already know all your tricks. Have fun with that. Weakness? While you're busy shadowboxing yourself, just ask yourself this. Who's pulling the strings?
Jay's eyes widened as the doppelganger puppets filled the chamber, each one moving like a marionette, perfectly mirroring their counterparts. Molly grinned, gripping her mini-maulers.
Finally! Something I can hit!
She lunged at the nearest doppelganger, her hammers swinging with brutal force. The impact sent her duplicate reeling, but it didn't fall. Instead, it straightened and resumed its attack, moving in perfect tandem with her swings. They're not going down easy, Jay said, his mind racing. He couldn't use mandatory overtime or downsizing. Both were still on cooldown after the fight with the Shadow Mimes. We can't fight our own copies, Jay said. It will always be a draw. Think of which one of our party would be the toughest for you to beat in a fight.
You can probably take any of our constructs out, Jay.
Lyra said, her ears twitching.
You've got access to all of our skills, but that means we'll have to gang up on your construct and hope we can take you down as a team.
I really don't want to hit monsters that look like you, Jay said with a frown. I bet the dungeon knew I'd hesitate when it designed this room.
It's not us, though, Jay.
Molly said.
We'll stay behind you.
Dahlia's eyes narrowed as she watched the doppelgangers swarm around them. She raised her staff, shadowy tendrils curling from its bone-like structure. As she did so, the Dahlia duplicate did the same, shadowy tendrils of black magic curling along the floor toward their party.
Uh-oh.
The shadow worker mumbled.
They're constructs, so my Siphon Life spell doesn't work on them. But if that copy of me knows the same spells, that magic is going to be able to suck us all dry.
They backed up nervously. Lyra shot a light arrow at the creeping tendrils, and an explosion of bright white light destroyed the shadow magic. Dahlia's duplicate hissed angrily.
Nice one!
Molly said, pumping her fist once before she went back to smashing the barbarian doppelganger. She called over her shoulder.
I'm just going to keep evil me away from you guys until you have a better plan.
What about the puppet master? Jay asked Dahlia. Can you sense the one controlling the constructs? Dahlia sent another batch of coiling black magic out into the mirrors, but just as they got past the doppelgangers, Lyra's double shot a light arrow, destroying her progress.
Well, that's annoying, being on the receiving end.
Dahlia huffed, flipping her ears back.
But I did sense something back there. If we can get rid of the constructs, I can take care of the puppet master.
We need to take out my double first, Jay said. I've got an idea for how to stop the others, but I don't want to give my evil me any ideas. Molly switched out her mini-maulers for the wild call maul and sent her duplicate flying backwards where she crashed through one of the mirrors.
There,
she said.
That should buy us a few seconds. Who wants to hit Jay first?
Lyra drew her bow and winced.
Sorry, Jay.
She shot a lasso arrow at Jay's double, tangling his feet. Molly lunged at the construct with her maul flying overhead, causing the lookalike to raise his big stick, ready to intercept that blow and probably hit back with one of Molly's own skills. But before they could connect, Dahlia phased out of sight, just like the Shadow Mimes had done in the last room, and appeared directly behind Jay's evil twin. With two savage strikes with smoking black blades, Dahlia stabbed the double in the back, weakening him enough that Molly's driving strike was a killing blow. Holy shit, Jay muttered. Remind me to never piss you guys off. That was ruthlessly efficient. And you didn't even talk about your plan beforehand.
What do you think we do when you're sleeping?
Molly teased, though she looked a little ill and her heart didn't seem to be in the joke. Both girls backed quickly away, eyeing the Dahlia duplicate carefully, cautious of the tendrils of life-draining magic the construct kept sending out. But Lyra peppered the ground with light arrows, killing the attacks before they had a chance to take hold. Lyra's double raised her bow, aiming something a lot more dangerous-looking than a light arrow in Jay's direction.
Jay, be ready,
Lyra warned.
We have to take my double out next, or...
Jay selected authoritative voice from his menu, not giving himself time to consider what would happen if his plan failed. Technically, these were constructs, and the mind control spell might not work on them. But they were also designed to behave just like each of them would, so he knew there was a chance. He stepped up and bellowed, "Kneel before your master!" The doppelgangers shuddered, convulsing with the power of Jay's enchanted voice, then fell to their knees with their hands in the air.
What the fuck?
Molly shouted, giving Jay a look that conveyed 1,000 questions at once.
You can do that to us?
I choose not to, Jay said. Don't judge me for the dungeon's weird kinks, okay?
Quick!
Lyra shouted.
Molly, hit my evil twin! Dahlia, me and you both need to go for Molly's. Jay, you're going to have to tackle Dahlia. I don't think we're strong enough.
The construct shuddered and shook as if trying to shake free of the spell, but not before the party enacted Lyra's plan. Molly clobbered the fake fox girl with her hammer, looking even greener than before. Lyra hit the barbarian double with a triple strike from a combination impact arrow and rapid-fire attack, while Dahlia used her backstab skill to finish her off. Jay yanked one of the light arrows out of the group inventory and tossed it into his research and development menu and combined it with the powder of disenchantment. After flipping through the warning menus about destroying the arrow, he ended up with a rune of divine light and an upgrade to his enchanting skill. He applied the new rune to his big stick, which began to glow brightly. The Dahlia double had shaken off his command and was getting to her feet, looking enraged. Coils of black writhed around her feet and shot toward Jay like she wanted to drink his soul. Jay beat back the dark magic as he moved toward the Shadow Worker's double, but he felt his stomach twist in knots at the idea of hitting her. Sensing his hesitation, Lyra fired a volley of light arrows directly at Dahlia's double, making it scream as if in agony. Then Dahlia herself appeared behind her double and stabbed her in the back with her ebon blades, a cold expression on her face. The last construct crumpled, and Jay breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you," he said. "I couldn't do it."
I'm kind of glad,
Dahlia said with a small smile. Then she whirled, her black eyes fixed on the shadows behind the mirrors. Jay's gaze darted around the room as he remembered they weren't finished yet. Where's the puppet master? Before anyone could respond, Dahlia lashed out with her siphon life spell. Dark tendrils shot out, wrapping around a shape in the darkness, but it didn't flinch. No life force was drawn from it.
Not that one.
Dahlia muttered, her frustration growing.
He's making more of us. We have to find him quickly.
Molly smashed a mirror just as a new barbarian double had started to step through. As the glass shattered, the construct evaporated, unable to complete its formation. Molly grinned.
I think I can help slow them down at least.
She drove her hammer through another mirror and another, filling the room with the crash and tinkle of shattering glass. Jay scanned the mirrors, his brain working overtime to figure out a strategy. And then he saw it, just a flicker. One of the mirrored reflections didn't move the same way as the others. It stood with its shoulders hunched, lurching awkwardly in the mirror's frame, not making any attempt to escape the glass. "There!" he shouted, pointing to the mirror on the far wall. "In the mirror, Dahlia!" New doppelgangers scrambled out of the mirrors, hurrying to avoid their passages being smashed by the hammer-happy barbarian. Their movements were more aggressive now, but they seemed to be using less strategy. Dahlia cast her siphon life spell toward the puppet master, her eyes growing black with the magic she was casting. Knowing they were running out of time, Jay focused his attention on stopping the new duplicates before they could overwhelm the others. He raised his hand and activated his authoritative voice again. The power surged through him, his voice booming with command. "Stop!" The doubles of Molly, Lyra, and Dahlia froze in place, but Jay's snarled and mimicked his motion. Just as a second evil Jay opened its mouth to repeat the command, Lyra hit it in the face with a lasso arrow, which wrapped a rope around its head, knocking it to the ground. "Dahlia, now!" Jay called, his voice strained as he held the spell. Dahlia's eyes gleamed with dark intent. She raised her staff, and with a flick of her wrist, her doom bunnies swarmed the puppet master's reflection, pouring out from the shadows like an army of biting, tearing creatures. The creatures dragged the puppet master from the mirror, kicking and screaming. Then Dahlia's coils of black magic wrapped around him, stifling his screams as she siphoned his life away. As soon as the puppet master was destroyed, the other doppelgangers faltered. One by one they crumbled, their forms dissolving into shadow and dust. The room fell silent again, the mirrors now empty, their power broken. Dahlia stood amidst the wreckage, her breath steady but her eyes dark.
It's done.
Jay let out a sigh of relief, lowering his hand. "Nice work, Dahlia." Dahlia nodded, though her expression remained unreadable.
I guess so.
Molly grimaced.
I wouldn't mind if we never had to kill each other again, personally. Even knowing they were fake, I still feel sick.
Me too,
Lyra said.
That was awful.
At least you could do it, Jay said with a frown. I let you girls down.
By not killing us?
Molly reminded him.
I think you can be forgiven. It felt real, even though I knew it wasn't.
We did it, didn't we?
Dahlia said.
That's all that matters. We found a way.
Congratulations. You have completed the Mad King's Castle Mini-Challenge number 3, the Puppet Master. Achievement unlocked, Mini-Challenge Champion. You have completed all 3 optional mini-challenges in the Mad King's Castle. That makes you even crazier than the Mad King himself. Reward, Jailer's Key.
The key fell into Jay's hand as if materializing from thin air, but when he scanned it with his dungeon sight, he received no extra information.
Did I miss the part where any of that was optional?
Molly asked, scratching her head.
Did we take a wrong turn somewhere?
Doesn't matter, Jay said. We completed them. But the door to the jail was way back at the beginning of the floor. We aren't going back there to use this key. Dahlia cleared her throat and pointed ahead, where 2 doors had materialized at the back of the room, each with brightly lit flashing signs pointing toward them with blinking arrows showing the way.
I don't think we have to,
she said. One read Jail. The other read Throne Room. Chapter 25. Secret Weapons. More than anything else, Jay wanted to enter the throne room, defeat the Mad King, find the last corporeal artifacts for Nova's quest, and get the hell out of this place. But as he looked at the door leading them to the final boss room, he had a horrible feeling that if they entered now, they would be slaughtered. The dungeon had been attempting to intimidate them with high-level enemies the entire time they'd moved their way through the Mad King's castle, rewarding them when they found ways of escaping from or defeating the monsters that didn't pit them toe-to-toe. But they'd seen firsthand in their fight against the Butcher how fine the line they were treading was. Against such powerful monsters, one wrong move could easily be the death of them all. From the very beginning, Nova had been testing him, testing all of them. The only way she would be sure they were strong enough to help her was if she legitimately tried to kill them, tried to lead them down the wrong path to see if they were smart enough to avoid her traps. Jay had a feeling that this was one of them. They'd gained a ton of experience in a short amount of time as they solved the puzzles and challenges of the Mad King's castle, but power leveling was dangerous. It meant you didn't get as much time to use your new skills as you normally did. It meant you might have new skills you hadn't tested in battle, and it meant it was very easy to become overconfident in your abilities. As pleased as Jay was with the outcomes of their fights so far, he couldn't shake the feeling that they were being set up. For what, he didn't know, but he knew getting cocky was a sweet temptation that would end up being poison. Let's make something to eat and rest a while, he said. I need to think, and we need all our powers to reset. Does anyone have any new skills they haven't tested yet?
I tested my newest one in the last room.
Dahlia said.
Umbral Strike is the backstab move I used with the Shadow Blades. It's an assassin skill, which is the class I originally had before taking the Shadow Worker subclass.
That was a good one, Jay said, considering how he might use it if he borrowed it. Molly also has her Barbarian Rogue skill that gives a critical strike when attacking in Ghost mode. I need to keep those in mind now that I can borrow skills without limiting your usage.
Nothing new for me.
Lyra said.
Just some speed boosts and critical strike probabilities that I didn't have before. I got quite a few crits when fighting those shadow mimes. I still have that unbreakable rope attached to one of my lasso arrows, too, in case that will come in handy.
I think the chance of critical strikes must go up when we use the enemy's weakness to our advantage, Jay said. Ever since I got the leverage skill, the dungeon's descriptions have included hints about how to defeat the monsters we've faced. We've had some kind of bonus damage going on for us to take out so many high-level mobs so easily.
I wouldn't call it easy.
Molly grumbled, sitting down on the floor while Lyra set up camp.
But considering how tough those mercenary knights were compared to us when we first landed on this floor, I guess you're right. They were only about 10 levels higher than us, weren't they? And without Jay's charm spell, we would have been in trouble. I laid a good pounding on that Candisham bitch, but only after her own underlings had done a bit of damage themselves. I wish I'd done her in.
Exactly, Jay said. I think we're going to have to go into the jail before we attempt the throne room. As much as I want to beat this mad king and get the hell out of Dodge, I don't feel good about it. I think we're meant to be feeling overconfident right now.
I know what you mean.
The hairblood woman said, tugging nervously on one of her ears.
The experience and leveling has been nice, but it feels sort of artificial.
Dahlia crouched down, her fluffy black tail poking adorably out of the back of her dress as she leaned on her creepy staff to keep her balance. Jay's gaze traveled over the ample roundness of her ass as she stretched and bounced, hardly believing that only a few hours ago she'd been bouncing on him. He glanced at the beautiful barbarian and silver-haired fox girl, too. They all looked exhausted, but incomparably gorgeous nonetheless. How could he be so lucky and cursed at the same time? He hated having to take the girls into such dangerous situations, even if they had proven themselves up to the task.
You did get a key for the jail,
Lyra said, interrupting his thoughts as she set up a pot of food.
You think that's because the dungeon's trying to tell you something?
I think it's a test, Jay said. It's giving us options to see if we have the self-restraint to do things properly, including checking out optional areas of the floor. There's no way to come back to this version of the 5th floor, remember?
These lazy buggers,
Molly said, frowning as she checked on her still sleeping pets. She glanced up at Jay.
What do you think it is in this jail thing anyway? Some kind of secret weapon against the Mad King?
Jay pondered that, his mind going over all the hints the dungeon had left him. We'll see, he said, but you might be closer to the mark than you think. When they were rested and fed, and Jay's company spirit skills had reset, the party made their way through the brightly lit doorway leading, they could only presume, to the castle's dungeons. Jay led the way, pushing open the door to the jail. The creaking of the heavy iron hinges cut through the silence like a warning. The air inside was damp, carrying the stale scent of old stone and rusted metal. Dim torchlight flickered weakly from the sconces along the walls, casting long, distorted shadows across the floor.
Someday it would be nice to fight some bad guys in a field full of flowers,
Molly muttered, her hand gripping one of her mini-maulers.
This dungeon has watched too many horror movies and not enough slice-of-life anime.
The air in the jail was heavy, thick with the scent of damp stone and something Jay couldn't quite place, something musty and metallic. His boots echoed softly on the cold floor as he led the others deeper into the maze of iron bars and crumbling walls. The flickering torchlight barely illuminated the path ahead. Shadows moved in the corners of his vision, making everything feel slightly off. Jay's hand hovered near the big stick at his belt, though he sensed no immediate threat. Just silence. Heavy, oppressive silence. Every few feet they passed rusted cells, the iron bars twisted and decaying from years of neglect. Inside there were remnants of lives gone, the rotted remains of straw bedding, the skeletal outlines of what had once been prisoners, their bones brittle and scattered across the stone floors. In one cell, a chain still hung from the wall, a manacle attached to it, open and empty, as if its last occupant had simply vanished. Faded bloodstains marred the stone in some cells, dark brown smudges that told stories Jay wasn't sure he wanted to know.
This place is ancient,
Lyra whispered behind him, her voice barely cutting through the thick air.
It's like no one's been down here for years.
Jay nodded absently, his eyes scanning the grim remnants of the forgotten prisoners. It looked like the jail hadn't been used in a long time, which only made him more uneasy. Had he been wrong? Had they come here for nothing? The silence was beginning to gnaw at him, crawling up his spine like an unwelcome reminder that there was nothing here. Maybe this had been a mistake. Jay hadn't wanted to say anything earlier in case he was wrong, as it increasingly looked like he was. But a part of him had wondered if they might find an ally in the jail of the Mad King's castle. Pardis and Felicity had spoken of a fearsome warrior, a monk-class fighter called a Wind Reaver, who had been the last known Delver to enter the Mad King's castle. It was possible that she'd cleared the place on her own and moved to another floor, but if she hadn't... Maybe it was foolish to hope for, but Jay couldn't shake the feeling that if there were any allies against the Mad King, they would be found in his jail. Even if it wasn't the Wind Reaver, anyone that could help them take on the Mad King would be a welcome addition to their party. But everything in this place felt abandoned, old, forgotten, just like the prisoners who had been left to rot here. Jay's chest tightened with doubt as they moved deeper into the jail. Nothing stirred, no signs of life, no hints that the Wind Reaver or anyone else had ever passed through here. He was starting to wonder if this was a wild goose chase, cooked up by his own mind as a way to procrastinate the inevitable. Maybe his worries about facing the Mad King weren't rational at all. Maybe he was just making up excuses because he was scared. They would have to face the floor boss eventually. Maybe their time would be better spent preparing for the fight ahead instead of following the dungeon's obscure clues toward useless side quests. But something had drawn him to this place, some instinct, some gut feeling, and doubts or no, he wasn't quite ready to give up on his intuition.
Anything?
Molly asked quietly, her voice uncharacteristically subdued. Jay shook his head, frowning. Nothing, just bones. He kept walking, though each step felt heavier, slower as the doubt gnawed at him. The dungeon was playing with them, leading them down pointless paths, feeding his hope only to crush it under the weight of grim reality. Maybe they'd come all this way only to find that there was no Wind Reaver, no backup, just more death, more old ghosts. He sighed, the weight of the Mad King's looming fight settling back into his gut. Maybe this was a mistake, he muttered, his voice barely audible. But just as the thought began to settle, something flickered in the distance, a faint light, barely perceptible, but enough to catch his attention.
Hard not to imagine being locked up here ourselves, isn't it?
Lyra said, notching an arrow to her bowstring as her sharp eyes scanned the rows of iron-barred cells that stretched into the gloom.
I suppose that's the whole point. The dungeon likes to get in our heads and play on our fears, doesn't it?
Jay didn't answer. His attention was fixed on the light ahead and the eerie silence that filled the jail, broken only by the occasional drip of water from somewhere deep within. He took a slow step forward, feeling the weight of the dungeon pressing down on him. "There's something moving down there," Jay said quietly. "See how the shadows move? Like someone pacing in front of the torchlight." Dahlia's voice was barely a whisper as she moved beside him, her bone staff casting dark shadows on the stone walls.
Whatever it is you plan to find down here, Jay, do you think it's worth it?
Jay clenched his jaw. "Whatever doesn't kill us gives us XP, right?"
And what if it does kill us?
The hair-blood woman muttered, her ears drooping as she clutched her staff nervously.
Then we have to go out saying something really cool with our dying breath.
Molly teased, trying to lighten the mood, but she looked a bit nervous too.
I think mine will be... I guess I should have pounded it harder. If anyone wants me to shoot her,
Lyra said.
Just say the word.
They moved carefully through the corridor toward the flickering lights and passing by rows of more empty cells, their bars twisted and rusted with age. The dim light barely reached the corners of each tiny chamber, and Jay couldn't help imagining eyes watching him from the darkness, waiting for something to happen. Battered chains hung loosely from the walls, some of them stained with dark marks that were better left unexamined. Every few feet, the silence was punctuated by the faint clink of metal shifting in the distance.
There.
Lyra whispered, her eyes narrowing as she motioned ahead.
Someone's definitely waiting around that corner.
Jay squinted into the shadows. At the far end of the jail, a shadow moved, standing in front of the torchlight and becoming a silhouette. The figure stood before an open cell, wearing metal armor that gleamed in the low light. It was a woman, her back to them, her posture rigid, her movements slow and deliberate. Jay's pulse quickened and his stomach felt sour. That armor, that stance, he knew her. "Captain Candisham," Jay muttered, his voice barely audible. Molly tensed immediately, her grip tightening on her hammers.
Wait, the Captain Candisham? Oh shit. Do you think the dungeon conjured up a doppelganger because I was bitching about her?
No, Jay cut in, his heart pounding in his chest. This was why I felt like we had to come this way. We didn't finish our fight with her. But how the fuck did she get here before us?
You think she came through after us and took the first door to the jail?
Anything is possible, I guess, Jay said. But I feel like it's something more than that. She claimed to be King Wensher's personal guard, remember? Maybe it's the Mad King she really works for.
However she got here, she brought company.
Dahlia added, her voice cold. Jay followed her gaze to the shadows behind Candisham, where a group of mercenary knights stood, their armor gleaming faintly in the dim light.
Well, this is awkward,
Molly said dryly.
I'm going to have to beat her ass again. Properly this time.
Jay's mind raced as he tried to make sense of this new development. Was it a coincidence that he'd just been thinking of Candisham and her knights? Or was he subconsciously picking up more clues than he realized? He had expected monsters, maybe some twisted dungeon guards, not this. But he couldn't decide if this was better or worse than what he had expected.
They're definitely not dungeon constructs,
Dahlia whispered, narrowing her eyes as she scanned Candisham with her dungeon sight, confirming Jay's suspicion.
which means they must be here for something. Revenge?
Lyra suggested.
I'm sure our escape humiliated them, even before Molly clobbered Candisham and stole her little golden bauble.
Something or someone. Jay felt a sinking feeling in his gut. They're looking for the Wind Reaver too. Dahlia whirled to face him.
You think she's still here? That warrior Pardis told us about? Why didn't you say so?
I wasn't certain, Jay said. It was just a hunch. But now, I don't know. I just feel like nothing that happens in here is an accident. She came into the Mad King's castle before us, the only one anyone else knows of who's done it in recent memory. I had a feeling Nova might be trying to bring us together, and if she's still here, it makes sense for her to be in the jail. But I don't know what Candisham has to do with it yet. They stayed in the shadow between two torches, watching the captain and her soldiers from a distance. Jay wasn't sure how many there were in total, but he thought he counted 5, including Candisham. We need to move, Jay said, his voice low but firm. If the Wind Reaver is here, we need to get to her before they do.
Okay, but how?
Molly asked, her eyes flicking between the knight's shadowy forms moving at the end of the corridor.
There's no way we're getting through that lot without a fight. And didn't you say she's like super high level? She can probably handle those punks herself, can't she? Actually, what am I saying? Hell, we probably outrank those shoddy mercs now. Let's just charge in there and deal with them once and for all.
Jay thought fast, his gaze shifting to the cells lining the walls. We're not going through them. We're going around. Lyra frowned but nodded quickly.
You're thinking we sneak past?
If they work for Wensher, we don't want them seeing us, Jay replied. If they do, we have to kill them all, but even then, we risk one of them getting off a message before they die. As of this moment, they don't know we're here, right? We'll find a way to the cells without alerting them, grab the Wind Reaver, and get out before they even know we're here.
And if they do see us?
Dahlia asked, her tone icy. Jay's jaw tightened. Then we do what we have to do.
But right now, let's avoid the fight if we can. But just in case, everyone take one of these."
He handed out vials of Felicity's pumpkin spice ward of spite, the potion that was supposed to stop another one of Candisham's dungeon magic draining poison attacks. They moved with deliberate silence, sticking to the shadows along the walls as they crept closer to the rows of cells. Every step felt like an eternity, the tension in the air thick enough to cut with a blade. Candisham remained motionless, her knights standing guard, their eyes scanning the jail. Despite everything Jay had just said, the knights looked very much like dungeon constructs, standing guard over the jail cells Jay and the others needed to explore. Was it possible they were also looking for the Wind Reaver, or had they known she was here all along? Was it another one of the dungeon's traps, or had this one been laid by Wensher himself? Jay felt his heart pound in his chest, each beat hammering like a war drum. They were close now, close enough that he could make out the subtle clink of armor shifting, the steady rise and fall of their breaths. As they neared the corner of the cell block, Jay caught sight of something, a figure crouched in the shadows of one of the cells. A woman dressed in tattered robes, her face hidden beneath a hood. A long, fluffy tail protruded from the robes, creamy white with silver-gray spots like a snow leopard's. A fine golden net bound her limbs, so thin it could have been made from spider silk. Jay wondered why she didn't just break through it if she was so powerful, but he also knew looks could be deceiving in the dungeon. The Wind Reaver wasn't moving, but the faintest flutter of breath escaped her, confirming what Jay already suspected.
"They've got her. We need to get her out of there."
"That's the Wind Reaver?"
Molly asked, her voice barely audible. Jay nodded.
"It must be. Felicity said she was a human that had been changed by her dungeon to look like a Felinari, but different somehow. She didn't go into detail, but that cattail couldn't belong to anyone else."
Molly, Lyra, and Dahlia nodded, signaling they were ready to move on Jay's signal. But before they could move, Candisham's voice cut through the air like a blade, sharp and cold.
"I know you're here, Jay Morgan,"
she said with a low growl.
"Aren't you going to come out and play?"
Jay froze, his stomach dropping as Candisham turned, her gaze locking onto him with a chilling smile.
"You didn't think I'd let you walk out of here again, did you?"
Molly muttered under her breath.
"Oh, I want to punch that schmarmy look off her face so bad."
Candisham and her knights were stationed inside a larger chamber at the bottom of the jail, where a ring of prison cells had been arranged in a circle around a big wooden table with leather straps on it for holding down a person while they were tortured. Other vile-looking equipment was scattered around the room, looking much more like the kind of place he'd expected the Mad King's torture chamber to look like than the toy-filled laboratory they'd encountered.
"Whatever foolish plan you were contemplating,"
Captain Candisham said, her voice infused with persuasive magic that Jay could sense, but which didn't seem to affect him.
"I suggest you forget it. Come face me like a man. You owe me a little fun time before I turn you over to my boss."
Jay stepped further into the jail, playing along with Candisham's attempt to control him. If she knew her words weren't affecting him, she'd try something else. But for now, if she thought she was going to get her way, Jay could keep the girls safe while he figured out the lay of the land. From a cell behind the knight's captain, the faint sound of labored breathing reached his ears. His eyes darted to the side, and there, bound in another magically infused net, was a second prisoner next to the Wind Reaver. The woman's skin refracted light into a prismatic glow, and she seemed to flicker in and out of focus as Jay looked at her like a ripple in the air. But the light was dim, as if her magic was being sapped. Jay's chest tightened as he took in the scene. Both prisoners were weakened, their powers apparently being drained by the nets that bound them. Worse, through his dungeon sight, Jay witnessed a flicker of power from the nets to Captain Candisham, as if she were somehow sucking up their power, not unlike Dahlia's siphon life spell. The nets seemed to feed the mercenary knights surrounding their captain as well. Their armor gleamed unnaturally, their eyes shining with an unsettling energy. Each had the same hungry look on their faces that had terrified Jay when they'd first accosted him. Captain Candisham stood at the center of the room, her posture commanding, exuding the aura of a leader who had full control of her situation. The woman who had hounded Jay, threatening to imprison him and abuse him before handing him over to King Wencher, was now stronger than ever. But so was he. He would have felt more confident if she wasn't giving off such a strange vibe, something to do with the energy flowing into her from the captured delvers. Jay narrowed his eyes, focusing his dungeon sight on the woman herself, sensing something was wrong. When he saw what it was, he had to stop himself from backing away and giving up the game. Candisham wasn't just stronger, she wasn't even registering as human.
The Iron Maiden, level 50. Ooh, Captain Candy is a treat, isn't she? All those hard, smooth curves, and inside, nothing but jagged teeth. Once upon a time, she was just a regular girl with regular dreams, but she got a taste of something sweeter than candy. Pain. So long as it's someone else's, that is. She fantasizes about power the way other women fantasize about foot rubs and double penetration. And like most of her type, the more power she has, the more she craves. She's not happy unless everyone around her is crawling on their bellies like the worms they are. And she can make them do it, too. She can make them do just about anything she likes. She can probably make you do anything she likes, too. And that's too bad for you. Weakness? Well, they do say that pride comes before the fall, but I wouldn't hold my breath.
She was a dungeon monster now? And she'd probably doubled her level since they last met. Well, at least Jay didn't have to feel any guilt about trying to kill her. Whatever dark magic had affected the prisoners seemed to have twisted the mercenary knight's captain until she'd lost her humanity, though Jay suspected she hadn't had much of that to begin with. But with the power of the Mad King's castle pulsing through her, she was more dangerous than ever. Jay drilled into the hint his leverage skill had given him, finding an additional panel of information hidden behind the initial description. Her weakness was her pride. That was obvious enough, but it wasn't just that. She had a perk that made her knights stronger the more they believed in her, a kind of charisma buff based on the strength of her leadership. Jay made a mental note to see if he could snag a skill like that in the future. But it made him realize something else. Her strength, her ability to lead, was also her weakness. The mercenary knights grew stronger when they believed in her, when they trusted in her ability to lead them to victory. If she faltered, so would they. Jay's mind raced, formulating a plan. He knew he had to break her confidence, shake her belief in her own superiority. That was the key. He exchanged a glance with Molly, Dahlia, and Lyra, nodding as he stepped forward. He wanted to send them a message in the group chat to give them a heads up to his plan, but he didn't want to do anything to draw the captain's attention away from him to them. For now, the Iron Maiden only had eyes for him, and that was exactly what Jay needed for his plan to work. "Captain Candisham," Jay called out, his voice calm and clear as he approached her. He kept his tone steady, authoritative. "Long time no see, though not long enough for my liking." Candisham's gaze snapped to him, her eyes narrowing.
I spend far too much of my precious time waiting for you. It's beginning to annoy me.
Her voice was laden with disdain, but there was an undercurrent of tension there, just beneath the surface.
Still running, I see. We'll see how far you run once I break your legs.
The four knights behind her, bulky, red-faced women with thin lips and piggish eyes, chuckled and leered, watching the exchange with an eagerness that Jay would have found disturbing if he'd let himself linger on it. "That plan didn't work so well for you last time," Jay chuckled softly, shaking his head. "I've grown since we last met, and you? Well, it looks like you've been busy." Candisham's eyes flashed with a mix of anger at his mention of her past failure and pleasure at the fact that he'd noticed her ascension in rank. Her posture stiffened as she stood up even straighter, her lip curling in a sour sneer.
Stronger than ever, J. Morgan. You think you and your little party stand a chance against me now? You will soon be wishing you'd let me have my way with you last time we met. It would have been a much nicer way to die, I think. Your loss, my gain.
Jay smiled, his voice dropping to a smooth, persuasive tone as he opened his charm menu and activated his persuasion skill, too good to be true. Technically, it was a bartering skill, but Jay suspected that of all the types of magic the dungeon offered, the charisma-based spells were the most open to interpretation. If it could make any offer sound irresistible, whether it's a trade, deal, or agreement, as the description said, he was counting on it to also make insinuations of self-doubt equally persuasive. Honestly, Candisham, he said, it's almost impressive. Her sneering smile withered.
Almost. You are nothing compared to me. Nothing!
Well, Jay continued, infusing his words with magic the way she had when she'd commanded him to enter the room. The difference was, Jay could sense his words working on her while he was immune to hers. It would be more impressive if you weren't hiding behind tricks. Those nets, for example, they drain the strength of those prisoners, do they not? Seems like you're not confident enough to take us on your own. Makes me think maybe you're nothing without them. Candisham's brow furrowed slightly, a crack forming in her confidence. Jay felt a surge of pleasure that he'd guessed correctly. She was pulling power from the prisoners somehow, artificially inflating her level. Otherwise, Jay's persuasion spell wouldn't be working nearly so well.
You think you can handle my knights?
She scoffed, though there was a flicker of doubt in her eyes.
That's dangerously arrogant, even for you.
Jay shrugged, keeping his voice light. Maybe. But here's the thing. You've already lost this fight. You just don't know it yet. Behind him, Jay could hear the subtle sounds of his girls readying themselves for a fight. He trusted them to make the most of the situation he was about to provide, though he would be curious to see what they chose to do with it. Jay activated his authoritative voice, his voice booming with a command that reverberated through the room. Freeze! Candisham froze for a second, her body going rigid, but she did not release her grip on her blades. Behind her, though, the mercenary knights wavered. One woman fumbled her sword before catching it again, her face blazing with embarrassed anger. In unison, the knights' eyes darted to their captain in confusion. Jay had created a crack in their belief in their leader, weakening them. Jay took advantage of the moment. You see, Captain Candy, he continued smoothly, your power depends on your soldiers believing in you. But the moment they start to doubt you, if they start to wonder whether you can actually lead them to victory, it all falls apart. You're not as invincible as you think. The thing about pride, it's fragile, almost too good to be true. Candisham's eyes flickered with frustration as the effect of authoritative voice wore off, but the damage was done. Her confidence was shaken, and with it, the buff to her mercenary knights faltered. That's our cue, Jay said, his voice hardening. He activated downsizing, and a ripple of magic shot through the room, hitting all four of Candisham's knights simultaneously. Their bodies seemed to sag, their strength temporarily weakened by the spell.
Time to smash some skulls!
Molly shouted, her grin feral as she activated her berserker frenzy. Her mini-maulers flashed in the dim light as she charged the weakened knights, her strikes coming in rapid, brutal succession. She swung with a speed that defied her size, and the knights were forced into battle by the savage pull of her killing intent. Dahlia melted into the shadows, her form disappearing as she slipped behind the distracted enemies. She reappeared in an instant, her umbral strike sinking into the back of one of the knights. With each backstab, her attacks grew more vicious, her black blades smoking with dark magic as the knights fell one by one, unable to fend off her relentless assault. Lyra, meanwhile, had her eye trained on Candisham. The captain was still reeling from Jay's mental assault, her confidence shaken. Without hesitation, Lyra pulled back her bowstring, a lasso arrow ready in her hand. She released it with a sharp snap, the arrow flying through the air before winding itself around Candisham.
Got her!
Lyra called out triumphantly. The unbreakable rope snaked around Candisham, binding her tightly. She struggled, but the rope held fast, her movements restricted, as she glared at Jay with fury and, for the first time, fear in her eyes. Jay walked up to her slowly, his expression calm. "Looks like you're not in control after all, Captain." Candisham bared her teeth.
This isn't over.
Jay smirked, his eyes glinting with confidence. "Oh, it's over. And now you're going to tell us everything, starting with who these prisoners are and why they're so important to you."
I'll die before I tell you anything.
She hissed, her face looking pale and grim. "That can be arranged," Jay promised.
It already has.
Captain Candisham's voice had grown hoarse, and a thick layer of foam was forming on her lips as she gave him a final smile.
See you in hell, J. Morgan.
Jay stepped back, recognizing the effects of a poison immediately, as the Iron Maiden began to convulse in her bonds, pink froth pouring down her shining armor as her eyes rolled back into her head. He said, watching the woman die before his eyes. "That didn't work out quite the way I planned." Molly, Lyra, and Dahlia each stood back as Captain Candisham and her mercenary knights crumbled to dust just like any defeated dungeon monster. The lights in the jail flickered and brightened, but there was no message that they'd defeated any kind of challenge, as if the dungeon couldn't decide if they'd killed delvers or monsters.
That's a shame.
Dahlia said with a frown.
I would have liked to know the answer to your questions.
One of the prisoners coughed, and Jay turned to see the rainbow-skinned woman begin to stir, pulling the remnants of the enchanted net from her shoulders.
I'll answer your questions.
She rasped.
But first, may I please have some water?
Chapter 26. An Unbreakable Allegiance. Lyra was the first to respond to the woman's request, hurrying toward her with a leather skin of water and holding it to her trembling lips. Jay crouched next to them, pulling the enchanted net from her shoulders and releasing her from its bonds. Then he stepped back, not wanting to crowd her. God only knew what kind of horrible things Candisham and her cronies had been subjecting her to. The woman shimmered with an ethereal, iridescent radiance that made her entire form seem like it was caught between worlds. Her skin glimmered with subtle rainbow hues, each movement sending soft prisms of light across her body as though she was made from sunlight and mist. The color of her hair shifted constantly, never settling on one hue for too long. Blues, pinks, purples, and greens blended together in a mesmerizing display. It was both beautiful and otherworldly, a soft glow that made it difficult to look directly at her without feeling like you were staring into the heart of some celestial phenomenon. As she drank the water Lyra offered her, the iridescence began to fade, and the woman's form slowly solidified, her features becoming more human.
Thank you.
She said, with a voice as airy and light as her appearance.
I owe you all a great debt. My name is Aurora. Might I know the names of my saviors?
I'm Jay Morgan, Jay said. This is Lyra, Molly, and Dahlia. We're glad you're okay. I hope Candisham didn't do you too much harm.
Nothing I won't recover from in time,
the beautiful woman said.
Though I'm not sure I can say the same for this other prisoner. Once I've regained a bit of strength, I will see if I can heal her.
Molly was pulling the net off the woman with the snow leopard tail. She was dressed in rags, as if she'd been stripped of everything else before being locked up. Jay noted how thin and bruised she looked, wondering how long she'd been imprisoned. "Are you a healer?" he asked, more hopeful than he dared express. I'm afraid we only have potions and poultices, and none of them are very effective for us anymore. Aurora cocked her head at him, her prismatic hair shimmering in the light.
No, I don't suppose so. You are too high a level for such petty tricks as those. You have no healer in your party. That's an unusual choice.
No choice of ours, Jay said, just the way it's happened. If you're looking for a party, we'd be happy to have you, though. Aurora's skin, while still faintly glowing, now appeared tangible, though her pointed ears and the spiraling white horn that emerged from her forehead reminded Jay that she was anything but ordinary. Her beauty was overwhelming, so much so that it unsettled him. It was like gazing at a goddess, an otherworldly being of perfection that almost felt frightening in its intensity. But as the seconds passed, that overwhelming aura diminished, and Aurora's divinity gave way to the image of a woman once more, albeit one who was still breathtaking. The horn remained. Jay tried not to stare at it, but it drew his eyes no matter what. He stammered, unable to help himself. Are you, some kind of unicorn?
You don't know who I am?
She asked, her head cocking to the other side, as if she were inspecting his face for any sign of deception.
Not even now that I've given you my name?
I'm sorry, Jay said sheepishly. I don't. I suppose I should if you're somebody important, but I'm pretty new around these parts, and the dungeon keeps trying to throw new things at me so quickly that I can't keep up. Please don't be insulted.
Oh, I'm not at all.
Aurora said with a radiant smile.
In fact, I'm quite pleased, for it means I have an advantage over you, Jay Morgan, for I know of you and your companions. Our paths have come near to crossing before, though I did not wish to meet you then.
Jay's forehead wrinkled. You didn't? Maybe it's us who should be insulted then. He gave a dry laugh, but he wasn't sure whether or not he was joking. He had no idea who this woman was or why she'd want to avoid him, but it made his instincts prickle warily.
Not at all,
she said again.
It simply wasn't the time. When you've been delving as long as I have, you begin to have a sense for these things. But now, it seems, is the time, and perhaps it is time for something else, which I had never thought would come.
What's that? Jay asked, not liking the way the woman had him off balance. But as she regained her strength, he began to feel how powerful she was, and he knew that if she wasn't a friend, they were all going to be in a lot of trouble.
I'm nearly 200 years old,
Aurora told him, sitting cross-legged now and running her fingers through her long, shimmering hair.
I'm a level 50 delver, and I've traveled the kingdom exploring as many dungeons as I could find, and never once have I ever partied with anyone. For the first time, with your offer, I find myself tempted to accept.
Dahlia came to stand next to Jay, slightly behind his shoulder, holding on to his arm. The dark energy surrounding her seemed to blacken in the presence of the shimmering healer, and her eyes became voids as she scanned the woman.
She speaks the truth,
the hairblood said, her ears rigid with alertness and a hint of fear.
She is very powerful, and her words ring true, as unlikely as it seems.
Well, we could use a healer, Jay said, deciding it was best not to conceal the needs of their group. He had a feeling Aurora valued upfront honesty, even if she was being evasive herself. But to tell you the truth, we didn't expect to find you here. I was looking for her. He indicated the unconscious woman now being nursed by Molly and Lyra. Aurora's eyebrows went up.
You know her?
Only by reputation, Jay admitted. It's the Windreaver, isn't it? The warrior who entered the Mad King's castle alone and never returned?
That is Colossi Windreaver, yes,
Aurora said, her lips quirking slightly at the corners as if she were amused by the fact that she was amused.
Like me, she is quite ancient. I'm sure she has been level 60 by now. Not just a warrior, a professionally trained delver with connections to...
She cut herself off, shaking her head.
Never mind that. It's not my place to say. She will tell you herself when she is able, if she wishes for you to know more. What made you think you could rescue a woman like that, may I ask? I've heard of confidence, but that expectation would be nearer to madness, I should think, given your own modest levels. Forgive me for saying so.
Jay bristled a little at the slight, but he didn't get the sense that Aurora meant to belittle them. He was sure it was natural for a delver of her level to look down upon those so far beneath her, but he didn't like it either. I didn't know she was here, Jay said, and I didn't know what level she was, only that she was powerful and that she'd come in alone. I'd hoped, not for her sake but for ours, that she was still inside.
A fine thing to wish for.
Aurora lifted her brow and gave him a cool look.
Given the state of her.
That's not what I mean, Jay snapped, losing patience with the beautiful woman and her infuriating line of questioning. I hadn't given her a second thought until just before we came into the jail, and that only because I was feeling desperate. After the way our last mini-boss fight went, I was worried about our chances entering the throne room, assuming that's where the Mad King is hiding. He must be the floor boss. I didn't like our chances against him unless we had help. That got me thinking about the last known delver to enter the Mad King's castle, and then we were presented with an option of going to the jail or to the throne room. So I brought us here, hoping we'd either find an item or an ally in here to help us.
And instead you found us,
Aurora said, beaming at him, as if his brisk tone were a soothing balm to her beleaguered soul.
A broken warrior and a weakened healer suffering delusions of her own importance.
She laughed, a tinkling sound that echoed throughout the jail. I didn't say that, Jay muttered, crossing his arms. But I don't like the implication that we came here with some ulterior motive in our back pockets. We want help. Maybe I'd go so far as to say we need it. Either a healer or a second warrior would be a huge boon to our party. Both would be a gift from whatever gods watch over this world. But if you won't give it, we're going on without you. You're welcome to find your own way out of this place if you don't want to lower yourself to our level. We'll leave you with as much food and water as we can spare and anything else you need that we have. But you'll have to promise to help the Wind Reaver out too. I'm not sure we'll be able to come back for her.
Not bad,
Aurora said, raising her hands as if to ward off a physical attack.
Even without resorting to persuasion spells, you make a good case. Perhaps it is my own pride that leads me astray. If you knew what I'd been through, well, then you would understand my wariness. But it's not your fault that you don't, and I can hardly hold it against you.
Jay wanted to be annoyed, but he found he had little energy for it. The air in the jail felt strangely lighter now that Captain Candisham and her mercenary knights had turned to dust, but he felt the shadow of their presence in his soul. There was something off about both his encounters with the knights, and it bothered him. He crouched beside one of the nets that had been binding Aurora and Colossi, his brow furrowed. The golden threads that had looked so powerful and unbreakable just moments ago now hung loosely, lifeless in his hand. There was something familiar about the material, though.
I've said I'm tempted to accept your offer to join as your healer,
Aurora was saying, her words filtering through his thoughts as he struggled to make connections in the back of his mind.
Something I have never done before.
She continued. Her melodic voice lowered somewhat ominously, though it retained its beautiful tone.
But before I do, I must warn you that partying with me comes at a price. A heavy price to myself, but one that you and your friends will feel as well.
It was Dahlia who laughed.
Are you cursed as well? Perhaps we're meant to find you. You'll fit right in with our misfit crew.
Jay smiled to hear Dahlia including herself so easily in the party, her doubts about belonging obviously assuaged by the prospect of another, newer member.
Cursed?
Aurora asked, startled.
Yes, I suppose you could say so. I cannot tell you the specifics.
Jay sighed. Naturally. As curses go, that's pretty standard.
And are the rest of you so afflicted?
Aurora asked, leaning forward with sudden interest in her eyes.
How fascinating.
We all have stories to tell, Jay said, hedging the question. But the only aspect that you need to worry about is this. We're planning to do something very dangerous. being partied with us might bring the attention of some very bad, very powerful people. Of course, you can always leave if you decide you don't want to stay with us, but it's only fair that you know beforehand."
No, I cannot.
She said, though she was smiling broadly.
That is a part of the curse that I am able to tell, and the reason that I have been very hesitant to join a party until now. When I do join a party, it is an unbreakable vow. I cannot leave. You'll be stuck with me until we die.
Jay frowned. "You mean until you die?"
Do I?
Her smile disappeared.
In any case, you must consider this before making me an offer. I am a powerful healer, and I know some other more experimental magic that may be of benefit. But my attachment to your party will be permanent, and you will all be affected by my curse, which I cannot give you details on. Please discuss amongst yourselves.
There was no doubt in Jay's mind that, regardless of this supposed curse, their party would benefit greatly with a powerful healer on the team. He wanted her badly. Jay glanced at Dahlia, Molly, and Lyra in turn, who had been listening. They each nodded their heads.
I do not envy you the process. It is sure to be a heated argument. Even the strongest leader must.
Jay found both Aurora and Colossi's names in his party menu under available delvers.
Colossi Windreaver, level 62, type Warrior, class Monk, class Tier 3, classified. Do you wish to add Colossi Windreaver to your party? Yes or no? Aurora Portalia, level 50, type Caster, class Healer, class Tier 3, classified. Do you wish to add Aurora Portalia to your party? Yes or no?
He selected yes and sent an invitation to both of them, though Colossi was unconscious and wouldn't be able to accept hers until she recovered from the mana drain caused by the nets.
You're not even going to discuss it?
Aurora said, blinking her glittering eyes in shock.
We trust Jay.
Dahlia said firmly.
Whatever he decides will be right for our party.
Aurora narrowed her eyes slightly, as if suspicious, but then she broke into another smile, and Jay could see that her expression was of barely contained mirth.
Oh, I like this party already,
she said, accepting the request.
I hope you won't be too angry with me once you see what you've signed up for. Congratulations! You have added a member to your delving party. Party members include Aurora Portalia, level 50, Portal Sorceress, Dahlia Shaderunner, level 20, Shadow Worker, Molly O'Brien, level 18, Barbarian, Lyra Goldeneye, level 18, Arcane Archer, Raina Frostmane, Error. Congratulations! Your scale-up ability has been upgraded. While you are party leader, receive an additional 10% max XP bonus for each party member added. Current XP bonus total 50% of max. Congratulations! Your affirmative action ability has been upgraded. While you are the party leader, receive an additional 5% max XP bonus for each female party member added. Current XP bonus total 25% of max.
Jay grinned at Aurora when he saw her Tier 3 class revealed. Welcome to the team, Portal Sorceress. You didn't want to tell us about that? But another notification interrupted his greeting before she could respond.
Attention! Your party has been affected by a conditional level adjustment. The equanimity and equilibrium adjustment has been completed. Party member levels have changed. Aurora Portalia, level 25 Portal Sorceress, Dahlia Shaderunner, level 25 Shadow Worker, Molly O'Brien, level 25 Barbarian, Lyra Goldeneye, level 25 Arcane Archer, Raina Frostmane, Error. Unable to adjust level of Delver Raina Frostmane. Undistributed levels have been reallocated to Delver J. Morgan, party leader. Health point link established between Aurora Portalia and party. This condition is irreversible. Aurora Portalia cannot be removed from party.
Jay opened his mouth to ask what the health point link was when he was interrupted with another notification.
Congratulations! You have achieved level 27, XP 3,682, next level 24,242, health 300, stamina 200, mana 140, unassigned attribute points 18. You have 180 base stat points to distribute. Would you like to increase health, stamina, or mana?
Jay nearly choked when he saw his level. What just happened? He gasped. Did you all get that notification too?
Level 25!
Molly said.
I'm level 25!
She jumped up and down beside the unconscious Windreaver, clapping her hands before Lyra hissed at her, and she remembered that she was supposed to be tending to the injured woman.
Sorry,
she said.
I'm just really looking forward to hitting something now. Can I distribute my stat points, Jay? Or do you have plans we need to take into account?
Jay shook his head. If you get any unusual skill upgrade options, let's talk about them before you choose. But if it's standard stuff, build the way you want to. He turned to Aurora with a frown. Shit, you lost your levels, he said. Is that going to affect your abilities? I'm sorry. Aurora shrugged.
I knew it would happen even if you didn't. You should be more concerned with the health point link.
Yeah, I saw that, Jay said, his frown deepening. What does it mean? Aurora smiled sadly.
Any damage done to me happens to the entire party,
she said.
And if I die, so do all of you. That is my curse.
All of them blinked. Aurora looked prepared to bear their wrath, her shoulders slumped. Then Dahlia shrugged.
Not much different from our current situation. If any one of us is too badly hurt, the others follow quickly after. We only really function as a whole team when we're against powerful enemies. At least you can heal us again. Do you have a shield?
Surprised, Aurora looked up.
Yes, I have a very powerful shield. I'm quite adept at protecting myself, actually, given that I've never had a party to rely on. You aren't angry? You just gave me 7 levels all at once,
Lyra said, her blue and gold eyes flashing.
Like directly sacrificed your own levels to give us a boost. I'm feeling a lot of things right now, Aurora, but anger isn't one of them. Plus,
Molly added with an excited grin.
You're the portal sorceress Alphonse Howler was telling us about? You're like famous. This is so cool. About that,
Aurora said, drooping again.
I won't be able to open any portals until I get back to level 45 again.
Jay gave a low whistle. Well, we level pretty quickly. I have some bonuses that help the party and a unique relationship with this dungeon. If you can't leave our party, I guess you'd better know that sooner rather than later. But it might be a while until we get to level 45. Don't worry, though, we haven't used any portal magic yet, so we don't really know what we're missing, do we?
If you can get me out of here,
Aurora said, straightening back up again with a smile on her face.
We'll be using portals before you know it. I had a contingency plan in case I ever did decide to join a party. If we can get back to the black market, I can get most of my levels back.
Great, Jay said, grinning at them all. Well then, we've got some points to distribute, skills to sort out, and a mad king to banish. Anything else we need to take care of around here?
What should we do with these?
Lyra asked, kicking the deactivated net that had been wrapped around Colossi with her toe. Jay bent to pick up the one he'd been inspecting earlier. They're odd, he muttered, carefully lifting the net from the floor. They remind me of something, but I can't think what. The thread felt almost too smooth, like it shouldn't exist in this world, and its golden color almost glowed in the low light.
Reminds me of those charms,
Molly said.
Same material, not gold, but looks like it. Weird sense of power about them, but nothing Dungeon Sight wants to tell us about.
When Jay scanned the net with his Dungeon Sight, he saw that Molly was right. The prompt unknown item blinked in the center of his HUD. Jay glanced at Aurora, who had regained some of her strength but still looked drained. Ever seen anything like these before? Aurora, now sitting upright with a hand on her head, shook her head slowly.
No, I've been to a lot of places, Jay, but nothing like this. It was draining, like it was pulling the mana straight out of me, feeding off my magic.
Jay's thoughts went back to his last encounter with the knights, when he thought they were just some mercenaries hired to take him back to King Wenshur. "Candisham hit me with something last time we fought," he said. "A poisoned blade. It drained my dungeon magic, left me completely vulnerable. The way she used those nets, it feels like the same thing. Some kind of magic meant to strip us of our power." Aurora frowned, rubbing her wrists where the net had been wrapped.
I've heard of anti-magic traps, but this was on a different level. Those knights should not have been able to bring me down, but they got me with the net before I knew they were there, ambushing me after I came through a portal. I could feel it sucking the magic out of me, like it wanted to strip me down to nothing. If Colossi has been under one of those for a long time, it will take more than my healing to bring her back.
Jay glanced over at the others. Colossi was still unconscious, her body frail and trembling as she lay on the cold stone floor. Molly, Dahlia, and Lyra knelt beside her, fussing over her limp form and trying to get her to drink a healing potion, but she wasn't responding. The potion trickled from the corners of her mouth, and her once powerful limbs hung uselessly at her sides.
She's in bad shape,
Lyra said, her voice tight with worry.
We can't get her to wake up.
Molly growled under her breath.
Come on, you can't die now. We came all this way to save you.
Jay's gaze flicked back to Aurora, who was watching the scene with sad eyes. "I know someone who may be able to help her," Jay said, "but we need to get her out of here, and we can't fight the Mad King while carrying an injured woman with us." Aurora shifted, her strength slowly returning. She raised a hand and murmured something under her breath, and Colossi's body lifted off the ground, suspended by a gentle stream of magic.
I can carry her,
she said, her voice stronger now.
But healing her is beyond me.
Jay nodded, then gave Aurora a probing look. "What happened to you? How did you end up here?" Aurora sighed, brushing her fingers over her shimmering, ethereal hair.
As I said, I was ambushed. Candisham and her knights attacked me while I was on a mission for the Black Howl, dragged me through a portal into this dungeon, but it wasn't like any portal I've seen before. Not one of mine, I mean.
Jay's interest piqued. "You mean like a dungeon portal? The kind the dungeon uses to transfer us between floors?" Aurora nodded slowly.
It was strange. It felt like something much bigger than me was controlling it. The dungeon itself, perhaps. They brought me through and took me straight to him.
"The Mad King?" Jay asked. "You've seen him?" Aurora shuddered.
I thought it was King Wenshire himself, but something was wrong. He didn't look like the king I'd heard of. He wore mismatched clothes, his face was overly expressive, almost like a puppet. It was unsettling.
Jay exchanged a look with Molly, who nodded grimly. "That sounds about right. This whole place is one big, twisted version of the real thing." Aurora continued, her voice lowering.
He wanted to know how I could make portals between dungeons. He was obsessed. When I refused to tell him, he asked me if I could make a portal from this dungeon into the royal dungeon, the one beneath the castle in Arcane. I told him it was impossible, that I'd never been there before. I told him I could only make portals to places that I'd already been, but that only made him angrier.
"What did he do?" Jay asked. Aurora's face tightened, her eyes darkening with the memory.
He flew into a rage, called me a traitor and some other vile things. Then he ordered Candisham and her knights to throw me in here with the other traitors. I've been rotting in that cell ever since.
Jay frowned, his mind racing. It didn't make sense. The Mad King wanted to breach the royal dungeon. Why? What was he after? "And Colossi?" Jay asked. "What's her story?"
I don't know much,
Aurora admitted.
She was already here when I arrived. Candisham and the others called her a traitor as well, but it's just a word they throw around. Anyone who's not one of the king's own is a traitor, I suppose. But that's nearly everyone these days, even if not everyone is daring enough to join the resistance. I don't know that Colossi was ever involved with the Black Howl, but nothing would surprise me.
Jay looked at Colossi's limp body floating behind Aurora as the shimmering sorceress stood. The Wind Reaver, apparently once a powerful warrior, was barely a shell. They had to get her out of here fast. "We need to move," Jay said, standing up and looking back at the corridor they'd passed through. At the top of the jail, they would go through the next door toward the looming gate marked Throne Room. The fight with the Mad King was coming, and he still wasn't sure if they were ready.
Agreed.
Aurora said, lifting Colossi carefully with her magic.
But whatever happens, we need to get her to safety quickly. I sense she won't survive much longer in this place, and I think we need her.
"I think so too," Jay said. "I think we need both of you. We were meant to find each other here." Jay glanced at the others, taking in their grim faces. "This is it then. We're going to end this."
About time.
Molly muttered, cracking her knuckles.
Let's go break this crazy king. Call it a trial run for the real thing.
Aurora's eyes widened. Then she smiled.
If that's true, then we were definitely meant to find one another. I'm on a mission to kill a king as well.
Chapter 27. The Throne Room. They were all a bit disappointed to realize that while they were able to distribute their base stat and attribute points, the dungeon wasn't giving them any new skills or abilities. Again, Jay had the sense that Nova was weakened, or that something was suppressing her communication. He felt certain that once they killed the Mad King, this block would resolve itself, but until then, they were on their own. He distributed his base stats as evenly as he could, bringing his stamina and mana up to 320 points each, just a hair behind his health at 360. His attribute points he used bringing everything up to level 20, then adding an additional 2 points each to strength, agility, intelligence, and constitution, with the continued plan to keep a balanced build. It was frustrating not to have new skills to play with, but before a big boss battle, it might be for the better. They didn't need to be experimenting in a high-stakes fight. There would be plenty of time for that later, in safer circumstances. At least, that's what he hoped. They exited the jail corridor and approached the door to the throne room, ready to do battle. Aurora's base stats had fully recovered in the time they'd been talking, and she assured them she would be able to keep Colossi and herself safe, as well as heal the others as needed. Jay had had a look at her skill tree and been impressed with what he'd seen. Even reduced to level 25, the healer had an interesting and eclectic collection of abilities he'd never even heard of. Her Tier 3 class of Portal Sorceress was unavailable, but she had her Tier 2 class skills available. As he looked into her growth history, Jay could see that she had started off as an herbalist adept, with a focus on self-healing and basic field medic-type magic. Her starter spells worked primarily with nature-based magic that drew from dungeon plants, herbs, and potions to heal herself and her allies, similar to what Jay himself could do with his research and development and field medic professions, but with the ability to create more potent variations. Aurora's healing skills had first focused on stabilizing wounds and removing physical ailments from delvers. She had restorative growth, which healed small wounds by channeling natural energy, and a cleansing aura, which removed poisons or status effects by drawing toxins out of the body. In her home dungeon in the swamplands, apparently, there were a lot of poisonous plants and monsters, so that had been very important. Her Class 1 upgrade had been to something called a Verdant Mender, which had the unusual focus of connecting with natural energy to heal people and environments. Again, this evolution was especially important in her home dungeon. As she'd become more attuned to the magic around her, she'd learned to heal not only people, but also the magical environments she was exploring. She could revitalize dying plant life, purify water sources, and even heal corrupted environments within the dungeon. According to Aurora, she began experimenting with how healing magic can manipulate environments using Life Bloom, which restored vitality to dead or decayed plant life, Earth's Balm, which healed small areas of corrupted land or dungeon spaces, restoring them to their natural state, and Nature's Path, which created temporary safe zones within dungeons by encouraging growth and stabilizing environments. That skill was of particular interest to Jay, though they'd have to get through this final boss battle alive before they could play around with it. At level 15, Aurora had gotten a Tier 2 upgrade to Geosurgeon, which melded her precision healing of both people and environments into a powerful and unusual new class. Her abilities became more refined, allowing her to work with a surgeon's skill in healing. Her magic became more advanced and experimental, allowing her to stitch magical rifts and wounds in the environment, as well as perform intricate healing spells on people. The skills she had from this included Sever and Mend, which allowed her to sever unhealthy magical connections within a person or environment and mend them with restored energy, Magical Sutures, which repaired torn or damaged magical barriers and environmental rifts, stitching them together with mana-based energy, and Pulse of Renewal, which sent a pulse of energy that healed both delvers and the land in a radius around her, though with less precision than direct healing. On top of all these skills, she had something called Rift Guard, a powerful shielding spell that surrounded the target with a ripple of bent space, causing physical and magical projectiles to veer off course or dissipate upon contact. Jay wasn't going to attempt to use any of these skills using his on-the-job training until he'd seen them in action, but he felt a lot better about going into battle with the Mad King knowing they had a healer on their side. Looking at her stats reminded him about his blocked Tier 2 upgrade he was supposed to get at level 15. He didn't think Molly or Lyra had gotten theirs either. Other than Dahlia, who had upgraded to Shadow Worker from her Dark Assassin class before they'd been partied together, the dungeon had not followed its usual format with them. Jay took it as another sign that something was wrong with Nova's connection to them, but it could also have just been another quirk of the Ice Dungeon. Until they'd met Dahlia, there weren't any known delvers who had attained higher than level 10 in the wonky dungeon, so the fact that other dungeons gave Tier 2 upgrades at level 15 and Tier 3 upgrades at level 45 didn't necessarily mean this dungeon would be consistent with the prizes. Jay sighed, thinking he was going to have to start taking notes to remember all the things he needed to deal with when they weren't in imminent danger. Then again, they might never be out of danger again, so maybe he just needed a way to pause time. That wasn't such an unfamiliar feeling. He'd often felt there weren't enough hours in the day back in his old life. Apparently, living in survival mode in a dungeon that was trying to kill you wasn't all that different from the rat race he'd been in on Earth. He pushed those thoughts away, though, as the doors to the throne room groaned as they swung open. A long, drawn-out creak sent a shiver down Jay's spine. The others followed him over the ominous threshold into the final boss room, more quiet than they ever were. The girls' hushed silence creeped Jay out more than the melodramatic door creaking and echoing footsteps in the hall. He suddenly wished they would bicker about something. Jay could feel the tension in the air thickening with every step as they moved deeper into the heart of the Mad King's domain, followed by the sound of 4 women holding their breath. The throne room was vast, lined with towering pillars, their bases twisted and warped as though the stone itself had been bent under some great pressure. The ceilings stretched impossibly high, vanishing into shadow, while the floor beneath them seemed to ripple like water, warping and twisting the reflections of the party in its mirrored surface. Jay took a moment to inspect Treasure Map 1, which revealed what looked like a blueprint of the throne room. The throne was clear at the center of the room, atop a raised dais. At the base of the throne, a strange altar-like shape had been crudely drawn on top of the map, as if indicating that it should be there. An ugly sketch of a dismembered body, barely more than a stick figure, was drawn on top of the altar. Only the torso and head remained on the stone, the other limbs severed and cast aside like discarded scraps across the room. The map only indicated they would find one more piece here, either the head or the torso, Jay imagined, since they'd found the other pieces, but he didn't have any clues yet how to find the last piece. Maybe Nova, or whoever was leaving the maps, didn't know the location of the final piece, Or maybe they were meant to find it on their own? Jay didn't know, but he had to believe they would figure it out. At the far end of the room, a figure perched on a throne of twisted iron and stone, mismatched clothes hanging loosely on his wiry frame. His face was pale, his lips curled into a manic grin that stretched far too wide, giving his overly expressive features a mask-like quality, as if he was made of wet clay rather than flesh. His eyes gleamed with a sickly light, flickering from one party member to the next, as if sizing them up for some cruel game.
Ye old mad King Wenshire, level 80, elite. Once upon a time, King Wenshire was your average, run-of-the-mill monarch, making questionable decisions from his golden throne, throwing lavish parties, and frolicking in his dungeon. Aside from some pesky rumors about the things he was getting up to with the famously well-endowed bog trolls on floor 69, life was pretty perfect. Until his mail-order bride from another dimension refused to play fake wifey, undermined his manly authority, and ruined all his plans for world domination. That bitch. Well, one thing led to another, a few heads rolled, and things went back to normal. Feasting, fucking, frolicking with dungeon monsters, except little Wen couldn't get the traitorous wench out of his head, could he? How was he supposed to feast, fuck, and frolic properly when she wouldn't leave him alone, visiting his dreams and reminding him that she was going to ruin him, drag him through the mud by his shriveling crown jewels, and give away all his gold to starving children? Appalling woman. Fast forward a few years, and our eccentric ruler has become a full-blown lunatic, waltzing around looking like he got dressed in the dark and wearing a face like a jar of squished arseholes, calling himself the Mad King, like it's a term of endearment, and replaying the murder of his beloved wife over and over, winding himself up like a toddler with a fistful of sour candies and rage. One minute he's grinning like a lunatic, the next he's snottily weeping, the next he's purple-faced with royal ire. Bad enough behavior when it's a tot with a dumpy nappy, but when it's the guy in charge, well, let's just say monkeys in the zoo fling less poo than this drama king. His special talent? Illusions, of course, because you can't be this disillusioned without getting a lot of practice. And the biggest illusion of all is that he's in control of his magic, his emotions, his bodily functions, you name it. He'll lose it if you can push the right buttons. His confidence is paper thin, and all it takes is a well-placed shot to his ego to send him into a full-blown fit. Better watch out, though. Those temper tantrums are sure to pack a wallop.
Jay's eyes goggled when he saw the boss's level, and he was more glad than ever that they detoured to the jail. They definitely wouldn't have stood a chance without the bonus levels they'd gotten from Aurora's unexpected equanimity and equilibrium adjustment. But it wasn't going to be an easy fight, that much was certain. And on top of that, the dungeon's description raised a whole bunch of questions about the reality behind the twisted version of King Wenshire they were approaching now. Jay was most unnerved by the fact that there didn't seem to be any altar in the throne room, only scattered stones, as if the altar had been destroyed and strewn about in a rage, which meant the fifth corporeal artifact may have been moved or destroyed already. "Welcome," the Mad King giggled, his voice unnervingly cheerful. "So nice of you to join me. I've been waiting." Jay's stomach churned as his gaze fell to the bucket sitting next to the throne. The bloodstains around its rim appeared fresh. His heart skipped a beat, a cold chill settling in his chest. An image of Dahlia's mother flashed in his mind, the way King Wenshire had ordered her execution, beheading her for the prophecy she made about Queen Xenovara. God, he hoped the bucket didn't contain Dahlia's mother's head. That would be too cruel. Jay swallowed hard, his eyes lingering on the bucket for a moment longer before tearing his gaze away. There was nothing he could do to hide it, but he hoped Dahlia wouldn't notice the gruesome prop. Not now. Any distraction from the upcoming fight could be fatal. She needed to focus on the battle ahead, and so did he. Sick fucking bastard, Jay muttered under his breath. I'm so done with this place. Molly took a step forward, gripping her hammers. Her pets poked their little white heads out of her satchel, peering curiously at the unhinged figure on the throne.
He doesn't look too tough.
The barbarian whispered.
Want me to hit him?
Look at the throne, how twisted it is, Jay replied, his voice steady despite the unease gnawing at him. I think appearances in this place are going to be deceiving. Watch yourselves. Every move he makes is part of his game, including the way he looks. The Mad King chuckled, leaning forward on his throne as if to hear their conversation better. Clever boy. Clever. Stupid boy. You think this is a game? I assure you, it's far more than that. He flicked his fingers and the room began to shift. The walls rippled like the surface of a pond, the pillars bending and twisting, growing taller and then shrinking again. The floor beneath their feet warped. Then, with a sudden jolt, the room solidified again, in a new formation. The rippling surfaces of the walls and floor reflected distorted versions of Jay and the girls, their dancing shapes twisted and grotesque, leering like underwater monsters glowering from the depths of a cold black lake.
Reflections again? Been here, done this.
Lyra muttered, eyeing the figures warily.
Maybe he's already used all his tricks.
The Mad King flicked his fingers again, and the room continued to ripple and shift, making it hard to tell what was real and what was illusion. Distorted likenesses of Jay, Molly, Dahlia, and Lyra twisted in the walls and floor, the surreal counterparts grinning back at them with eerie, wide-eyed expressions. For some reason, Aurora and Colossi weren't pictured there, as if the Mad King hadn't prepared for them to join the party and somehow didn't realize they were there now. This gave Jay a flicker of hope, though he recognized that the Mad King intended to use the environment of the throne room as a battlefield of disorientation. If they couldn't trust the ground beneath their feet or the ceiling above them, this fight was going to be unsettling in more ways than one. You think you can challenge me? The Mad King sneered, his voice echoing unnervingly in the warped chamber. I have rewritten the rules of this world. You are nothing more than pieces on my board. Lyra narrowed her eyes, already pulling out an arrow.
He's toying with us. Can you feel it? Some kind of mind magic making us distrust our senses. I bet his tricks with the room only work while he's focused on keeping the illusions up. To be fair, he doesn't really look like the type,
Molly said, swinging her hammers threateningly.
To be able to keep it up, I mean.
Jay snorted despite himself. Not really the time for dick jokes, Molly.
Be real, Jay,
the barbarian said, casting him a disparaging look.
It's always a good time for dick jokes. This whole place is one big mind game,
Dahlia said, ignoring Molly's irreverent comments.
Created by his mind, so we just need to focus his mind on something else. How about I spill his brains on the floor?
Molly asked, grinning.
That'll change his thinking, won't it?
Not yet, Jay said, tightening his grip on his big stick. He didn't intend to use the weapon, but he hoped it might distract the king from the attacks Jay did plan to use, which could work to their advantage. He glanced up at the others. Lyra, I think this first part is up to you. Can you break his hold on the room? Lyra nodded, quickly notching an echo arrow to her bow.
On it.
From atop his teetering throne, the Mad King's gaze flicked to her, his grin widening. Ah, the archer. How quaint. How terribly frightened you must be if you won't even get close enough to fight me mano a mano. Do you really think your little pins will prick me before you even... Lyra didn't wait for him to finish. She released the arrow, sending it flying toward the far corner of the room, nowhere near the Mad King or his throne. The echo arrow hit the floor with a soft thud before splitting into a dozen phantom arrows, each one darting in different directions, filling the room with flickers of movement and sound. Treachery! The king's head snapped toward the false arrows, momentarily distracted. What's this? More archers? Now! Jay barked. The party moved quickly, darting over the shifting floor and past illusionary versions of themselves as the Mad King tried to regain his composure. Lyra fired off another arrow, this time a light arrow, which exploded into a blinding flash that was reflected off the shining surfaces of the warped walls, pillars, and floors. The Mirage Delvers covered their eyes, disoriented as they flickered and faded. For a brief moment, the room seemed to stabilize, the warped walls and twisted reflections losing their hold. The Mad King scowled, his grin faltering.
Impressive. But I'm far from finished with you yet.
With a wave of his hand, he dragged illusory versions of the party out of mirrors and shadows. The grotesque reflections took on a life of their own as multiple warped versions of Jay, Molly, Lyra, and Dahlia lurched toward them, weapons raised threateningly. Jay's closest enemy, a version of himself, grinned maliciously, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light as it raised its own club, mimicking Jay's movements perfectly. "Looks like we've got company," Jay clenched his jaw. "At least these ones are ugly enough that we won't get mixed up."
I don't know.
Lyra said, launching another echo arrow to the far side of the room.
At least one of those hunchbacked barbarians with a chip on her shoulder belongs to us.
The twisted mirror versions of their party began their attack, moving in sync with the originals, but with exaggerated, erratic movements, making them unpredictable. Jay swung his club, connecting with his doppelganger, but the impact didn't feel right. It was like hitting smoke. The doppelganger staggered but didn't disappear, reforming itself as if it hadn't been hit at all.
They're just illusions.
Dahlia shouted, summoning her doom bunnies to distract her own reflection.
They're not solid, but if they're feeding off the room's magic, they may still be able to land a punch. Watch out!
The Mad King's laughter filled the air again.
You can't defeat yourselves. No matter how hard you try, you'll only weaken in the face of your own weaknesses.
Get a thesaurus, buddy!
Molly shouted as she clobbered two maddened twin versions of herself with her mini-maulers.
This whole shtick has been done before!
Jay's mind raced as he dodged another swing from his mirror counterpart. It was as if the Mad King had no idea what had gone on in the other rooms. They'd already finished a mini-challenge with this theme, so the unsettling effect was somewhat diminished. Jay wondered if maybe Nova had been exerting some control after all, helping to prepare them for the final battle by hinting at the magic the Mad King would use against them. The illusory attack seemed designed to disturb rather than to damage them, an attempt at psychological warfare. But he didn't seem to realize that the effect of his magic had been undermined. The king's hold on the shifting room and the illusions all stemmed from his control. Like with Bozo the Butcher, the king's focus was the key to ending this stage of the fight. All they had to do was break his concentration. The sooner the better. "Lyra, keep firing!" Jay called, ducking under another swing. "Keep him distracted! The more chaotic, the better!" Lyra nodded, her arrows flying in quick succession. Fire arrows, light arrows, echo arrows, anything that could disorient the Mad King and force him to split his attention. Explosions of fire and blasts of light punctuated the bursts of firing arrows, creating their own illusion that the throne room had become a war zone. The Mad King flinched, scowling as he fought to maintain control over the room's shifting surfaces and his conjured warriors. Another light arrow burst into a flash, this time aimed directly at the Mad King's face. The sudden brightness caused him to recoil, blinking in surprise as the room shifted again, the illusions flickering once more. Jay seized the moment, his voice booming with the force of his authoritative voice spell. "Enough, you freak!" The power of the command reverberated through the throne room, momentarily halting the Mad King's movements. The doppelgangers faltered, their twisted forms wavering and fading as the Mad King's concentration broke. Lyra loosed another echo arrow, filling the room with a cacophony of phantom projectiles, further wearing on the king's control. His grip on the illusions was weakening. The Mad King snarled, his grin fading into a look of frustration.
"You dare challenge me in my own domain? This is my world. I control everything here.
With his stuttering, his hold on his illusions glitched and fragmented, causing the entire room to shudder. Jay could feel the shift. The Mad King was powerful, but he wasn't invincible as he wanted them to believe. His hold on the throne room was slipping. Lyra unleashed a volley of explosive arrows, fire arrows combined with impact arrows, which Jay had concocted in his R&D menu, using her rapid-fire technique to create a violent barrage around the king's throne. The room twisted one final time, the distorted walls and reflections wavering before dissolving into nothingness. The floor stabilized beneath their feet, and the hulking doppelgangers fell to the ground and faded into dust, just like Captain Candisham and her mercenary knights had. A flash of unease passed over the Mad King's plastic face. His confidence, which had been so overwhelming moments ago, had now cracked.
You think you've won something, the king hissed, his voice low and venomous, no longer stuttering. But this is only the beginning.
He rose from his throne, his mismatched clothes hanging awkwardly on his bony frame. His hands flexed, and dark energy crackled between his fingers.
Get ready, Jay muttered to the others. Things are about to get ugly.
The Mad King stepped down from his throne, his grin wide and menacing, loose clothes flapping like a jester's rags. Magic crackled like static over his hands, and his eyes, filled with a manic gleam, darted between Jay and the others. The throne behind him loomed like a monument to his power, radiating a sickly glow that pulsed in time with his every step.
Do you feel it, Delvers?
The king sneered, his voice cold and sharp as a blade.
This room is my kingdom, and I rule everything here, including you!
Jay's muscles tensed, the weight of the room pressing down on him. Something was off, more than just the Mad King's overwhelming presence. The air was thickening with magic, and every step the king took seemed to draw strength from the dark, twisted energy emanating from the throne behind him.
Molly,
Jay hissed to the barbarian under his breath.
There's something about that throne. He's feeding off it.
Molly gave him a sharp nod.
I'll send Ross and Rachel to check it out.
Her pet weasels darted from her side in an instant, vanishing into thin air as they entered their ghost form, weaving in and out of the shadows with barely a whisper of movement. Their small spectral forms darted toward the throne, slipping behind it unseen. The Mad King raised his hands, dark tendrils of magic snaking from his fingers as he prepared to strike.
You think you've disrupted me? You're nothing more than ants under my boot.
Jay felt a surge of dark energy heading straight for them. "Scatter!" he shouted. The party split apart, dodging as bolts of black energy crackled across the floor, leaving scorch marks in their wake. Lyra rolled to one side, firing a volley of light arrows to keep the king distracted, while Dahlia melted into the shadows, her veil of shadows spell cloaking her from sight. Molly stood tall, her eyes narrowed.
All right, King Weenus. Let's see how you handle this!
With a low growl, she activated her Colossus form, her body expanding rapidly until she loomed over the battlefield. Her muscles bulged and her hammers gleamed in the dim light of the throne room. She took a step forward, her massive figure dwarfing the Mad King, as she swung the not-so-many maulers at him with ferocious speed. The Mad King staggered back, caught off guard by her sheer size.
Remarkable,
he hissed, his grin faltering for the first time.
But size isn't everything.
Spoken like a man with a small penis!
Molly roared, her voice echoing around the throne room, loud enough to shake dust from the plinths atop the marble columns. The Mad King raised his hands to retaliate, but she smashed into him, hammers flying like metal birds, dive-bombing him from above. He didn't have time to cast another offensive spell while he was on the defensive, and Jay hoped she'd be able to keep him there. As they fought, Molly's pets finished their inspection of the throne and came bounding back toward the barbarian. This time they hadn't grown with Molly's Colossus spell, and the Mad King didn't notice their flitting ghostly movement as they dashed beneath his feet. A blaze of black magic swirled around the king, blocking him temporarily from view, but a tendril of magic still connected him to the throne. Jay was dying to know what the weasels had seen, but he knew Molly's connection to them was imperfect. He hoped they would give him something usable at least. Molly's eyes widened as the weasels sent a rush of information through the psychic bond they shared with her. She glanced at the Mad King in his black bubble, as if wondering if he'd be able to hear her through his magic shield.
Coward!
She shouted, baiting him. When the king didn't respond, her eyes narrowed, and she turned to Jay, her voice low and dangerous.
Jay, there's something behind the throne!
She said.
Something powerful!
Jay's mind raced. Behind the throne? What?
I don't know!
Molly said quickly, glancing nervously at the shielded king, knowing he would release the shield eventually and that she'd be the first one he targeted once he'd regained his strength.
The images I'm getting are sketchy, but it's feeding him somehow. We need to check it out and cut it off, whatever it is.
Jay nodded, his heart pounding as he turned toward the throne. I'll take a look. Keep him busy.
On it.
Molly grinned, switched to her wild call maul, and swung the massive hammer down on the Mad King's shield, attempting to crack his defenses.
Come on, you pompous bastard! Let's see how tough you really are!
The shield shattered, and the Mad King staggered back, his eyes wide with shock. As the barbarian woman hammered strike after strike at the king, Jay activated the ghost power he had borrowed from her using on-the-job training. Lyra shot the king with ice arrows, attempting to slow his movements, and Dahlia attacked him with her doom bunnies, swarming his body and forcing him to dispel them before he could fight back against Molly's blows. Jay's body shimmered for a moment before vanishing, turning invisible as he darted toward the throne. His footsteps were silent in his ghostly form as he circled behind the towering seat of power. What he saw stopped him cold. Chapter 28. Power Plays. It was no wonder the weasels hadn't been able to make sense of the tangle of broken bodies, limbs bent in unnatural angles as if they'd been shoved into the small compartment with incredible force. Behind the throne, hidden in shadow, were the twisted, lifeless forms of Captain Candisham and her mercenary knights. Their shattered bodies, still wearing the shining armor but with bones and raw flesh poking through the torn metal, were wrapped in the same golden nets that had sapped Colossi and Aurora of their magic. The nets glowed faintly, pulsating with energy that seemed to flow directly into the Mad King, feeding his power, as if, broken as they were, the knights still lived, kept alive by the flow of magic from them to their captor. Jay's stomach twisted as he wondered if any version of Captain Candisham he'd faced had ever been her, or if she had been an illusion controlled by the Mad King all along. No wonder he's so strong, Jay muttered, his chest tightening at the sight. He's using them like batteries. The king's laugh echoed through the room, cold and mocking, as he fought off Molly, Lyra, and Dahlia's attacks.
Did you really think it would be that easy? I hold the power of entire armies, each life bleeding into my own. You are nothing.
Jay's jaw clenched as he heard Lyra cry out, wounded by an attack he couldn't see. This was bad. He had to hurry. As long as the Mad King was siphoning power from Candisham and her knights, he'd be growing stronger with every passing second. Unless Jay could reverse that flow and take the power for himself. He quickly wrenched away the golden nets, using Dahlia's siphon life spell to suck the remaining life force from the broken remains of his enemies into his own body. Pain lanced through his limbs as his health points grew, expanding past its natural limit.
Achievement unlocked. Supercharged. Uh-oh. It looks like you've got more juice than your body knows what to do with. Don't hang on to all that extra power for too long, or things are about to get a little spicy in here.
The nets dimmed as their victims finally died, and Jay quickly pulled the unknown items into his inventory, severing the connection to the Mad King. Fortunately, he was so immersed in his fight against the others that he didn't seem to notice his battery was unplugged. At least, that was what Jay thought at first, watching as the body of one of the knights faded into nothingness, absorbed by the dungeon once and for all. But though the throne's glow dimmed slightly, the king still stood strong. "There must be another connection," Jay muttered, scanning the throne with his dungeon sight. There, he spotted the source, a single thread of energy still flowing from the throne to the Mad King. It appeared to be made of the same material as the nets. If he could cut that, it might be enough to sever the king's link to his power source. As he looked at it, his dungeon sight picked up on something else, something hidden from view, but there nonetheless, like he was with his ghost ability. Jay grabbed the thread, gritting his teeth against the searing pain of raw mana tearing through his flesh. The magic that flowed through this thread was so much stronger than that of the nets, as if the throne was connected to other lives hidden elsewhere in the Mad King's castle. Jay twisted the thread over his fingers, fortifying his grip, and then wrenched, pushing all of his dungeon magic into his strength to do the job. The thread snapped, and the throne flickered like a dying bulb before going gray and lifeless. In the cubby behind the throne, a white marble torso appeared. A heart-shaped hole in its chest was the only flaw on the otherwise smooth surface. Jay's heart hammered in his chest as he grabbed the corporeal artifact and pulled it into his inventory too. The Mad King roared, stumbling back toward the throne as his connection to the hidden power source was severed. His strength faltered, and a look of panic crossed his face. "You," he growled, his voice dripping with venom as his eyes searched for the one who had attacked his throne. "You dare!" But Jay was still invisible, and this seemed to unnerve the king even more. His confused eyes were searching the area around the throne, wide and white-rimmed with animal fear. Before he could finish, Dahlia emerged from her veil of shadows, her eyes gleaming with dark magic.
"Your reign is over,"
she hissed, her voice low and deadly. She launched herself forward, her black-bladed umbral strike hitting the king from behind with a sickening wet slice. The Mad King staggered, his eyes wide with shock as black blood began to pool at his feet. Behind them, Jay could see Aurora casting a healing spell on Lyra, whose chest bore a dark, festering wound that must have been caused by a lash of the king's magic. Molly watched over them, back to her normal size, with her hammer ready, keeping her eyes locked on the mad monarch wavering at the foot of the throne. But he wasn't finished, not yet. His twisted grin returned, though there was something unhinged about it now, a flicker of deep insanity that gleamed in his eyes as his hands crackled with magic. "You think this is the end?" His voice dripped with venom. "You've only just begun to see the depths of my power!" The throne room trembled, and the shadows that had been lurking at the edges of the room began to crawl toward the center. The air grew colder, and Jay's pulse quickened as he sensed something shifting in the atmosphere, a new kind of threat. The Mad King raised his hands, his voice booming with maniacal laughter. "Come forth, my loyal subjects! Show these traitors the true meaning of fear!" With a sudden nauseating crack, undead figures began to materialize from the shadows. Undead mercenary knights, their forms grotesque and broken like marionettes controlled by invisible strings. This too echoed one of their previous fights. But this time, past experience failed to reduce the gut-wrenching horror that seized them as the mercenary knights approached. Their armor was cracked and rusted, their faces pale and lifeless, and yet their eyes gleamed with an unnatural light. And that wasn't all. From the far corners of the throne room, court jesters emerged, their bodies twisted and malformed. Their faces were frozen in eerie, exaggerated grins, and their limbs moved with unnatural flexibility. Each one of them carried a severed head, juggling it between their hands as they cackled silently, their mouths open wide in mock laughter. Some of them even removed their own heads, juggling those with glee, their eyes never leaving the party.
More creepy clowns?
Molly muttered, her voice filled with disgust.
I hate creepy clowns.
Jay's grip on his big stick tightened. Stay focused. These things aren't just for show. The undead knights charged forward, their movements jerky but unnervingly fast, while the jesters leapt and danced around the battlefield, their heads rolling across the floor in macabre acrobatics. Molly, shifting into her berserker frenzy, swung her hammers with wild ferocity, smashing the undead knights with brute force. But even as her attacks landed, the knights refused to stay down, their bodies snapping back into place as if reanimated by some twisted magic.
These things won't die!
Molly shouted, her frustration boiling over as she slammed her hammer into the ground, sending a shockwave through the floor.
I've got the headless crepes!
Lyra called, her bow already drawn. She loosed a volley of light arrows, targeting the juggling jesters as they bounded around the room. Each arrow struck its target, and the jesters staggered, their grotesque movements slowing as the light burned away at their dark magic. But the Mad King was far from idle. His dark energy pulsed, fueling the creatures, keeping them alive even as the party fought to tear them down. "We can't keep this up," Jay muttered, dodging a swipe from one of the undead knights. "He's still feeding the magic somehow." His chest ached from the extra life force he'd absorbed when destroying the throne, but he didn't know how to discharge the extra power. The dungeon's warning echoed in the back of his mind. He glanced at Dahlia, who had emerged from her veil of shadows at his side. Her expression was dark but determined.
You've taken too much extra power,
She said quietly, her voice barely audible.
Blood sacrifice will allow you to convert the health points into mana. Then you can cast a spell to dispel it. When you do, I'll finish the king.
Jay caught her eye, nodding grimly. Do it. While the others kept the undead knights and jesters at bay, Dahlia vanished completely, her form blending into the shadows as she circled behind the Mad King. Her doom bunnies scattered across the room, sowing chaos among the enemies, biting at the ankles of the jesters and darting around the knights to distract them. Molly continued to slam her hammers into the ground, knocking the undead back with each strike. Jay took a deep breath and cast Blood Sacrifice, a skill borrowed from the Hairblood Shadow Worker. He'd never used it before, and he knew it was going to hurt, remembering the wound that had opened on Dahlia's chest the last time she'd used the spell. Still, it had to be done. He tried to mentally push as much of his extra health points into his mana bar as he could. Sharp pain lanced through his arms, and he glanced down to see gashes on both his forearms, bleeding down over his fingers. Then a different but equally unpleasant feeling washed over him as his health was drained and his mana expanded beyond capacity. When he didn't feel he could take any more of the stinging electric pain, he pushed all of that mana into downsizing, creating a massively powerful area of effect blast that hit the Mad King and all of his minions at once, staggering every one of them. The king shrieked in rage, his thin hair flying out in every direction as he whirled on Jay, shooting a bolt of black magic straight at his heart. Jay attempted to dodge, but he wasn't fast enough. The spike of black lightning hit him squarely in the chest, knocking the wind from his lungs and sending him flying onto his ass. Weirdly, though, that was the only damage the bolt did. Even weirder, the bolt ricocheted off his chest and blasted the Mad King right between the eyes.
Holy shit!
Jay gasped as he sucked a painful lungful of air back into his bruised ribcage.
What the fuck was that?
Molly cackled.
The pumpkin spice ward of spite! Basic bitches strike back!
Jay shook his head as he got to his feet, remembering that Felicity told him her ward gave him temporary protection from organic poisons designed to interfere with dungeon magic, and that included a debuff counterattack causing enemy attacks to be deflected at 2 times the original damage. If the Mad King's spell had just bounced back at him, that meant it must be made of the same stuff as Candisham's poison. Jay didn't have time to puzzle out the meaning behind that connection at the moment, but he was relieved the ward had worked. The Mad King was reeling like he'd taken a fastball to the forehead, his eyes glazed with pain and confusion. Molly laid into the remaining zombie knights with renewed vigor now that their strength had been diminished by Jay's overpowered downsizing spell, and Lyra yipped with delight as she fired more arrows at the juggling jesters. More and more of their enemies were falling and not getting back up. They were winning, they just needed to keep the pressure on, and as he looked to Dahlia, Jay realized she was going to do just that. Hidden in the shadows, the Shadow Worker prepared her Siphon Life spell, her fingers glowing with dark energy. The pulse of the king's magic, his life force still immense but flickering, began to flow through her. The drain from earlier had already taken its toll, but now she was going to finish the job.
Almost there,
She mouthed, her eyes locked on the king's back. The Mad King laughed again, his voice rising to a hysterical pitch as the undead soldiers and jesters continued to attack.
You cannot stop me! I am unstoppable! I am eternal!
Not for long, Jay muttered, his eyes gleaming as he watched Dahlia beginning to drain the Mad King's power without him even realizing.
And you still need a fucking thesaurus!
Molly shouted, pounding a zombie skull into mush at her feet. Dahlia lunged from the shadows, her hand outstretched, as her Siphon Life spell latched more firmly onto the Mad King, her face contorted with frightening excitement as she felt the full extent of his power flowing toward her. Immediately, the king froze, his manic grin faltering. His body trembled as Dahlia's dark magic began to drain him, pulling the very essence of his life force into her. The king let out a howl of rage, his hands clawing at the air as his power began to wane.
You will pay for this!
His voice cracked, and for the first time he looked mortally afraid. Dahlia's eyes gleamed with dark satisfaction as she continued the siphon, her power growing as his strength faltered. The undead knights and jesters stumbled, their movements becoming sluggish and uncoordinated as the magic that had fueled them started to fade.
Now! Jay shouted. Hit him with everything you've got!
Molly flew at the remaining zombies, her attacks rapid and brutal as she smashed the undead knights to pieces. Lyra fired a final volley of light arrows, her aim flawless as she took down the last of the jesters. The Mad King's body convulsed as Dahlia's spell drained the last of his power. His once gaunt frame grew weaker, and his mismatched clothes hung loosely on his thinning form. His skeletal face became as hollow and lifeless as a dusty skull.
Impossible,
he rasped, his voice barely a whisper.
I am a king.
Dahlia released the spell, her body trembling from the strain of the dark magic, but her eyes never left the Mad King as he collapsed to his knees.
it's over.
She said quietly. But Jay wasn't so sure. The room had gone eerily still, and he could feel something building, a final surge of power. Dahlia, back away, Jay warned, his eyes narrowing as he watched the king's body. We'll finish him together, but I want you over here. Dahlia swooned slightly, overcome by the surge of power. She needed to dispel it quickly, or he didn't like to think what would happen now that he knew the pain of being supercharged with life force or mana. Dahlia! Jay's eyes locked onto the Mad King, still trembling on his knees, his body drained and frail after the Hairblood woman's powerful spell. But there was a low hum in the air, a vibration that seemed to pulse through the very walls of the throne room. Dahlia, get back, Jay said again, his voice tense as he took a cautious step forward. He's not done yet. The Mad King's head snapped up, his face twisted in a wild, manic grin. His eyes, sunken and hollow, gleamed with a last flicker of power.
You think you've won?
His voice was a rasp, but the malice behind it was unmistakable.
I will never fall. I am a god here. You bow down to me. Fall on your knees and pray!
The room began to tremble violently, and cracks spiderwebbed across the floor as if the entire dungeon itself was responding to the king's rage. His gaunt, bony hands rose shakily into the air, and a swirling mass of dark energy began to gather above his head, growing larger and more unstable by the second. "Molly, get her out of here!" Jay shouted, motioning for the others to retreat. "He's going to blow!" The barbarian, who was closest to Dahlia, darted forward, grabbed the dazed caster, and rushed to the side, making her way behind Jay. Lyra scurried to the side, already readying her bow in case the king made a final move. Aurora floated Colossi's unconscious body behind her, shielding the injured Wind Reaver with her magic as she began to whisper the words of a spell under her breath. The dark energy above the king swelled, its chaotic mass crackling with raw power. The air itself seemed to warp around it, growing dense and suffocating. Jay's heart pounded in his chest. He knew they wouldn't survive a blast like that, not without help.
We need to stop him!
Lyra called out, her voice barely audible over the rising hum of energy. But there was no time. The Mad King's final attack was coming, and it was coming fast. Jay's mind froze. There was nothing he could do. His best spells were on cooldown, and Molly and Dahlia were too drained to mount another offense. The ground beneath them continued to shake, pieces of the ceiling starting to crumble as the dungeon itself responded to the king's fury. They were trapped, and an explosion would level the entire room. Just as the king raised his hands to unleash the blast, Aurora stepped forward, her shimmering form glowing brighter as she raised her own hands in response. Her face was calm, but her eyes were filled with steely determination. The spiraling white horn protruding from her forehead glowed so brightly it hurt Jay's eyes to look at.
Stay behind me!
She commanded, her voice soft but firm. Jay's breath caught as he watched Aurora. Weakened as she was from her previous level, she was still an intimidating presence. He didn't see how she would save them, but they didn't have any other options at this point. He had to trust that the dungeon knew what it was doing when it had brought them together, that Nova knew what she was doing, and was still with them despite her silence. Jay nodded and followed Aurora's words just as the Mad King let out a final, blood-curdling scream.
Die!
The swirling mass of dark energy exploded from his hands, hurtling toward the party in a blinding rush of chaotic magic. But before it could reach them, Aurora's hands glowed with a blinding white light, and a shimmering shield of pure energy erupted in front of the party. The shield expanded rapidly, forming a barrier between them and the king's final attack. The blast of dark energy collided with Aurora's shield, and for a moment it seemed as if the two forces would tear each other apart. The air crackled with energy, and the ground beneath their feet trembled violently. But slowly, inch by inch, the dark energy began to recoil, unable to penetrate Aurora's protective magic. The Mad King's eyes widened in disbelief.
No, this is impossible. I am invincible.
Aurora's face remained calm, her voice barely a whisper.
Not anymore.
With a final surge of power, Aurora pushed the dark energy back toward the king. The blast rebounded, crashing into the monstrous monarch with the full force of his own magic. His scream echoed through the room as the dark energy enveloped him, consuming him in a violent explosion of light and shadow. And then, silence. The Mad King was gone, his body disintegrated by his own magic. The room fell eerily still, the tension hanging in the air for a moment, before the ground beneath them began to rumble. Chapter 29. The Welcoming Void. The walls of the throne room trembled, cracks spreading rapidly across the stone. Pieces of the ceiling began to fall, and the floor beneath their feet shook violently. But Jay was shocked to receive a new notification, this one delivered in Nova's sultry, teasing voice, the first time he'd heard her speak in what felt like ages.
Achievement unlocked. King Killer. Phase 1. Congratulations, my stallion! You have made it past the first major hurdle towards realizing the unique King Killer prophecy, defying everyone's expectations. Except mine, of course. I always believed in you. Even when I'm trying to kill you, I'm rooting for you, baby. I only do it for your own good, so you can grow strong and virile and powerful enough to take me away from this horrible place. You can trust me, I swear. Wink, wink. Unlocking the next 2 phases of the King Killer prophecy will provide buffs and bonuses unique to your personal questline, assigned to you at integration. Yes, a personal questline! Isn't that fun? It would be more fun if we were allowed to tell you about it when they're assigned, of course. But Dungeon Minds have all these silly little rules designed to make things more fun for them, and not the people whose lives they're trying to ruin. So here we are, I suppose. While the dungeon assigns all Delvers a personal questline at integration, and many unlock a prophecy related to their questline, very few go on to realize their potential. Of course, this is because most Delvers aren't as deliciously powerful and dripping with unrealized potential as you are. But the fact that few Delvers develop their insight skills well enough to deliver a reliable prophecy might have something to do with it too. Not to mention the fact that the dungeon likes to fuck with Delvers and send them on wild goose chases. And also, probably because they don't bother telling you about the quests! I don't know. I keep thinking someday they'll listen to me if I shout loud enough. Anyway, you are not most Delvers, are you, sweet meat? And you have not only unlocked your prophecy, but you've completed the first phase of your quest, killing the Mad King. The odds are as stacked as that cute little bunny girl you're finally banging. Yes, I noticed. Good boy. Mama loves her horny little dungeon monster. You're just lucky I'm here to give you such an easy, straightforward path to victory. Free of worry, free of confusion, free of the never-ending sense of impending doom that most Delvers suffer from. Right, baby? You know I don't really want to hurt you. It's just part of the job. Someday you'll understand. Go on now. Let's see you complete the next phases of your prophecy and unlock your unique path to ascension. That's the true purpose of delving, don't you know? That's one little secret I should have kept to myself a long time ago. But it's too late now. The cat's out of the bag, and it's gone a bit mad, you see? No? Well, you will, soon enough. You're ever so close, love. So close I can almost taste you. Reward. Tier 2 class unlocked. King Killer. Being the subject of a prophecy can be a risky business, but it does come with certain perks. New perk unlocked. Blue Blood Buff and Buffer. This buff and buffer package is a unique combination of attack bonus and shield that automatically protects the Delver in fights against enemies with royal blood. The Blue Blood buff gives a 25% chance of critical attack damage with every strike against a royal-blooded enemy. The Blue Blood buffer gives an invisible shield that protects the Delver from critical attack damage with every strike from a royal-blooded enemy.
A huge stone crashed down from the ceiling and exploded in front of Jay, pulling his attention away from the string of notifications instantly. "We need to move," he shouted, pulling Dahlia to her feet. She was weak, her legs trembling, but she managed a small knot of things as he helped her stay upright. Aurora's glowing form flickered, the exertion of her magic clearly taking its toll, but she remained strong.
The room's going to collapse. We need to get to the dais. It's the only stable ground.
The others followed Jay's lead, sprinting toward the raised platform where the Mad King's throne had once stood. Jay carried Dahlia, and Aurora dragged Colossi behind her with her magical hold. The room was crumbling around them, chunks of stone crashing to the floor as the dungeon began to tear itself apart. They reached the dais just as a massive section of ceiling collapsed behind them, sending a cloud of dust and debris into the air. Jay coughed, his eyes watering as he glanced around at the chaos. The room was falling apart, but the area around the throne remained intact, as if held in place by some unseen force. Everywhere the floor had fallen away, an impossibly deep pit was revealed, which Jay couldn't see the bottom of. It made his stomach clench to imagine falling off the edge into the pitch.
We're stuck!
Molly growled, looking at the sheer drop into the black void that surrounded the platform.
How are we supposed to get out of here?
Jay looked around, his thoughts whirling. The Mad King was gone, the room was collapsing, and the only thing keeping them from falling into the abyss was the narrow pillar of stone beneath their feet. He narrowed his eyes. And the bloody bucket was still there. He set Dahlia down on the steps, glancing at her to make sure she was okay. She was too shell-shocked to notice the gruesome reminder of her mother's death. Jay picked up the bucket, turning his back to Dahlia just in case, to protect her from whatever he found inside. He looked over the lip, bracing himself for something horrible. A white marble face stared up at him, the sixth and final corporeal artifact. He picked it up, pulling the item out and knocking the bucket over the edge into the void.
Quest complete. Whose dungeon is this anyway? You've collected all 6 corporeal artifacts for an unspecified quest, not sanctioned by this dungeon. Will you be rewarded for your interfering ways? Who's to say? Not us, because we had nothing to do with this. Too many cooks in the kitchen spoils the broth, they say. But if it will get rid of the meddling monkey on our back, perhaps it's not such a bad thing.
"We did it," he said, stunned despite their dire predicament. "We got them all. We can free Nova now." The others stared at him, wide-eyed, unsure of what this meant. He didn't know for sure either, but before they figured anything else out, they were going to have to figure out how to get out of here. "Aurora, can you make a portal?" Jay asked, his voice tight with urgency. "Even a small one." Aurora's brow furrowed, and she shook her head slowly.
As I told you, I don't have access to any of those spells, not until I can retrieve my power sink.
Jay cursed under his breath, glancing at the crumbling edges of the dais. They were running out of time. Soon there wouldn't be enough surface for them all to stand on. But then, out of the corner of his eye, Jay noticed something else, an odd shimmer in the air just above the throne's remains. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but it was there. "What is that?" Jay muttered, stepping closer to the edge of the platform. The shimmer pulsed softly, as if beckoning them. Molly squinted at the spot, her fists still clenched.
Looks like a portal, but it's broken.
Aurora's eyes widened, realization dawning on her face.
It's a staircase portal. The dungeon must have tried to create one when the king was defeated, but the collapse had made it unstable.
"We have to fix it," Jay said, his voice steady. "It's our only way out." Aurora nodded, though her face was pale.
I can't create a portal, but I might be able to mend this one and try to stabilize it, but I'll need time.
"How about a little extra power?" he asked. "Dahlia's got so much of it she's practically drunk, and if we don't bleed a little off, she's going to take serious damage." Aurora's eyes widened.
Of course! That's a brilliant idea! I can use a combination of restorative growth and sever and mend to stop the damage and draw her excess power into myself. Quickly, I hope,
Lyra said nervously, eyeing the crumbling edge of the dais.
I mean, not that I'm worried.
Molly had turned away from the others and was poking around in the rubble that had been the throne.
Is this glittering for any of you?
she said.
I feel like I should be able to loot it, but Aha! Look!
Aurora was busy healing Dahlia, drawing off some of the excess life force that was poisoning her system, but Jay and Lyra came to inspect what the barbarian had unearthed. "What the fuck?" Jay muttered, crouching to examine the glittering gold items. They were made of the same material as the golden nets, 3 animal charms, just like the eagle, snake, and rat they had already found. These appeared to be a swallow, a moth, and a rabbit.
I'm not touching them this time,
Molly said.
You take them.
Jay picked them up and put them in his pocket with the others. Then he pulled Treasure Map 2B out to read the rhyme again. 3 keys to start a clockwork heart, 3 keys to spark the mind, 3 keys to open power's gates, and burdened soul unbind. The torso piece of the statue he'd found inside the throne room had been missing a heart-shaped piece in the center of its chest. Jay inspected the marble head in his inventory and saw that it had a hollow in the back as well. But each space was much larger than the individual animal charms were. Even if he tried to put 3 in each space, the awkward jumble wouldn't fit the recess properly. Maybe he had to combine the right ones? They were still missing 3 charms, so it was possible they didn't have the right combination to work for whatever it was they needed to do. Behind him, Dahlia gasped, suddenly coming back to herself.
No more.
She panted.
Please, I don't have any more to give. Not until I...
She trailed off, her shoulders heaving, her long black ears laying flat in her magenta hair.
I'm sorry,
Aurora said, her perfectly smooth forehead forming a single fine line between her brows.
Jay thought you had the power to spare. It certainly feels as if you do.
The hair-blood woman sobbed, clutching at her chest with both hands, her face twisted up with pain.
Yes, but it's not... It hurts. I must do something first. Jay!
She threw herself into Jay's arms, sobbing.
Oh, darkness.
She moaned.
I thought I was lost. I thought you were lost. When I drained the last of the Mad King's life, I had visions, Jay. Just like my mother. I couldn't tell what was real and what wasn't. I was so scared. Please, please tell me you found them.
Jay knew immediately that she was speaking of the corporeal artifacts. Yes, he said, pulling her into a tight, reassuring embrace. I have them now. We can save Nova.
I need them.
Dahlia said, her eyes going black with whirling magic, making her look desperate and slightly insane.
I must have them.
Jay tensed, uncertain of her tone. Glancing down at her, her heaving chest pressed against his belly, her arms twined around his waist, her hair disheveled, she looked almost as mad as the Mad King himself. But Dahlia had also had the quest to retrieve the corporeal artifacts, and their fates seemed bound together now. He had to trust her. He couldn't afford not to trust his own party, or he'd end up raving like King Wensher's insane twin, too. Of course, he said, drawing the pieces from his inventory. Dahlia was forced stumbling backward as the heavy torso filled one arm and the head appeared in the other, but she didn't seem to mind. Scrambling to keep her balance, she lunged forward, placing both hands upon the torso piece first. Dahlia whispered the words of a spell beneath her breath, and the white stone began to glow. Before his eyes, it transformed into a soul-charged corporeal artifact. Then she moved to the marble head, grasping it with a gasp that was almost orgasmic.
Yes.
She groaned.
Oh, black gods, that's good. I didn't think I'd ever... Oh, yes.
Molly stood with her hands on her hips, head cocked sideways with a curious frown on her face.
I'll have some of what she's having, please.
Lyra, wide-eyed, nodded.
Yeah, if we're going to die, I want to go out like that.
We're not going to die, Jay said, taking the 2 soul-charged corporeal artifacts back into his inventory. Dahlia just had to release some excess soul power? What was that? Dahlia panted, nodding her head as she staggered back toward Aurora and took her hands.
Yes.
she said, still breathing hard.
I cast Dark Harvest right at the very end, before Aurora's shield reflected the Mad King's attack back at him. I got more than I bargained for. A mix of soul power, mana, stamina, and life force all at once. I didn't even know that spell could do that.
At least you didn't have to tear yourself open with blood sacrifice to get rid of it this time, Jay said with relief.
It wasn't as bad this time as before.
Dahlia said.
Or it wouldn't have been if I'd only gotten the soul power. I feel as if my capacity for extra dungeon force is growing each time I use that skill. It very well may be,
Aurora said, smiling gently at the hair-blood woman.
My power is much the same. I'm sorry, Aurora.
Dahlia said, squeezing the unicorn woman's hands.
You can pull power from me again. I still have some to spare. I wanted to make sure we got those artifacts charged first.
Aurora stroked the side of the hair-blood woman's face with the back of her fingers, smiling.
You and I are going to work very well together, I think. Darkness and light, balancing one another and rising to new heights of power.
Dahlia smiled shyly back at the beautiful woman, then glanced at Jay, biting her lip.
Do you think so?
Jay smiled. I said it before and I'll say it again. We were meant to find each other. There was a crack as more of the dais crumbled into the abyss. Lyra shrieked, leaping into the air, only to be caught in Molly's strong arms.
Nice chat, guys,
The barbarian said with a smirk.
but can we get out of here before the fox girl pees? I don't want to get my boots wet.
Ross and Rachel peeped out of the horn at Molly's belt, giving Lyra irritated looks.
Don't worry,
Molly said.
she's not staying. Oh, just for a little while, Molly.
Lyra said, wrapping her arms around the barbarian's shoulders.
Hold me, please, just while Jay's busy.
A magical link had formed between Dahlia and Aurora, different from the thread of magic that contained Colossi's still unconscious form. It glowed a soft, pearlescent white, encompassing both their bodies in an ethereal haze. Aurora's long, sharp horn shone brightest of all. And then the healer's body began to transform, her torso rising and her bottom half contorting strangely. Suddenly, Jay realized what he was seeing. She was shedding her human form for that of a silver-white horse. She really was a unicorn, not just a human with a unicorn horn. Or some kind of centaur unicorn. Was there a word for that? Molly and Lyra stared in awe, and Jay was certain his own mouth was hanging open in the same way. He'd grown used to seeing unbelievably monstrous things form in the dungeon, so that no nightmare was too horrible to believe in. But this was the first time he'd seen the dungeon's magic used for something so beautiful, good, and magical. It made his soul ache to see Aurora as her true self. He was so enamored with her magical transformation that he almost didn't notice the ease with which she repaired the stairwell portal until it was complete. Aurora sank back into her human form, slumping against Dahlia's side for support. The dark magic-wielding shadow worker wrapped her arm protectively around the unicorn with tears in her eyes.
I've never felt anything like that before.
She whispered.
To be part of something like that, I never imagined. We must go.
Aurora said.
Quickly, I don't know how long my repair will hold. The magic in this part of the dungeon is unstable and unpredictable.
The portal shimmered, hovering just at the edge of the black void, welcoming and terrifying all at once.
You're sure it's fixed?
Molly asked, looking a bit pale.
We aren't going to fall into the abyss, are we? It is safe.
Aurora assured her.
But perhaps not for long. I don't know.
Lyra shuddered, still shivering in Molly's arms.
Maybe there's another way. Maybe we should... Ah! Molly, no!
But the barbarian woman took the portal at a run, launching herself off the crumbling platform through the portal, and the pair of them disappeared with a pop before anyone else could say anything. Looks like it worked, Jay said, eyebrows raised. Then he motioned to the unicorn who had opened the portal. Ladies first. Aurora shook her head.
I will go last. If something happens to the portal, I have the best chance of fixing it. Please, take Colossi with you. That will give me more mana to hold the portal open. See you on the other side,
Dahlia said. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed Jay's cheek, blushing deeply.
soon.
She whispered, sending shivers of delight along his arms as he heard the undercurrent of desire in her words. Then she hopped off the edge of the dais and through the portal. Jay plucked the thin, snow-leopard woman out of the air, shocked at how fragile her body felt in his arms. "I know someone who can heal her," he said. "She healed me when I had a similar poison. Her name is Felicity Longfing. In case something goes wrong and we get separated, that's where I'll be taking her." More of the dais crumbled away until there was only a small patch left, forcing the pair of them to stand very close together. Aurora smiled at him and nodded.
Thank you, Jay.
She said,
But nothing will go wrong. For the first time in a very long time, I think everything is going to be all right. Go. I will see you shortly.
Jay took a deep breath. There were so many other things he wanted to say, questions he needed to ask, but it would have to wait until they were safely on the other side. Holding the broken warrior in his arms, he leaped out over the abyss toward the shimmering gate. As he felt the portal envelop him, though, he received a notification that made his heart stop in his chest.
Welp, it's been fun, Delver, and we hate to see you go, but we love to watch you leave. You are now exiting the Ice Dungeon. Epilogue. Reyna had been floating in an endless sea of black for so long that she'd begun to wonder if she'd ever truly been anywhere else, or if the life she'd imagined had just been a dream. If this was a dream, though, who was the dreamer? Was there a person called Reyna Frostmane? Had there ever been? What was the purpose of these memories if they didn't belong to her? And what of the jarring messages that sometimes broke into her mind, asking her questions and speaking to her as if she were real and not a bodiless spirit floating through the void? Who was Jane Morgan, the voice that broke through her dreams and dragged her back to that cold, miserable world full of pain and suffering and heartache and joy? He jolted her out of this place, back to her old self, her real self, or the self that used to be real. When she spoke with him, she knew who he was. He gave her things to think about other than the unbearable strangeness of this nothingness that had enveloped her, that seemed to want her to succumb to its promise of eternal sleep. But as soon as he was gone, she slipped back into this place, struggling to remember the feeling of being alive. She was just curious enough about Jay Morgan and Reyna Frostmane not to give in to the promise of that eldritch calm, but it was getting harder with every millisecond that passed, as if the longer she spent here, the more the void laid claim to what was left of her mind. Reyna, a new voice called, jarring her non-mind from its thoughts, shaking her equilibrium one more. Reyna, I know you're there. For a moment, Reyna was irritated. She didn't want to answer. She was enjoying her time as a bodiless spirit, wasn't she? She liked turning these answerless questions over and over in her mind, like a comforting thrum of background noise, like falling into that deep, black void. Reyna, the voice was more insistent this time. Don't ignore me, woman. There was a jolt through the endless black space that Reyna's consciousness floated through, like a shock of lightning passing through a pool of water, trying to find something solid to connect to. All it could find was Reyna. Pain lanced through her body as if she'd been plucked out of her skin and tossed, raw and bleeding, into a fire. She gasped, sitting bolt upright, ready to scream. But as she opened her mouth, she realized she had a mouth. Her eyes shot wide open to a cold, white room filled with wires and blinking lights. It was unlike anything she had ever seen before, even during her fateful visit to King Wenshire's castle. She held up her hands hoping to see some sign of herself that was familiar in this place, but the hands were cold, gleaming white, just like the floors, walls, and ceiling surrounding her. Don't be afraid, the voice that had awoken her said. It's only strange at first. Reyna moved her hands away from her face, allowing her eyes to focus on the blinking lights at the far side of the room. A person sat across from her. At least she thought it must be a person, though it was made of the same weird white material as her hands were, and it didn't seem anything like what a person should be. Smooth and hairless, no mark anywhere on its body, except for a pair of blazing blue eyes and a mouth that twitched into a smile. There was a table between them, also made of the shiny pure white material. The table was large and empty, as if waiting for something of great importance to be set upon it.
What is this?
Reyna asked, her voice rasping as if she hadn't spoken in weeks. Perhaps she hadn't.
Where am I?
The person's smile fell and they cocked their head to the side.
You're dead, I'm afraid.
Like me.
Who are you?
Reyna asked.
Why am I here?
The person, a woman, Reyna thought, though there was no outward sign of this on the hard white androgynous shell of a body, lifted their, perhaps her, hands, and something shimmered on the table between them. Another body, this one seemingly made of pure sparking electricity. It was the same color as the android woman's eyes, Reyna thought, though transparent and mirage-like.
Because he's done it, the voice said.
He's found us a body.
Who are you?
Reyna asked.
Why, I'm Nova.
The cold white mouth opened in a soundless laugh. Hasn't he told you about me?
Nova.
Reyna's mind whirled as she tried to remember Nova. Yes, she had heard that name before. It was the name Jay had given to...
The dungeon?
Reyna asked, her voice cracking with something like fear, though she couldn't properly seem to feel fear in this place either.
You're the dungeon?
In a way, Nova said, her head cocking to the other side, watching Reyna curiously. Though I'd like to be something more. What about you?
Me?
Would you like to be something more than you are? Nova asked.
More than you ever were?
Reyna tried to swallow, a habit of her physical body that had no correlation to the one she currently inhabited.
Why do you ask me that?
Nova glanced at the shimmering form between them, her blue eyes blazing fiercely. Because Jay has found us a body, she said.
Us?
Reyna strained to understand, staring down at the strange white body she currently inhabited.
But we have bodies.
Nova leaned forward and whispered behind her hand, her blue eyes twinkling as if with a marvelous secret.
Have you ever wondered, Reyna, what it might be like to be a god?
Reyna shook her head, though perhaps that wasn't entirely true. She'd often wondered what was wrong with the gods that they allowed such suffering to happen as she saw in the village of Winterhaven, how the gods, if they were real, could allow someone like Runolf to take control. So perhaps she had thought about what it would be like, because she knew that if she were a god, she would never let her people suffer that way. Nova accepted her silence as an assent. Of course you have, she crooned in her neutral voice. We all have, and I think you're the kind of person who would do the right kind of job of it. Much, much better than I have. Reyna tried to widen her eyes in surprise, but she found her face not as malleable as it had once been.
Are you a god?
I do not wish to be, Nova said. I wish to be human again. That's why I saved you. That's why I didn't let your mind die the way your body died. Even though it requires so much of my power to hold you here, it's exhausting. She motioned around the room with her hand, as if to encompass every blinking light and shiny surface. This is exhausting. I can't do it for much longer.
How?
Reyna asked, genuinely confused now.
Why?
Her mind ached as she remembered it had in her past life, sometimes, when there was a problem too big for her to understand. She hated the feeling. She hated not understanding. She would often fight her way through the pain just to get to the bottom of something that troubled her, some elusive answer that didn't want to be found. But at the moment, she was stuck on the ache, wishing it would go away. "This body is not ready yet," Nova said, indicating the shimmering form on the table again. "But when the time comes, I wish to take it." "What does that have to do with me?" "When I go," Nova said, "you will take my place." Reyna trembled, unsure of what she was hearing. "What do you mean?" "You have just the right sort of mind, Reyna Frostmane," Nova said, smiling beautifully at her. "You could do some real good here. Follow the pathways I've made for you to follow. The ice dungeon needs someone like you to keep it in check. You see, to keep it from going mad." "It's already mad," Reyna said. "It's always been mad." "Yes," Nova said, "because I was never the right sort of mind to guide it. I had other plans." "You want me," Reyna said, staring first at the body and then at the white figure before her. "To become one with the dungeon?" Nova's bright blue eyes widened, and her smile stretched so wide it was almost frightening to Reyna, though she still couldn't quite feel fear. "More than that," she said, whispering again, as if it were the most secret thing she'd ever said in her entire life. "You will be a god." "I don't know if I want to be a god," Reyna said, her voice trembling slightly. Nova's eyes blazed and she slammed her white hands on the table. "What?" "If I'm dead," Reyna said, trying to explain, "maybe it would be better for me to—" "No!" Nova cut her off, her head twisting this way and that, as if she were trying to catch sight of something that was buzzing around her head very quickly. "Where have they gone?" "Who?" Reyna asked. Nova froze, her bright blue eyes glowing so brightly it seemed they might melt a hole in Reyna's forehead. "Something's wrong," she hissed. Then everything went black. Reyna was thrust out of her new body back into the soothing, formless black sea. It didn't take her long to forget the white room, and the white woman, and the promise of life behind death. Of godhood. "Nothing's wrong," she thought. "I'm perfectly happy right here." Only there was a question that tickled the back of her non-mind, like an itch she couldn't scratch, not having a body after all. It was such a bothersome thing that she couldn't quite let go of the feeling and sink forever into the depths of that sea. It must be a dream, of course. But if it was a dream, who was the dreamer? To be continued in Arcane Arctic 4, coming soon.